The credit belongs to the man who was actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again. Because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds? Who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions? Who spends himself in a worthy cause? Who, at the best, knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who, at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat.
Spartans! What is your profession?
What is up? What is up? What is up? How everybody doing today? This is another Open Saturday Hangout with your one and only Art of Idmore coming through. Hope everybody's doing well. What's up, AB Media? What's up, Craig? What's up, Destro? Hope you guys doing well. Sitting here drinking my coffee with my Krispy Kreme donut. Getting all my sugary goodness. I got these this morning. I ain't gonna tell you, man. When that hot sign come on, you just gotta do a fucking U-turn, man. On some Krispy Kreme. You see that shit, you like, oh hell yeah. Let me go ahead and turn this bitch around real quick. Give me a box. I'm telling you, there is nothing like a nice, warm Krispy Kreme donut. When they got the hot sign on, when you fill that box and it's fucking warm and shit, you know that shit's gonna be good. You know that shit gonna be good. And how it just melts in your mouth like it just fades away. Oh, man. That shit like crack. That shit is like crack. Yeah. Gianogami and Artem more. Unless he's speaking Spanish. Aquatech said, donuts. Yeah, man, Krispy Kreme donuts, man. That's something else, man. I ain't had one in a while, so when I got off work this morning, I got me a box. Because I saw that hot sign on. I never really see the hot sign on when I get off work. When I saw it, I was like, oh, hell yeah. I got to get that. Let me go get that real quick. I'm going to take these $12. Give me a donut. We got Paramedic Prime says, what up, Art and chat? KJ Internal. So, what's up, Art? What's up, chat? Spain, Maine, always a sucker for the chocolate glaze. Yes, sir, chocolate glaze. Got Edward Anderson. What's up? LaShawn Jefferson says Krispy Kreme's like 40-minute drive away from me. Them donuts fresh and hot. Yes, sir. Yeah, you already know. He said, I love this shit because I can be on here and do other shit at the same time at my desk. Aaron must be loving that OBS. Aaron must be loving that OBS shit. Says, I will never forget how mad I got when I saw in the Philippines how many Krispy Kreme stores they had. Oh, they got a lot of Krispy Kreme in the Philippines. Well, I mean, most companies have places everywhere. I wonder if they're different though. That's the thing. I wonder if the Krispy Kremes in the other regions are different. They got different flavors and shit. Because most of the restaurants have different stuff in different areas to cater to the populace of that area. You said they have Krispy Kreme stores like we have Starbucks. Damn. Like almost on every corner? Shit. It was said they have the same thing and then an expansion of items as well. Okay. Yeah, most places do. Like I think they got like a pink burger in Japan or something like that we saw when we were talking about the what was it? The Pride Whopper. I think it was a couple months ago. We talked about the Pride Whopper and they have like this pink burger that they had in a black burger in other countries. I think we had the black burger here too, but it was only for Halloween. But they got rid of it after a while because it just started to make people's poop black. So, but I didn't really watch a lot too much YouTube today, so I don't know what's really going on. So I want to leave that up for you guys. Let me know. I just had a lot of stuff I had to do. So I didn't really get into a lot of conversations. Excuse me. So basically, I'm about to play catch up on Sunday when I'm at work and listen to all these live streams that I got saved. So I don't really have too much to say this week. The only thing that I really got to say, well, it's not even Black Ministry related, so I ain't gonna drag it on. The only thing I do know is that Tiffany Haddish and Ari Spears settled that lawsuit they had with that person. So as far as their careers, they're pretty much done in my mind. I think Ari Spears has already been done. Tiffany Haddish, she's probably going to be done because since all this Me Too movement stuff, any type of controversy that you have is going to end up with you losing your career. And so, as far as she is concerned, damn, excuse me. As far as her career is concerned, she's done. At best, you're gonna see her as some shady little nightclub that she was in, or she may start a podcast. That's about it. Other than that, she's on her way out like Corey Holcomb. They're probably not gonna deal with her anymore. They're gonna probably get some other loudmouth black woman to fulfill her role. As far as Ari Spears, he's just gonna be booked less and less shows. I mean, he really wasn't in Hollywood to begin with anyway. People just he was just hanging on by a mere thread. That's about it. A mere thread. So I think that as far as the worst thing that's gonna happen to him is that he's not gonna get any work for a while and for a good while, but he's still I think he'll still play the club comedy scene, but it's just gonna be low key. So it is what it is. But anyway, guys, like I said, because I don't have too much to say this week. Like I said, I haven't really watched anything too much because I've just been busy at work doing stuff and take care of personal stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and drop this link. We can go get on. Y'all want to talk about Krispy Kreme? We could talk about Krispy Kreme. Choice is yours. But I will say this. AB Media, I did not know that you were going through that through your issue. Um, I did watch that stream. I did watch your stream, AB, and I want to say that is very courageous of you to share that. You showed a lot of courage sharing your story on your video because I was surprised that you were going through that, and you know the way how you handled it showed that you got some real cojones about you because a lot of people will not share their medical history like that, especially on YouTube for everybody to see. So if you guys haven't seen AB Media's video, AB, if you want to put it in the chat, that video, go ahead and put it in the chat. That's up to you. I'm not going to say too much about it, but I just want to give you big ups, brother, on that and sharing that story because that's one thing that as far as the black man, we try to keep to ourselves as like medical issues that we're dealing with. So for you to go through that and try to educate people on that shows you got some big cojones, my friend. So I want to shout that out to you. So just say that. But as far as everything else, we're gonna go ahead and start the stream. Y'all can go ahead and get on. I'm gonna take a sip of my coffee, clear my throat, and we're gonna go ahead and get this day started. Because go ahead and get this day. I got me some cinnamon cream. I want to see how this shit tastes. No man, what's going on with you?
Hey, what's going on, Art?
Not much, man. Not much. Just it's chilly out here on the in North Carolina, so got to put on a little jacket.
I totally get that. It's chilly up here in southern Indiana. I saw you were on, and I was about to do an episode of Snowman Unfiltered, so I figure I'll wait a little bit and I'll come hang out, show you some love, show you some support, like y'all always do for me. And
Appreciate you.
hey, appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Speaking of appreciation, AB Media, what's up, man? Appreciate you too.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, AB?
Hey.
Yeah,
I've been talking. I've been talking about it the last few months, but yeah, I figured it was time to talk about it on my channel.
yeah. It's tough to it's tough for men to talk about their health problems because, as I've spoken about on Unfiltered, we're taught and told not to.
Yes,
And the moment that we do, we're classified as weak, and we're classified. Me personally, I'm told I don't have cancer. I've had people actually tell me when I revealed my condition that that I'm lying.
trust and believe. I'm not lying about this, and I wouldn't wish it on anybody.
Look, I wouldn't wish it on anybody
You
either.
don't.
AB, I know you get it. I
Mm.
know you get it.
People go crazy in that dialysis center. If you're not careful, it will drive you crazy. People, all kind of crazies. You know,
Yeah.
people do.
Say, AD, not to interrupt you, nothing, but bro, you my hero, and you too, Snowman. Y'all keep pushing, keep fighting, man. Y'all got a lot
Yeah.
of people in y'all corner. You know that, AB. I'm
Much
always.
appreciated.
If it's just me on your show by myself, one deep. Sometimes I'm coming whenever you post something. You know that, man. You've been down with this black man on spill about as long as I have. So I'm riding with you. I'm riding with you too, Snow. You too, Art. Y'all know that. We all we got, baby. We all
Yeah,
we
I
got.
appreciate you. I
Yeah,
appreciate
appreciate you.
you, AL. All right, well,
But
I
yeah,
appreciate you.
Yeah, you know what it's like to go to you see people at dialysis, then you find out like a day later that they died.
Yeah,
hmm
yeah.
Be like two or three people. You ask what happened to them, they said they passed away, and like, oh wow.
And you wonder if you're next.
Yeah.
Yeah, scary
See it.
time.
See a
And
brother that
you
doesn't.
wonder if you're next.
See a
I
brother
thought I was.
that doesn't that no longer has his legs. There's all kind of people are in all kinds of conditions when you go to dialysis,
Yeah,
and
man.
I think that a lot of men don't go to the hospital and because they don't want to know that they're mortal.
Right.
hmm
I think a lot of people do that, especially men. It's just like, we're taught that we're supposed to be this strong pillar and to find out that at any given moment that you can, you know, be weak is very hard for a man to deal with just because the simple fact that how he views himself, how he views how he's supposed to be the strong pillar of strength and all this. And how
Right.
can you be a big strong pillar of strength when there's something wrong with you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that about my dad for years, only for him to only for him to reveal that he had prostate cancer, and he did it a few
Ooh.
months before he died. And
Mhm.
my dad was my hero. Point blank, period, end of story. And for those of you that have listened to my morning show, y'all know I reference my dad a lot.
hmm
And there are reasons for that. I mean, he was my hero, he was my biggest fan and my biggest critic. He would always
Yeah.
he would always push me to get better and do better. But he would always tell me something that men need to tell each other more. And I'm saying this to every man here on this panel, and that is, I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm proud of y'all that you keep pushing, that we keep pushing back against the competition, that we keep pushing back against everything,
hmm
against everything that is not for us or that is meant for us. And I'm proud to say it. I am proud of you guys. I'm so damn proud of y'all. Art of Vidmore.
Yeah. Did you catch any of the classic? I didn't get to catch any of the classic today. I was doing other stuff.
No, there
Okay.
was. I was supposed to be there today because there was supposed to be a football game, and there
Yeah.
isn't, and there
And then
wasn't.
all years they decided not to do the football game.
Yeah, yeah. I'm glad I stayed home though, because I've been in the lab working on another rebranding of my network,
Okay.
working on getting my tax ID number and finding
Oh,
out how
for your
much
show.
for SDM Sports Radio Network, which is
Okay.
one station where my show airs. And I'm getting trademarks for Snowman Digital Media and a
hmm
working tax number for Snowman Digital Media, because every sponsor or advertising check I get is going to go there, and uh, everything under it will be trademark and registered and everything. So I did a football game last night, and it felt fantastic to be back in the booth for the first time in 3 years doing football.
Mm.
That's what's up.
I mean, COVID tried to kick me in the ass. Blood clots in both my lungs tried to kick me in the ass.
Go try to kick a
Pancreatic.
lot of people in the ass.
It got my wife and me at the top of this year. Thank God we were only down each for like 10 days.
My brother got COVID a couple weeks ago.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
I got, like I said, that plus the blood clots in both my lungs last June, last July, getting diagnosed with pancreatic cancer and having surgery to kick it in the ass this past April. And
hmm
finally starting to feel like myself. I still got a few issues with my bowels and getting the right medicine that I need,
hmm
but hey,
Oh yeah,
prom-
that's the other side effect of dialysis. Sometimes it causes diarrhea.
yeah, I'm learning food again, what not to, and I think I may have become lactose intolerant.
Oh,
I think I may have become lactose intolerant. Let me step away for a minute. I'll be back, gents.
yeah. But dialysis is a process, man. I have to be on the machine for 4 hours.
All right.
So I usually take a tablet and just watch Star Trek movies
Yeah, I mean, gotta do what you gotta do, man.
or play solitaire or word search puzzle.
Okay. Sorry guys, I gotta do it. I gotta do a reset on my computer. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
I got to update and it fucked everything up. I'll be right back. Damn it.
Okay. What's going on, AL? Oh, okay. Look at the chat.
I'm here, Bubba. I'm just on the sidelines listening. I'm trying to catch
Okay.
up with my girl. I ain't been home in a few weeks, so trying to do it all. Doing the show and what I've been saying, man. I watched the beginning of most of that show when he did it, man. I mean, I was halfway floored, bro. Like floored, just listening to you, man. I was like, shit. I was like, why the good dudes gotta go through the shit, man? It be killing me, bro. So you're in my thoughts, man. You're in my thoughts. You know that.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Hey,
Wow.
see that latest thing that BGS put out? It was pretty good.
What was it? Which one?
Well, I think he put it up this morning. I was watching, but I was half asleep. I was just listening and whatnot. I can't too much elaborate.
I missed the one he put up this morning. Let me look at it.
Yeah, I told myself I was gonna go back and watch it too. Yeah.
I missed what BGS posted this morning today. Maybe I didn't. Let's see. Maybe it's on the other channel. Hope everybody's doing all right. Uh, I read your comments, Spain man. I'm sorry to hear that. 5, wow. Lost my father at 17, year 2000. Hard to believe that was almost 20 years ago.
We got something else in common, AD. I lost my granddad and my dad in 2000, 6 months apart. So, yeah,
Wow.
I hated 2002, but it prepared me to get in the trucking game, following after my granddad. He finally gave me the blessing, and I went after it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm back. Sorry about that. Had a fucking AMD driver update and I had to restart my computer.
Oh wow. Okay.
Why is that?
As long as you don't get no viruses, we cool.
Nah, I'm good. I guess it was for the stop that flickering because AMD drivers were flickering from that last update. I guess they fixed it now.
Oh, okay.
So we're good now. Everything back up and running. So what were you guys talking about while I was gone?
Just I was addressing Spainman in the chat. He said he lost his father at 5 years old.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did you watch BGS because people mentioned in the chat? Did you watch BGS video on Stephen A?
Did I?
Yeah, that's what it was about. Yeah, he actually was like he was defending he was defending Stephen A because Stephen A actually stood up for himself when like junior reporters were coming on females and they were just trying to read Stephen A's riot acts on women this and women that. And he ain't even brought up nothing about that coach for the Celtics who was married to Nia Law.
Oh
You know,
yeah.
he had been sleeping around on Neil Long. But these women don't know the gist of that. Hell, Neil Long probably ain't been giving them no 6 months of son. Shit, a man got needs, and a man gonna do what he want to do and what he gotta do. I ain't saying it's right, but I understand. But these women were coming on there and trying to read Stephen A. the riot act, and Stephen A. told me, "Here, you on my show." And hell, no, I ain't gonna shut up, and I ain't even bring up nothing about women, but yet still, I ain't gonna be curved into apologizing for something I ain't did. And I listened to that. Yeah. Stephen A. was on point for that one, to stand up for himself.
Yeah, I did see that.
I checked that out. BGS did a video about that, and then I saw the clip, and Steven was right. I don't agree with most of the stuff that he. I don't agree with most of the stuff that he says.
None of us do.
I've made that clear, but can't be out talked either, especially by someone who is 20 years their junior.
Right. I know he's thinking to himself, little girl.
Going off of feelings and not going off of feelings and not facts.
Well, like this is the same thing that kind of happened on my channel on this show last week, right? People want to come on your channel.
What I miss, Art?
Nah, people want to come on your panel and act like they're gonna run the show and shit, right?
Right.
And then want to overtalk you and all this other shit. Like, listen, this is my fucking show.
Mm-hmm.
I run this shit. If you're gonna come here and say something incorrect, just based off of your feelings, then guess what?
You're getting the fuck out.
You can get told off. Stephen A. was right about what he did to that chick because, listen, she tried to shame him on his own show.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like B just said, she listened to her feelings instead of the facts, which is something you really shouldn't be doing as a journalist. You should be able to decide.
Something you shouldn't be doing as an adult, period, but go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying it should be more so as a journalist because people, you can get in your feelings, you can be mad about anything. It's about what the facts are. My parents told me the same thing. He's like, I don't care about your feelings. What's the real issue?
What does the facts say?
Yeah, because I can feel any type of way about anything, but guess what? The truth is the truth, no matter what it comes out of. So it is what it is. So Stephen A. was correct about checking that woman on his show and let her know and put her in a fucking place. You don't need, first of all, you don't need to be talking to an older man like that. Second of all, you don't need to be talking to somebody like that on their own fucking panel. If you want to do that on your own panel.
Yep.
You're not going to sit there and disrespect. You're not going to sit there and disrespect me on my own shit.
And watch the craziness that happens when feelings are involved instead of facts.
Yeah. What's up, y'all?
What's going on, Ed?
Kind of low, Ed.
Yeah, I should be better now.
There you go.
Yeah, I went off about that on my stream, but it's funny because Ticket TV, shout out to Ticket TV. He does mainly sports, but he dabbles in a relationship every once in a long while. But this was a sports issue, so this kind of cross streams on that. He covered this on his Pro Basketball Updates channel. Went off like I thought I went off on her. This nigga basically read her the riot act, for real, saying, basically he said everything
should be read the riot act.
Well, my point, yeah, absolutely. But the thing about it is, because I had one dude, yo, nigga, you being emotional, it's just opinions. No, it's not just opinions. Number one, because I hate when black people say that because that's like that get out of jail free card. But I just removed the comment because it wasn't even worth me responding to it. But the thing is, this is a guy that's not in our space. Like he doesn't approach things. He's not blue pill, but he doesn't approach like things like if he has a conversation, it's gonna be like we're having this conversation like 12 years ago. Certain stuff about the pro black shit like that. And so my point is when he goes off on a chick, because I was the chick that wanted more money, wanted the same kind of money as Stephen A, but she left because the ESPN wasn't gonna do that. And Malika kind of gained prominence as like the new her. I forget her name, but he kind of defended that, and I didn't agree with that, but he kind of defended that. So my point is, he's not quick to jump on sisters necessarily, unless they fuck up. They gotta really fuck up, and she did, and for the same reason. But he was talking about how she used to wear Sunday school dresses, and when she got this like the job, yeah, he was going because like I said, ESPN and him going. I mean, he's made his YouTube channel cooking ESPN on their fuckery, and usually he'll do it from a racial standpoint, but or if the chicks are wilding out, he'll do it from why y'all jump. My point is this: y'all need to check out a video. It's good. It's good 45 minutes. But my point is when you get a chance. But even a dude that's going to give sisters a lot of latitude, he was going off because that's how disrespectful it is. Another thing he brought up too, because he played the audio, but he didn't play the audio of Stephen A. necessarily. She did it again with Kendrick Perkins. So after Stephen checked him, she has her show and Kendrick was there. And look, it is her show, but at the same time, Kendrick gave his opinion. He didn't even give his opinion with anything she said. He gave his opinion on like what the Celtics did and how they approach it. Because they say, well, we did this to protect women, but you don't protect women by putting this specter out there of it could be any woman. Because even within the organization, people don't now. I'm sure the dudes in the organization know who it is, so that's not necessarily going to be an issue. But you still could put that specter out there for the public, and so you're not protecting women doing that. And also, he said, the first thing the Celtics said was this was a consensual situation. Okay, so if this is a consensual situation, protecting her is bullshit. If you put him out here like this, then that's why they got to frame it as a leak. If you put him out here like this, then and he's suspended, then she should be suspended too, because it's a mute. You say it out of your mouth as an organization. It's consensual.
They said it was consensual, so they both need to be suspended.
And that's what that is why I've always said it is. Look, even though I understand the logic behind saying we want to protect the victim, fine, but I've always believed that that's bullshit. It's just like how white men, it's white men when they don't put out their picture, but when it's a black man or it's any other race, and that's how you know if the dude look white, he probably ain't, because his picture out there. He's probably white Hispanic or something, because his picture's out there, because they wouldn't do that, because they don't believe in using their media to attack white people. You see the same thing with Brett Favre. It's a whole nother situation, but Malika was like, she was wilding out with that too, with him too. Because he brought that point up. She's like, no, well, we don't need to do that, and we need all the evidence and blah, blah, blah. Also, last thing, and this is what I really want to get y'all input on. This ain't necessarily ticket. I like Nia Long. I don't have an issue with Nia Long. She hasn't said no crazy shit. Nia Long, this is first of all, Nia Long is Caribbean. So for anybody want to, this is not ADOS people. We're not ADOS people. I believe the other dude, the Celtics coach, is like first generation. So let's get, and I believe obviously Nia Long is probably first gen too. So let's be clear on who the fuck we talking about. But outside of that, they're not married. I'm fucking tired of people. I'm talking about not only like social media, even the news.
And that's the biggest point.
And you're Brian, you're right. And I'm going to tell you why. Because if your clause says that, okay, they probably got him because it was in the organization.
Yeah,
but the way they frame it is like, oh, well, we got him because he cheated on his wife, as if it's a morality clause thing. There is no morality if they're not married. Got another one for you. He proposed to her. She don't want to be married. So he chose to stay in a relationship. So even when people want to play the game about him cheating, as far as I'm concerned, especially when he's younger than her and he's on the come up, Nia Long is not doing movies. Let's cut the bullshit. Nia Long is nigga famous. She ain't doing movies like that. He's making more money than her, period. And he probably got more wealth than her, period. Yes, I'm not saying her name doesn't help him in that situation, you know, because it kind of amplifies him a little bit more. More people want to be interested. Okay, but the reality is he proposed to her a while back. They've been with each other like 12 years. So I don't want to hear no, he aged her out because she got with him at 38, just like Vivica got with 50 Cent, except she was able to hold the dude versus obviously he ain't 50 Cent and he was on the come up back then. But my point is they're not married. Let's stop acting like he's cheating on a wife. Other thing, she didn't want to be married when he asked. And he's
Okay.
Nigerian American.
Ed, can I ask you a question?
So as far as she chose, as far as I'm concerned, with the way and I could imagine a Nigerian says it, I'm not qualified to say that, but I'm gonna say it in my opinion, that bitch chose to be a sister wife at that point. That chick, she said, I don't want the wife position. Cool, I got a kid with you, I'm gonna still be in a relationship, but man, I'm about to play. Anyway.
We call that side bitches in Texas. But I wanted to ask you a question about that consensual deal with him and the other Celtic coworker. Now, if they were both having consensual, mutually agreed upon sex, number one, whose fucking business is it? Number two, how can you hold any of them accountable because they two grown
They're
adults?
contracts. They're contracts. And
Okay,
not
I
only
got.
like even beyond that, there's morality contracts, but this doesn't even hit that. Probably that's how they're trying to frame it for the public. But the only way they could get him to where he can't go back. First of all, is take the suspension or fight him, and then you're not gonna have a career. What was the other dude that did that? Like the dude in the Dolphins or somebody. You're not gonna have a career if you do that. Like when he went after them because he said he didn't get a real interview. He's got the job. But my issue, and this is where I'll give Stephen A lot of credit, is this is that bullshit that frames potential black coaches, current black coaches, black people in the corporate entity, the corporate apparatus of the NBA. Hell, you can even frame this as far as all of the major sports. That's why this is racist, because you can't, because the fact because that's how they'll use it. And when you look at it in the context of it's like we have consistently had black men out here. Like, think about it. Deshaun Watson. It's always a black man made sure to stay in the public consciousness of sexual shit. That is not how that is with white folks. They may get coverage for a second, but they get removed from that coverage outside of the public zeitgeist.
Well, I put it to you like this: if there was in their contract that says that you can't fraternize amongst your peers or anyone that you
and that's a breach,
or anyone that's below you, then because even when I'm working and when I was a manager, they said it they said that if you are caught fraternizing with anyone that's your employee, you can be fired. Right? So with him doing that to someone below him, that's him being in a breach of contract with the corporation or the industry.
Yes, I agree with that. The issue I don't have is not them suspending him. The issue I have is how it didn't leak. They put that shit out there. They just put it out there through other channels. And the reality is the way they're framing it. And when they went out of their way, because keep in mind, notice how they went out of their way to say it was consensual. And it was, but they're trying to frame the argument. And this is where Stephen A, again, nobody's talking about if he got fired or removed. The issue is you sitting there letting it go, get out there with typically, there's a lot of white dudes that number one do this and they don't always punish them, but breach is breach. He signed it and yeah, that is on him. Black men got to stop doing that, like for real, like all men. But as a black man, when you have these types of positions, they're looking for anything, and that's easy. Yeah, so let's stop that. And then the other thing I'm gonna say to that is the reason why I personally don't like these things outside of I understand the breach is that shit is only done one way. These women are not for this shit either. If it's mutual, then she needs to be gone as well. Like, it cannot be just like how they get these chicks for twerking and doing goofy shit on TikTok and stuff. They fire them. Y'all need to start firing these chicks for that shit too. And if you get women, but then again, a lot of people want, because it ain't everybody. It's people. that rule doesn't apply to everybody. That rule, certain people that are connected within any organization can get away with that. Because truth be told, the fucking casting couch shit or the fuck your way to the top, that's some shit that white men like because it's a way for a lot of lame motherfuckers to get pussy based on the power they have. And yes, I've seen black men use that position with black women as well, and I've seen black women use that position that are not necessarily lame, either. But that's something to white boy because that's a way of duplicating the fucking plantation. A lot of these black females, even though the person here isn't black, but a lot of these black females, like even Jason Black talked about showing a little leg. That's why they show a little leg. Like this is why shit. Malika Andrews is with a white dude. Apparently somebody told me she's mixed, she's half Jewish, but whatever. But the point is, a lot of Carrie Champion, a lot of these chicks, they get emboldened because they know they cuter. Like it ain't really no ugly chicks at ESPN like that. Jamel Hill was the least attractive. And Jamel Hill, of them, and she ain't like ugly. She just ain't like a chick you would see an NBA player or somebody with bread with. But she's married. And she's somebody you would see with a blue collar dude, and that's not that's not even a diss about blue collar. She's not ugly. She's like the home girl. But if you
in her defense, she just got married, and that was more out of necessity to hide some of the shit that was going on in her past, bro. She wasn't gung ho about marrying that dude like that. Like they did that to quiet some rumors and shit that she had going on. Because you remember that dude she used to have that show on ESPN with. When she started running her mouth, she literally ruined his career. And Michael Smith, that was his name. Michael Smith does ESPN radio now and talk. He went from being on prime time 5 days a week to losing damn near everything. And all she could tell that man was, "I'm sorry."
Well,
Why you just keep your mouth shut?
Well, I mean, yeah. The reality is, if they really fucked with him like that, they wouldn't have put him in that position in the first place. He's probably a dude that's probably a good company man. He's good. He's consistent. They know what he's gonna do, but he don't really have a career. He don't really have the things necessary to carry his own show. He's not the type of dude that even black men are really gonna watch. So they paired him up with her, and then the fact that they fuck with him is the fact that they kept him the way he's still getting the check. The reality is, if he could generate his own buzz as far as his own followership, this is one of the reasons I used to critique Stephen A. Smith, because Stephen A. Smith had the ability to do that, before he started doing the dumb shit. Now he's got the money at the end of the day, so he can say all of that was worth it because he's a top paid dude, which we didn't know. He didn't know that was going to happen, but he got there, and that is what it is. And like I said, him being the top dude, I'm not against him using. I'm going to call out shit I agree with as well as shit I don't agree with. But as far as Malika, even the way she sounded, her voice, all of that, like she literally sound like it was almost like she was possessed, and it made it even more so the fact that you couldn't see her. So yeah, she had that. She literally is like her voice aged up, the way she came off. And the thing is and when you look at this, because they talked about on Art Nostal's the Stacey Abrams shit, a lot of these motherfuckers, you got to understand, this is in the public consciousness of black men, and it doesn't take a lot of black men to really move a lot of shit, especially politically. So when like Stacey Abrams disrespects black men, or that chick disrespects black men on MSNBC, and then you see this shit and it's spread around in social media, this is creating a pattern of behavior amongst a lot of other women. And what it is these dudes that want to hold on is making it harder and harder for them to do so. And so you're starting to chip off. And what is happening is it's starting to gain momentum. And black women act like they're just oblivious to it, and they can be, but they have a lot to lose. But I said straight up, that bitch needs to be fired. Like, black men need to make an example of her. Like, she needs to go. And I'm gonna keep it real, because her sister works for ESPN. Her sister needs to take a hit for that too. And it's not about, I just want revenge. It's about people got to send a message. There's plenty of WNBA women, like 7 or 8 of them, that are attractive, like Candace Parker. They can do her job probably as good. They got a communication. Exactly. Communication.
Mhm.
Like, it's not like her job. She's interchangeable. These people are not. There's plenty of women that are qualified, black women dated her age, she's 27, that can do her fucking job. I'm not saying replace her with a white bitch, replace her with another black chick. But that bullshit where what she did, nah, that ain't no, oh, we're gonna check you. That's some, oh yeah, a message needs to be sent.
Appreciate you, Aquatechie, for the cash app. John B, appreciate you. And
Art, I have a favorite.
Dario Trace, yeah, appreciate you for the $1 holla. What's up?
Actually, you know what? Off. It's not my place.
No, what is it?
Right.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
I'm just gonna go ahead and
You're breaking up. We can barely hear you, man.
Uh-oh.
You there?
Yeah,
no, man.
That bitch. Yeah, and you know me, I thought, you know how it is. I think I'm wilding out, and I listen to Tickets. I'm like, wow, he going in harder than I am. So yeah, we on the same page because he, you know, shout out him, he plays semi-pro basketball overseas. But yeah, like fuck that bitch. Like I'm sick of that shit. I'm sick of that you didn't know. Fuck the explaining. Motherfuckers need to just control alt. You know, remove from the job. Let me not say delete. And it remove from the job. Ain't no conversation. And if you can't do it immediately, then set it up. Because the truth is, because here's the thing about Stephen A. If Stephen A got to that position, that's the type of chick that'll meet to your ass, or she'll be in the chorus if a Michelle Beadle situation ever pops up. She gonna be in the chorus signing with the white hoes. That's what that's gonna be. You know how it is. They pull rank when it comes to women versus men, especially black men, because they know it's never gonna be any repercussions. So they won't hedge their bets. So like that's a chick that like, yeah, you need to, and you can't just not remove her and then her sister go feel something. No, you need to go ahead and yeah. Because she wouldn't have did that if that was Skip.
Nah. That was strictly for black men because black men need to know their place, quote unquote. But what were you gonna say, Brian?
I'm gonna step away for now. I'll see you guys later.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Have a good one, man.
All right, take it easy. But nah, I mean that whole thing was just for Stephen A. because she thought she could tell Stephen A. off about black women and you need to know your place about black women, Stephen A. And Stephen A. did say, "No, fuck that shit, chick. I didn't say anything about black women. You the one that said something about that. So
you the one in your feelings.
You need to shut the fuck up and listen to what I'm saying. Stop listening with your damn heart."
And Stephen A. is the type of person, he's very aware of what he says because he has to be ready for like a counter thing. And Stephen know he be saying some bullshit. But like especially after that time he said what he said with Michelle B. Like when he said what he said to whoever it was about when he said women, and I agree with it. Yeah, you chicks be doing shit that be, if you constantly getting smacked around by a dude, either you choosing, if you getting smacked around like Holly Berry, she'd have been popped by like 2-3 different motherfuckers. Well, at that point, you need to reflect. Mm-hmm. Like, and it's different races too. Like, you need to reflect because that ain't either you sexually attracted, your love language of people popping you. And I'm going to just say that because a lot of chicks, look, I don't give a fuck with you niggas. Let me not fuck up your channel. Like it's a pattern. If you dealing with different people of different races and you getting popped, and if, okay, you want to say all men are evil, then you don't need to be dating. Fine. Then just take mentality. You know, that's my answer to that. But we could read between the lines on that. But what Stephen A. said was he said, you know, I'm paraphrasing it. Women have to ask themselves, what are they doing to trigger the anger? Which I wouldn't have framed it that way. To trigger the anger of a dude. And that almost got him removed. That almost got him canceled before being canceled was a thing. In fact, he probably would have been canceled if it would have revved up like that. And so ever since then, because that was kind of like his Nick Cannon moment where he had to fight his way back. And ever since then, he's hyper aware of certain things that he knows can be controversial. And he knows the way he can get away with it, which is why it's always black men that gets the hit for that, because he kind of knows ain't going to be no repercussion. But when he survived, so he knows he didn't say nothing insinuating women. And that's what he was like, yo, you're literally bringing, because for people that don't listen to First Take, or people that don't, they know me, they know I'm the black guy on ESPN. You even saying that can actually defame him, because people can just form an opinion on him on something he never said. And by the way, Malika Andrews has a history of that, because she put up, it was a dude with Durant, what's his name? Durant on Memphis Grizzlies. She put up some kind of fucking article talking about, he said he better than Michael Jordan. And he didn't say that. And Ticket popped off on her about that. That was like a month ago. Maybe 5 weeks ago.
So this is a drama queen that needs to shut up.
Well, the thing is, there is a track record, and it's like, yo, of like journalistic malfeasance. We'll say that. Where not even like with this goofy stuff Carrie does. It's like you're operating outside of your lane as a journalist. So ain't nobody just saying, well, I'm mad, the bitch needs to be gone. No, man. And
she has a real track record of doing this kind of shit.
Dudes be having this shit where they soft hearted, yeah, man, she's a sister. What it is, these niggas be guilty, and they realize they hear that WNBA don't get paid shit. They hear all that black female bitching shit, and these niggas get guilty.
WNBA's problem is that it's not fun to watch. That's his major problem. They can't put in the fucking money, so all this whole shit about, oh, the WNBA doesn't get paid. Get some people, put people in them damn seats. How about sell out in an arena before you talk about that shit?
The reality is, if it's gonna get to a point where Ice Cube shit gonna be supported more than WNBA, and that shit gonna be funny to me.
Hell, when that happens. The women don't even support the WNBA.
Exactly, and Bill Burr was right about that, and I really don't want to hear shit.
They not gonna support it till you get 40 to 50 bros in there that can dunk like these dudes. Come on,
they don't even gotta do. They don't even gotta do.
Hold on, Ed. Hold on, Ed. For the purposes of basketball, we all know we're men on this now, and you hoop, so you know what I'm about to say. We watch basketball for what? Entertainment. We want to see high flying, fast action hooping. We don't want to see no disrespect, AD. No, we don't want to see no Indiana five passes, fundamental passes. We know women are great at that, but they don't do no look passes. They don't do no behind the back passes. They don't do no bounce passes. They don't throw the ball off the glass and catch somebody on. Man, that's what women come to see in the NBA. So you think you finna get men to come watch that basic basketball? But we can go to a junior high basketball game and watch that shit. And that's why we don't support it. But I'm going to say what everybody don't want to say. I'm going to just say it ugly. That's why. I digress.
Well, that and a lot of the stuff you described before, AL, is demonstration of its athleticism and masculinity, gladiatorism. That's a big reason why the women, and then it's popular. That's why the women support the men stuff. It's because if you actually talk to them about football and stuff, it's just, that is an attraction it's attractive.
Yeah,
so at the end of the day, you want men to support the females. Well, these chicks, like the Gonzalez twins, make a lot more money than even the top earning NBA player. The reality is, you do three. I've seen, you got the Gonzalez twins. It was this white chick one time, but she's like, white men would say she's overweight, but she's like, she's not even big, but she's got she was playing basketball. And she had really good handles. And basically she popped up on Instagram doing that. Her name Jim Wolf. It was a while ago. Now she do a whole bunch of other shit, OnlyFans shit like that. But the point is, it's gonna be an attractive component to it. Ain't nobody give a fuck about what Brittany Griner is doing. Now you may have, just like in college. In college, in school, what do you have? You have the smart kids, and then you have the kids with the money, like the legacy money. So the legacy money is how they get in, although they do got to have a baseline of competence for whatever that school is, right? Usually. And the Asian kids, or all the smart kids, they're what gives the school prestige, as far as this is why you see what I'm saying? The competence part. It's the same thing. You have a chick like Brittany Griner, legitimacy, and then you have the attractive chicks, but they don't want to do that. Another thing about the attractive chicks too is because the WNBA is so lesbianized, and there's chicks on the low that's talked about that. A lot of motherfuckers that be fucking these attractive chicks, they'll be turning them out on some real sexual assault shit. They be covering that shit the fuck up.
Or most of the chicks get out of there because they don't want to deal with this shit.
Exactly. If you hetero, that's a problem, and they will bully you. And rather than dealing with that and letting these chicks know what time it is, see that deals with a political narrative. A lot of them end up leaving, which is something that they get on code about because it doesn't. But another thing too is it gets suppressed too. To be fair, they suppress that in like the women are not going to talk about it on social media, and the mainstream media not going to talk about it either.
Yeah.
No.
So, just to switch it off, because I'll get, BGS pops through that Malika thing, even though he did a great video. Any y'all seen Cassie and Ander while I'm in this bitch?
I watched the
Star
first.
Wars.
Yeah, I watched the first episode. I haven't got to the third.
Yeah,
The second or third. I can't do She-Hulk anymore. I'm sorry. That's some stupid.
That episode was a particularly bad episode. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just 30 minutes, and I'm waiting. Daredevil's coming up. It is what it is. I will tell you that the way they did the She-Hulk thing, I can talk about on its own. But as far as it looks like Rogue One. I'm not gonna give any spoilers or anything that happened, but the aesthetic is Rogue One. They basically took the things that made Rogue One.
I like that gritty style of Rogue One though.
The same dude that actually fixed Rogue One, like to make it the movie you saw it to be, was Tony Gilroy. He's involved in Ander.
Mm-hmm.
So it's honestly I want to say it's adult Star Wars. But if you're not going to do the lightsaber shit, this is definitely a route that they need to have at the baseline. I can understand why this doesn't appeal to kids. But then again, the kids have the cartoon shit anyway.
Yeah, they do.
And they're about to come out with another series for that too.
Yeah, and be go ahead, AL.
Yeah, I was just sidebar. I'm gonna let you get back to that Star Wars. I just gotta get back to that She-Hulk shit to let you fellas know. I was bamboozled. I was led astray. I was run a buck on by my homeboys down in Austin, and I was just there this past week, and I watched my cousin and my homeboy. I'm playing Madden with my cousin because we in a league, and while my homeboys like, I ain't playing Madden tonight, I'm gonna watch my show. So they was watching the new Star Wars shit that came on, and right after it came off, my little cousin, I was affectionately like to call him Tucky Boy #1 at SUSKY1 because he be doing a lot of effeminate shit. He was like, "Say, homie, let's watch that She-Hulk shit." And I had the headsets on my head, but it was like one ear was covered and one ear wasn't, like I was coaching. And I something my Scooby Doo instinct. I said, I turned to the side. I said, "What the fuck did I say? Man, we finna watch She-Hulk." I was like, "Craig, are you fucking serious?" I said, that is a feminist. That feminists wrote that shit, man. We do not support that shit in the Black Manosphere. I said, he said, "What you talking about?" I said, "Man, for about 3 or 4 weeks, all my partners been railing against this shit. You finna make me undercover have to listen to have one eye on the man, one eye looking at this shit?" I'm like, "No, bro." And then they watched 2 episodes of that shit. I was like, "Oh my God." I just spent the whole time riding them. I said, "Y'all some male fucking feminists. Quit calling me that. Quit." I said, "Man, y'all supporting that bullshit."
I mean,
I said, listen, and my baby cuz I dug dead in his ass. I said, "Bitch, if you don't let your fucking balls hang, shit."
The thing about it is, if you got here's the catch-22. If you got Disney, if you got the subscription, you're supporting it whether you watch it the fuck or not. that's the catch. That's like you deal with them smart blue pill motherfuckers. Be like, so first of all, But anyway,
well, I don't have Disney Plus, so.
I got a lot of that. I got Disney Plus.
So I was trying so hard to stay the fuck away from that shit. I was like, I did not want it to. My eyeball retinas.
The show is not good.
I mean, it's not good. Like here's the thing.
Poorly written.
And why is the only time she get fined is when she turned green? And you can tell she look a whole lot better green than she do white.
No, even though that is in the comics, the thing about it is still, because that's what they'll run to. But in the context, the way they pronounce it, it's like, what message do you want to send? They don't give a fuck about fucking these little girls up, black, white, or otherwise, because the chick is white. What message are you really sending young females? That you basically sending them plastic surgery is acceptable.
Independent, Porsche personality.
Well, no, not even that. Plastic surgery is perfectly acceptable. because
boy.
like you know, because it's acceptable, you should do it. It's, you know, enhancing your beauty. Even the I am athlete motherfucker. Yeah, man, I ain't got no problem with no women enhancing their beauty. Nigga, please. I want to see y'all with wives that do that shit. Because if I see y'all getting a wife that had to do that for you to marry her, you a lame, because you can get a bitch anywhere, and that includes the United States. You know, if you at that level. But yeah, and even though, yeah, I'm this and this, because they make it pronounced. Like, for instance, this is how you know they're making it pronounced.
Yeah,
When you look at
Cadrian.
on the last episode, her dress, she had that polka dot dress you see in the trailer. If you've seen the trailer, when she's like, hello, you know, a cool girl, hello. It's like, yo, they go out of their way to make that dress make it look like she's got pectorals. Not only that she's flat, but she has pectorals. Like, they go out of their way to do that, to basically make, and it's like, yo, this is how retarded we are. A 2.0 feminist would not support that. Like a chick, like when Sherry Sandberg was coming up before she got with Facebook, she would look at that shit and say that had to be a man that made that. That had to be a man that made that. Because even the way they make it, and yeah, she's 33, she's white. And so 33 is a white chick. Yeah, you really being a lawyer. But again, the even feminists like a Sherry Sandberg and them, they were smart enough to know to get married in college. They didn't see that you know, white women, for the most part, especially ones that got looks on them, they know, even if you want to be a lawyer and shit, they know, especially, remember, she's Jewish too in this show. You know, they know not to play that don't get a man, focus on my career 30%, because white women don't age. They don't age like that. Like, by the time they get to 27, they're like really on the danger zone. And when they get to 33, ain't white? No.
Hey, listen, that whole show is trash. I've seen the first. I only saw the first episode, and I already knew, because I did not chuckle, I did not laugh, I did not go or anything.
Yeah, you won't laugh at the other 5 episodes either.
Man, I just looked at that show and I just like, there's nothing about the show that is interesting whatsoever. Why the fuck I'm watching this shit? And after that, I said I was done. I ain't watching this shit because I already knew.
Yeah, but the Cassian shit is good. That's good. It even let me. One thing. Well, I don't want to get nothing in the way, but yeah, let's just say no blue pill deed goes unpunished.
You might as well get away. Can't nobody watching that shit over here.
Okay. Well, it's this blue pill guy. So Cassie's the main character. No, he's not blue pill. It's this blue pill guy. It's blue pill guy that's tied with the chick. This is the first 3 episodes, so this ain't even like telling nothing significant for the whole arc. But it's this blue pill dude that's like the boyfriend of a chick that he basically he gets parts from. She's like an engineer. She's attractive, you know. And you know, he deals with her when he needs her for something like that. And basically he let's just say his blue pilling gets him killed. He does some,
you got background noise. I'll mute him.
My bad, fam.
Yeah, so it's that type of show. Honestly, if you're a red pill type of guy, you're like, you know, you actually would like it. Even with the other dude, Skarsgård, that's like kind of his CO, the recruiter. It's good. It's good. The way they got it is good. Like Rogue One was my favorite of the new movies, and then Rogue One actually they had to pull that from the brink because that movie production had bad production problems. Tony Gilroy I guess there was enough there for him to clean it up. They had to change the ending. They had to change a lot of stuff. I really do hate that they killed even that character. I hate that they died. Yes, it makes it very, 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 very impactful, but I really hate that they died. I hated that chick died. You know, because they could have they actually could have did a lot with that character. Comics, they could have did a lot because everybody ain't gonna be in the main movies, so they could have did a lot with that character. I wish they could have that back, or like, and you can't find a way to make them alive because even it was a Death Star hit. There's no way to survive in that. So
yeah, it's movie magic, man. They can find a way.
But that goes to show you how stupid the Kathleen Kennedy is. Like they don't even know the characters they had when they had them.
Well,
like because
she
she was
wants to
so
get rid
agenda
of all the
driven.
characters. She wanted to get rid of all these male characters. That's why she didn't want to
Well,
have some new.
Cassian was a new one. I'm talking with the chick. Fuck Ander. This chick was actually, out of all of the shit she tried to do, this chick was actually the most universally accepted as far as what it was.
As far as
And
new character, yeah, okay, I'll agree with that.
as far as especially I can make it because Ander is not not yet, hasn't proven himself yet. But even with even though he was in that movie, but my thing is, let alone the women that they've tried to put out there. And I will argue, if you look at the Marvel, if you add Marvel into it, Scarlett Johansson kind of gets a pass because she was in the OG stuff. She kind of played her role and she never got a movie. So people tend to like say, even dudes like, she deserves a movie. And as an actress, she ain't said no crazy shit. I see even the white boys bring up the fact that she got paid the most. Only Robert Downey Jr. got paid more. She got paid more than Captain America in the same appearances, except maybe the Winter Soldier. People forget that. But I ain't saying she don't deserve all money, but the fact that never gets brought up, meaning she's getting like put in a separate situation. I would say Elizabeth Olsen, because she had more exposure. And a lot of folks tend to like the way her character is. It's pretty, comic driven, and how she plays it, and the fact that she's very interested in the character, the comics. She takes it seriously. It's more so than a lot of the people. And so she gets, I would say, her, and then this chick from Row One. But then again, she only got one movie, so you got to give her that. So out of all the stuff that Marvel Disney has put out, this chick, other than those two, you can put her right up there. As far as third. And that says a lot. That says like you put I'm not even gonna lie. I even like Dr. Aphra in the comics, because they got that character, which is like Darth Vader, and she's kind of like an archaeologist, but she's got like Harley Quinn kind of tendencies, but she's not like Harley Quinn with goofy shit. But she's got this like Harley Quinn luck thing where it's like she's in situations. They do a good job at not making her a Mary Sue. Making every situation she's able to weasel out of is like, I could see somebody being intelligent enough to do that, but and it doesn't. And she takes her hits. Even what she did with Vader, she said, "Look, I know you're gonna kill me eventually. If you do so, please, can you just cut my head off? Make it quick." And Vader was like, Vader didn't want to give her the satisfaction of saying, the way they framed it was Vader told her to do whatever he was telling her to do. And then he was, because the way it was framed, but he knows that's his reputation. So, and she knew what situation she was in. So, but it was kind of like, he didn't give her the satisfaction of answering that. But you could tell, like, in that Brader could see that, that's a reasonable request. I can do that. I mean, as long as you don't piss me off, we can forego the torture. And when Vader
why not?
Try to kill her, and when Vader did try to get her, it's like she was always able. She never like outsmarted Vader, but like you could tell she saw that was coming, so she was able to. They make it really. It's like a Jason in or what was the dude Halloween. It's like that situation with the chick,
Michael Myers.
Yeah, with the other chick, the main chick that they never killed. Like she's just able to get away from it. Just like he's just close to killing her, and it's funny. It doesn't happen enough to where it's like, okay, Vader would have used the Force, but it's a good written comic, and that's another woman character that has the elements that people want as far as, just a modern woman. She does what she wants to do. She lives free. Even her droids are like sadistic, and she reprogrammed them. But at the same time, it's still not, you're not doing this at the expense of the other characters. Even another character, even though she didn't come up in the this was the Han Solo. That movie wasn't as bad as people want to say it is. It ain't like She-Hulk, but I get why people have issues with it. The chick is the girlfriend of Han Solo. Even she has her arc in the in the comics that she appears, because they have her interact with like Leia, and you got to remember this Leia. He liked Leia because Leia kind of reminds him of her. She has the same look too. You can see this being the template that will form him having a type. As far as look. So Yeah, and so how they go at it, I mean, Leia's Leia, but this chick isn't stupid, and so because they do a thing like at the end, you saw that she took over one section of the gang, and then Darth Maul was over, so he was working with her because she was kind of thing. He taught her like she even fought Darth Vader one time. With Darth Vader, he was playing with her, but she was doing some shit that it was like he didn't know, he didn't see like a normal person be able to do, and he even said, who trained you? Because somebody trained you for you to be dodging this lightsaber, even though I'm just throwing it around, and somehow she was able to sneak her way out of that shit. But yeah, her name's Kira. Yeah, so I mean, they know, Hollywood knows how to make female. I mean, Sigourney Weaver, all of them, they know how to make motherfuckers that
Nah,
do.
they used to. They used to. They're
They
not
do
doing
now.
it.
No, they know. They do now too. They choose not to do it.
Nah, they think these characters are gonna go over.
No,
but they don't, because the problem is they don't put them through the hero's journey. They don't put
that's
them.
on purpose.
They don't put these women through damn struggle or strife or anything like that. What they do is make these women have everything they want. It's just like what we just call it, a penis envy. And so they want these women to be super strong, super fast right off the gate in these unbelievable situations. And that's why a lot of these movies are fucking failing, because people are not accepting it.
The difference is the people that I mentioned, the characters that I mentioned, those have different writers behind them, and some of them got dudes that are writing these characters. We go back to your hero journey. I will agree that these writers, they choose which that's the difference between the writers and the executives. The executives know which writer's going to create certain results, and if they want to make money, notice how when Hollywood wants to make money, now sometimes they get lucky. Like Top Gun shouldn't have made the kind of money it made. But Top Gun made that because of kind of the climate, and it's not a lot of movies to fill that role. And now, and I haven't seen Top Gun. Y'all can judge me, but it's a white man. He got his money. Y'all be all right. But I've seen a synopsis of what the movie is about, and I can see why dudes would get behind that art. Another thing too, a lot of people don't understand the impact that the first Top Gun had on a lot of white folks that were coming up when they were seeing it. Like that, like. When you see the soundtrack, I see a lot of white folks. I'm talking about like 40s, 50s. They play that soundtrack all the time.
Because Top Gun was the movie that came out when they were in their teens and
exactly. 20s. That's like some of them Star Wars. Like that's how impactful that is for them. And so I can see that movie doing well because they ain't get another movie like that. And Tom Cruise is still good enough to play the role because they brought a lot of nostalgia back into it. And they did. It was, I mean, Tom Cruise wasn't going to let these young motherfuckers overdo him in his movie because he runs his production. But my point is, they pick the writers, and they know the writers that know how to create the stuff that they want based on history. So when you look at these characters that actually work, and these women are not ugly women, they're not butch women. Like Kira is an attractive character, but she's not like overly attractive, like how these women try to, get mad about. Even the chick that was in Rogue One is not an ugly character, at all. So they know how to do what they want to. Even that chick off of Mandalorian, that role. People could have accepted that role as her as like a more gunnery type of person, but they know what they want to do, and it's like. But
I think to be honest with you, I think this generation of writers are not very creative. I think that a lot of the creativity has gone out with a lot of these writers.
But to be but the thing about writers is that's the thing about writing. You can be old and still do it. That's why they got different people and do treatments and stuff like that. But from what I've talked to a couple of writers, and they actually got stuff in, and what they say is they get so many different scripts and people in mind for all that shit, and they pick what the fuck they want because they got an idea of the mindset of these people through the treatments and stuff that they get. So they pick who the fuck they want, where they want, and even when they do these writing houses, it's the zeitgeist of like that particular house. It thinks one way, just like the Captain America Winter Soldier. Those are not black that did that. So these these people, they know they know the writers. They know that they can produce a certain result if they want it. But yeah, you're right. They pick these. They elevate these. Like for instance, the bitch that wrote Black Panther. I'm talking about the comics. They pulled her out of a political situation. She was doing political like writing and stuff. And you don't think she's gonna try to take that because she don't have comic book experience like that? See, like they gave this to me. They gave this to me to do with what the fuck I want to do with it, to do me, and that's what they did. And
You
that's
talking
why
about the chick that was on the movie? Or you talking about the chick?
it might have been a gay dude that wrote that the one that really fucked up
the comic books,
the
Ten-Nazi Coats?
Wakanda Forever shit. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know the difference in these gay motherfuckers ideology.
Ten-Nazi Coats. Yeah, like he kind of fucked Black Panther.
Yeah, he did exactly what they wanted to do because they used that as a prerequisite of putting them in the movies.
The thing about it is with those comic books, they'll hire you if they see that if you're a writer, and a lot of the people they writing, they don't really care about the damn comic books, and so if they don't have no passion behind that shit, then you're gonna get crap ass stories, which is what you got now in the comic book industry. Like a lot of these people just use comic books as a stepping stone to do something else.
Yeah,
because there's no money in comics.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Yeah, and so it is what it is. But as far as Rogue One is definitely good. I mean, the first 3 episodes are slower, so everything ain't shooting and stuff. Even though that is in there towards the 3rd episode, but they do a lot of setting up. But you know, it's some good shit. I don't even. It's any black people in there. Shit. It's like a couple of soldiers. A couple of soldiers are black, but you know, give it time. But that ain't even what I'm judging it on. You know. So
whatever.
They'll be like, "Well, Cassian's not white." Please.
Yeah, a lot of people. I don't think a lot of people are that creative writing stories anymore. They're. I think they're going through this new form of like there really shouldn't be a hero's journey that people go through. It just and a lot of these female movies, like that new Charles Angel movie, they thought it was going to do good. When the movie don't do good, what they do, they go out and start bashing fans. That's the whole thing. What happened with Star Wars is that they start bashing fans, and the fans start saying that something's not right, and that's what really hurt the franchise to begin with. That's why they stopped doing damn movies because fans said, "No, fuck this shit. We don't like this shit."
And then you got a lot of fan movies. Like this is one dude is doing a fan movie. Well, you got dudes because they don't even got to do movie. They can just do trailers. Like a lot of this technology is coming up, so people doing their own canon.
Look at that Obi-Wan versus Darth Vader fight. Good Lord, that's like I'm gonna need y'all to add that in the movie. That's
even the one based on the Old Republic. You also got Mara Jade was another character that they could have really did. You know, there's a lot of so this idea. You know, it don't matter though.
That came before Kathleen. Took it over. But see, Kathleen got rid of all of that damn lore. She said that shit don't exist anymore.
I mean, I could that move. I could understand to a certain extent. That gave them permission to kind of mine what they want to mine, you know, because they can incorporate that. Because it's like, well, they didn't buy that property. I can understand the mindset behind why somebody would do that because it's basically
to get rid of their whole entire lore.
Yeah, they're saying it don't count except what we say counts.
Then what you're doing is you alienating the fan base that grew up with this.
Not if you choose what you want to choose and put it in there. If they would have picked more of the stuff and put it in there, there's a way to do that. And then another thing too that they're looking at is the people that grew up with is aging out. What about the young? So I understand the mentality. I'm not saying it's the right call, but I understand the mentality.
No, that was a complete wrong call because the people that are still gonna take their children to go see Star Wars are the people who grew up with it back in the 70s and 80s. These people were still watching it, and the simple fact that you have taken and saying everything that you guys knew beforehand, that don't exist anymore, and you still have a large population. These people still alive. From BGS age all the way to my brother's age, who's in his 40s, about to turn 50, to my age. When I was in my 20s, we were watching the sequels or the prequels. So we got this whole mass of people that was all about Star Wars, and then you trying to say that everything that we learned, we read, we bought all these books, this money that we spent. Yeah, forget all that.
What's the difference between that and any other comic book event that erases everything, like the New 52? What's the difference? Because that's how they were looking at it.
The difference is that
rather than giving you no fucking event, they just said, look, that shit is there. We'll mine from it what we want because Thrawn, whatever. But the reality is, you know.
The difference is that comic books are a niche, but these movies have more of a wide arcing effect towards people. Movies reach more people than the comics will ever reach. So whenever they did that back in the 80s with Crisis on Infinity Earth, right? They reset it, but they reset everything back because it was getting too crazy and it was too convoluted because people were doing this, doing that. You weren't doing that in Star Wars. You didn't do that in Star Wars. Everything was under one roof, George Lucas, and he made sure everything was in line with each other. Now that Kathleen Kennedy's got it, she's saying everything George Lucas did was fuck it. We're gonna make women the head of how you pretty much alienating the fan base, and even the people that you have, even though you have, that was on her. That was on her because she was in control of Star Wars. The problem of her reign of Star Wars is that she's saying that fuck the old fans. She let these people go on Twitter, online to start bashing fans. Hold on. She started letting people bash the fans to where these people after what the Han Solo movie. That's when they said fuck this shit. We're out. That's why they won't make no money.
Yeah, so I understand all of that, but you're applying all of that to a business decision that like because what that lore change is like one component that's completely separate than all the other shit that they did. Now you could pretty much say that it has to do with the mentality, and I'm just straight up a change like that wasn't her call.
That was
call.
Whenever you have a photo shoot where it says the Force is female now.
Yes, but you're applying two different things. Like she could have did what she did they could have did what they did with that and never did none of that other stuff. So what really pissed and to be straight up, the fans were mad, but that wasn't the deal breaker. That wasn't the deal breaker. A lot of fans could have got over that because a lot of fans were saying that we'll see if they what they mine out of it and stuff like that. They saw it as, like I said, a new 52 kind of thing, and they did mine a lot of stuff out of it. Hold on one second.
No, they didn't mine a lot of stuff. They got rid of everything.
Yeah.
They got. I mean, all these Star Wars shit I see pop up and people talking about this shit. What they're saying is like they gave the first one a chance. They say, okay, it's like kind of like the first Star Wars movie.
Yeah.
All right, but then after that, what was it? The Last Jedi shit.
Yep.
Last Jedi was the turning point where people said, "Oh no, fuck this shit. Oh hell no, what the fuck are y'all doing, Star Wars?" And that's when saw a whole bunch of people started. These creators, the director Ryan Johnson, all these people bashing the fans, and the fan base is toxic. All you man babies, da da da. And that's not how you fucking run a business. These are the people that's actually gonna spend money on you. That's actually gonna buy your merchandise. They still got these toys that they were based off of these new movies still in the fucking stores at discount 6 months later. That has never happened to Star Wars in their merchandise. Never. Go ahead, AB.
To this day, I have only watched The Last Jedi one time. Same thing with the next movie. I've only watched Rise of Skywalker one time. I paid $5 to rent Rise of Skywalker, and I still want my money back.
Yeah, there's a lot of Star Wars fans pissed about these movies. A lot of them. And so them getting rid of how they treated Luke Skywalker was a fucking disaster. The simple fact how they did the Luke, Leia, and Han, and how they didn't even put all three of these people into the same movie to make you have that nostalgia feeling of the old movies back again was a fucking disaster. How they killed Han Solo was a fucking disaster. Even though I heard that he didn't want to do the role no more. But even still, you missed a grand opportunity to feed off the nostalgia of the entire fan base. Was a huge.
It had to come back anyway in Rise of Skywalker. Anyway. Yeah.
You missed a huge opportunity to capitalize on that, to hype people up to watch your movies, and you dropped the fucking ball.
Yep.
Because you had an agenda that you want to push. You want to get rid of Luke because you want to put your character as the forefront of Star Wars. Yeah. And even after this, you still want to put that new chick as in some more shit that people didn't even like. Nobody didn't like Rey. People hated Rey.
Ray!
Shit, people more pissed about Finn, to be honest with you, because they thought he was gonna be a Jedi. Then he turned out to be some sniveling little piece of shit.
Ray! Lord.
The fact of the matter is that they the one of the major problems of the entire new series is this. They made the movies one after another, meaning they had no plan to do a whole entire overarching arc. They made one movie. Okay, what we're gonna do with this one? We made another one. Okay, how we gonna finish it up? This is how we're gonna do it.
Okay.
They didn't make it one actual story.
So the problem is, I'm talking about one decision. I'm taking that's being taken, and like it's all being grouped up. Like we're talking about this as a rendered video. Like I'm just talking about one decision in order to not take the law. You could completely do that and not do all the other stuff that they did. And the reality is, what they said was, we bought the property. Like, let's even something as simple as George Lucas's the script that George Lucas did for the sequel trilogy. You could have still incorporated that and made changes and had it with one decision. The only thing that did was that said that we're going to pick and choose which lore we want to go because we have a direction that we're trying to go. Now, people assume there was a lot of plans and stuff like that, but all that other stuff that they did outside of that. All of that does not, every decision that they did does not come together as if, okay, well, if they, let's say they kept the lore. They keep the lore. They could have kept the lore and did all that other bullshit. Everything that they did that you're talking about, they could have kept the lore, said, and never did that, and never officially said that they were doing that, and did everything anyway. Because the only difference is people will be saying, "Oh, well, you're not doing it like the comics," and then the next or the lore, the books. Because the truth is, everybody didn't read the books. The books, who saw the movie? Because remember, they invalidated the secondary canon. Well, when people made the books, they knew that wasn't prime canon. That's why you have multiple layers of canon with that now. They said that this is stuff that those books got created because Star Wars wasn't really in the public consciousness up until they did the prequel trilogy. They didn't invalidate the movies. They didn't invalidate the sequel trilogy. They kept Clone Wars. They invalidated the books because the books were speaking to what the sequel trilogy and stuff was going to go. It wasn't a lot of stuff speaking to that other stuff, and they made it clear. So it wasn't like they came in and said, okay, the original series don't count and the prequel trilogy don't count. They invalidated the books, in which a lot of people did not read. Because truth be told, most people didn't read the books. Most people did, like unless you're like a real hardcore Star Wars fan, most of the people did not read the books. They did not read the books. And because the books, it's not like the Harry Potter books where the movies are based on the books. The books came because there was an absence of Star Wars content. They want to make money. People wanted to make money with the property, Lucas. So they gave people licenses to do that. And then the reality is, people, it got crazy. Maybe right after the Empire and shit like that, they get it. But some of that stuff, yeah. Just like Marvel with the comics. Everything is not based on the comics. I don't think the X-Men is going, how they bring the X-Men in is going to be based on anything comic related. I think that's going to be based on where the MCU is. Who knows what the fuck they going to do with this bullshit they doing now. But the point is, they made it very clear that as far as the linear timelines, we're going to pick and choose the characters. And they did that a little bit with Thrawn and stuff like that. But for the most part, I mean, if you would have had, what's the dude, Dave Filoni and the other dude that directed Iron Man 1, you know what I'm talking about. If they would have been at the head and then they did the same thing, the argument I'm making would be a lot more valid. The problem is, I got to argue that against all of the bullshit Kathleen Kennedy did and the mindset behind that, which is where you're coming from, which I understand. That's why I'm just saying, I'm talking about one decision. You know, that's it. I'm not talking about all other shit, but hey, but clearly we know now they didn't have a plan. So we know what the intention of that is, which is what you're getting at, which I do understand. But
the intention to get rid of that lore is the intention of going with this new plan. That's where I'm coming from.
The lore is the books.
That's what I'm talking about. The whole intention of getting rid of all that was
the books are not the prime Star Wars timeline. It's not.
What? Let me go ahead and finish what I gotta say. The whole intention to get rid of all the stuff that came before then to now or wherever these movies were going towards, was the simple fact that she didn't care for it. Like I said, George Lucas already gave her a script to kind of go off of, and she said, "Fuck this script. I'm gonna do my own thing."
Well, that's on George, honestly, because she worked for George too, as well as So you gave your baby to a bitch that don't give a fuck about it. You know, that's kind of on you, because George could have made it contingent. George could have. He didn't. He could have. He low key picked her to take over. I remember back then. Yeah, I'm comfortable. Yeah, so that's on him. So my thing is as well, but the thing is, even before it was sold to Disney, the books were not considered canon. Not like it was accepted because there's nothing else. But the books were they even there's parts of the books that contradict other books. They have literally 3 layers of canon. So they didn't really get rid of the lore. They said this is here, and we're gonna pick and choose what we want to bring in based on what we're doing. But because we own the property, it's the canon that we're going with. Just like the New 52 is not this. Like for instance, Justice League Unlimited and that series, like that, not Justice League Unlimited, but the one that came before that was, the same thing. That's the Superman and relationship that Batman has is what I always had. Young Justice, I like, even though it got stupid in the last 2 seasons, but I never liked the idea of like Wonder Woman having an issue with like Batman, because I came up with seeing Wonder Woman, like Batman and see kind of the nobility behind like the darkness kind of thing with them. All this shit with this feminist bullshit, where she want to check her, like it was one situation. Even though I gotta be fair, it is a legitimate thing. Dylan, you brought kids into crime fighting. How could you? Even though good and goddamn well there's an Amazon, these kids are being trained early too. But whatever. So she's full of shit on that. But he said you had to bring Robin. I brought Dick. Dick Grayson needed to bring his killers to justice. So he turned out like you. And then how Batman got to always have a slick shit to say. So he wouldn't. And then she shut the fuck up. But see, that relationship I don't like. Even the Harley Quinn thing, I like more than what they had, but my point is that part of the lore, even George Lucas never recognized that as but even George Lucas himself never recognized those books as necessarily canon.
He did.
Not all of them. It is certain one. There's layers to it. There's like 3 layers of those books.
Because this article is saying that these books are no longer canon because these were part of the old universe. They have the new universe now.
So you're saying that every single book was officially canon?
These are the 15.
Okay, I get those. I'll give you the 15. I'm not saying all books were not didn't count, but what I'm saying is honestly, they should have did a Palpatine, especially knowing that they went after Palpatine in the end. They really should have brought Palpatine back in. That would have been some good money. You would have been able to get the new characters in and kind of out of the way to a certain extent and make them fade to the background. And when I say fade, I mean Luke Skywalker would show up, every once in a while. But you have the actor that plays Palpatine is right age, all that. So yeah, that's what I probably would have wanted to see, but whatever. But as far as I know there's like maybe 15 or 20 books they lay with the original timeline, but the reality is they've written so many different books, and most of those books would never recognize as that. Jon Favreau, that's the dude. I'm just saying. So my thing is, I separate that. I understand. Like I said, I understand the businesses. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying I understand it. That's all I'm saying. So I mean, people could say they don't like it. I get that. They still did it. And they clearly don't give a fuck about the monetary part, because I can't even believe the toys are selling like that, because
they're not. That's what I'm saying. That's what they're not selling. That's what I'm saying. Most of the toys are like, people have done videos on this. A lot of these toys off this new stuff that they're doing now, they're just sitting in the stores and people are not picking up. The only thing that's really selling is old nostalgia toys like Darth Vader, Luke. That's why they keep putting out those statues and stuff, because people are actually buying that. People are not buying statues of of Rey. People are not buying statues of these new characters because they don't like them.
But the argument,
most of the statues that they're actually selling, that they're actually pushing, are Darth Vader, Luke, and clone troopers. That's it.
The argument, see, you're making an argument of if it's the right decision. That's not the argument I'm making. I'm arguing, talk about I can understand why they did what they did. Just like I can understand why a dude would slap a bitch. I'm not saying that's the right thing to do though, for a variety. But even if you wouldn't go to jail for it, I'm not necessarily saying that. I don't believe that's necessarily the right way to go. I still like, let's say you could slap a bitch and not go to jail. I still would tell a dude leave. Because the truth is, you slap a bitch, guess what? You still got to go to sleep.
My thing is
That's
this.
all I'm saying.
my thing is this. You spent, let's say, what, 30 years promoting this franchise a certain way. 30 years you promoted, you sold, you got people to buy into this story for 30 years. People believe this story for 30 years, how it's been written, how it's been sold to them, how it's been marketed towards them. And all of a sudden you said everything that you thought about or that we sold you on, yeah, fuck all that, we don't care anymore. That is going to make people turn a certain way against you, because now what you're saying that everything I know is invalid. That's going to cause that is a bad decision that you just did.
But that's not what broke. That's not what broke. Like that decision is in the small pieces of why people don't fuck with Star Wars now. That is one of the small ones. Like that's not like if they, again, and I go back to my original argument, if they wouldn't have did the stuff that they did. I mean, I'm gonna keep it real with you. If they wouldn't even did what they did with the sequel trilogy, like there's simple things they could have did to actually make that actually a lot better, you know, then that issue doesn't be that, because you already demonstrated that they were pulling certain characters out as did whatever they were trying to do. That's not what had people turn on Star Wars. Like, you got the initial folks that got mad about that, yeah, but that ain't what really cost them any people going to see shit and blah, 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 blah. And the truth is, they didn't have to invest, because even with like Terminator, nobody invalidated anything to just keep rewriting everything. So my thing is, again, I'm not here to say is the decision the right decision. I'm saying I understand why, because people do that all the time. If they buy some shit, they're gonna put their spin on some shit. Now, people can say it's the wrong decision. I'm not arguing with you whether it's the right or wrong decision. I'm not, like, you
people
know,
didn't like Terminator either, especially that last one.
Well, what I'm saying is, I'm not I'm not arguing with you if it's the right or wrong decision. I'm saying I understand why they did it. Now, you can still say it was a dumb decision within that and still be right. That's my thing. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand that. All I'm saying is that the whole reason to making that decision is what they did. That was the whole thing, and they wanted to get rid of the whole Luke Skywalker. That's why she was mad about Luke being in what was it, The Mandalorian, for that one episode. That Mandalorian was the only thing that brought Star Wars fans back. To be perfectly honest with you,
even with She-Hulk, they're not invalidating She-Hulk canon, and look at how they fucking
they
that
are.
up. Look at how they fucking that up.
They are invalidating She-Hulk canon.
How?
The stuff that they're doing in it, like the whole fourth wall breaking that they're doing. Yeah, that was in the George Byrne run. But the reason why they did the stuff in George Byrne is completely different what they're doing in it right now. Because She-Hulk Jennifer loved being She-Hulk. She loved being She-Hulk. This person act like she don't like being She-Hulk at all. She didn't want to be a superhero and all this stuff. At least for what I've seen. Now, has she said that she likes being She-Hulk since the show?
Yes, she has. Like, the way that they're doing it is they're doing it like at first. What they're trying to do is the first couple episodes she don't like it. The last episode she actually wanted to show up to this wedding as She-Hulk, but she was told not to because it would oversell the the bride. Now, ironically, she ended up becoming She-Hulk, and the bride was drunk. And then the bride was on some, oh my God, She-Hulk is showing up to my wedding. So it becomes a thing, which is, I think, supposed to be the turning point to where she wants to be She-Hulk. Because remember, in the trailer, it talks about, one of the trailers talks about how, that popular best friend that always gets all the attention. Hello, and then that's when she's She-Hulk and she's in some kind of circle thing. So basically they just wanted to make that an arc, which is easy to just throw that in there as an arc. But like, yeah, because they even had a court thing where when Titania took the name, because Titania stole the name legally, like trademarked it, and then they had to go to court to basically show that she was already using the name. That's when she had to really come to terms with, do she want to be this and not be this? Does she like the name? What the advantages are. So that's really what that arc is, coming to that. Now, granted, did she like up front? I don't know in the comics if she just came out the gate loving it. And if it is, then yeah, that's different. But they are aiming it in that direction. Like I said, they didn't even put a lot of
So
money.
you like She-Hulk?
You know what's funny? What's funny is that you're saying, do I like She-Hulk just because did I watch it? Yes, I have Disney Plus, and it's like 30
No,
minutes.
I'm just asking. So
no, I have my problems with it. No, it's not something that I'm gonna watch again. No. I'm watching it because it's kind of one of those things. I'm a guy that's gonna watch most of MC. The only thing I haven't watched MCU wise, it's two things. It's what's it? Fucking Batman, Mother Moon Knight. And that's because I have no relationship with that character at all, and that has nothing to do with the show. And Miss Marvel, again, I have no relationship with that character at all. So because She-Hulk is connected to Bruce Banner, I checked it out, and it's like, whatever, it's 30 minutes, and I watch it at 1.5, 25 playback speed anyway. So just because I can recall what happened in the show, to answer your question, does not necessarily mean I like it. Like, I've watched The Flash up until the last 2 seasons, and it got bad before then. So it's a couple of different shit that I watch. Hell, I've watched Legends of Tomorrow. They got retarded. No, I didn't watch Morbius.
I didn't watch Legends of Tomorrow.
Movies are a little bit different than show. Yeah, Legends of Tomorrow had it did. But no, I haven't watched Morbius. I mean, no, because it's like they try to tie it in or not.
I'm starting to hear people actually going for Morbius because it was number 1 on Netflix for like a week.
I don't think it's as bad because one thing is, there's a lot of politics in people talking shit about movies. You have certain people that talk shit about this shit because they can get views off of it. You have certain, and I do believe most of these folks they believe what they're saying. So I'll say that first. You have a lot of the racial elements and it's not always race, but that's in there sometimes, as far as why these people do what they do. Like, I think Geeks and Gamers for the most part are not bad with that, but there's some that it's like they're just good at covering it up. But this is why they like Young Ripper, because Young Ripper kind of gets covered with that. Although I'm not gonna say they don't respect that he's put a platform together. I think that's an added bonus that he gives cover to that. And I do believe Young Ripper believes what he's talking about, because he took what we're talking about and put it in action. So
yeah, he made his own comic, and I support it.
Yeah, so so shout out to him. So I'm not saying all these people are just saying it. I do believe they believe it. I've seen this in the Star Wars, because you have a lot of bigger Star Wars channels, and they're all over the spectrum. As far as like Star Wars Theory is more in the middle, but he'll try to be positive when he can. But when it's obvious as fuck, he's not gonna go against it. I can name a lot of bigger people. Then Artisan's gonna cuss me out. But anyway. But I know the people in Star Wars, no matter what happens, it's gonna be positive. Halo is another stick. It's got a wide base, and which
they do.
Yeah, and they've been negative for a while, and even the ones that try to be positive, it's like, yeah, I can't. I mean, I played the Halo. Like, Halo game ain't as bad to me as far as the fighting, but they're deep into it. I'm gonna get me started on Call of Duty, motherfuckers. That's the whole thing. I don't even.
Well, yeah. Like I said, I got a friend that's a big Halo fan. He didn't like the new series, and I guess what I'm trying to say is that when you tell people this is it's kind of like with the Little Mermaid situation, right? That's going on right now. You market this character to look a certain way, even on their Disney page when it says, "Do you want to play the Little Mermaid in our theme parks?" They are saying that the Little Mermaid has to be black, and you have to be not black, but you have to be white, and you have to be able to wear red hair. And when you're changing something from what people realize and what you market it towards, then there's going to be resistance to it.
Well, a lot of this
and the thing about it is what made this situation bad for, let's say bad for Disney, but bad for that movie. It's a simple fact that you're changing her, and also you're changing the story. I don't care if she was black or not. You know, they could have did some Caribbean elements into it because you had the fucking crab that was Caribbean. So whatever. The thing about how I looked at it is like, okay, you're changing her. That's one thing, but then also you changing the story to where she's not going up to the surface as for love. She's going to the surface for a fucking dog. Shout out to Kevin Samuels, By a Dog Die Alone.
A lot of it is proper, but see, I've always been, and this is even before I really got heavy into marketing. Hollywood is 30% propaganda, 70% profit.
Yeah.
And really, when you look at what they determine as profit, they tell their shareholders what they're going to deliver. And it's really, do you deliver that number or don't? And then how many points over it? Within that, they really say, other than saying, this is what we're going to release, this is what it's about, how we get there, don't ask. Like that's really the message. And so, for instance, when you take movies like horror movies, they're extremely profitable. So like guys like R.P.L, or what's the other dude that does the Bloom stuff like that? They can Bloom, like Bloom Productions, like he does all of that.
Okay.
Yeah, he's around, and then he'll get directors like that's really good, like The Conjuring and stuff like that. That did it. They all those for the most part are very, very profitable. $5 million
because the budgets are small. That's why.
Exactly, but that money is used to power other movies, or the power movies. It depends on what studio, but the power movies like that Egyptian movie that Chadwick Boseman is going to lose money. That's why you always used to have a him her thing or Ben Hur stuff. Used to have that. That's how that works in Hollywood. They use certain things, rom-coms, horror movies,
but they still got
nigga comedies. Yeah, but they do make money. But the thing
not
is,
all of them.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you look, but you're looking at it like each movie individually. If you're a studio house and you have a portfolio of movies, it's kind of like if you make bets and you lose some big bets, but you win a whole bunch of small ones that make up for that. So you're in profit. End of the day, the shareholders are the only people they give a fuck about. That's what they present to them. As far as you and them, they don't give a damn, because the merchandising to them, because they sell the licensing to other people that for the most part take the real risk in making the stuff, like the stores that hold it, the people that actually manufacture it. It's a risk thing. And so what I'm saying is, from the perspective of the fan, and I'm, it's seen as, oh, why are they making all this other shit? Trust me, they're not just completely, the stuff that they make is not profitable. There's other things that's making it up from a studio's balance sheet. Now, can it be fucked? Yeah, WB and DC is a perfect example of it being absolutely fucked, because that's why they're being sold and ain't nobody trying to buy them. But that ain't everybody.
They made, their movies weren't making the amount of money that they needed to make. And they were making bad decisions with their movies. I mean, why are you making a Batgirl movie where it's saying Batman's dead? Why hasn't you have made a Superman movie since Man of Steel? Why did you get rid of Henry Cavill? Like, you were making all these dumbass decisions. They were going to make Superman a female. They were going to make Batman a female. That was their plan.
Yeah, the difference.
And the thing about it is that they have all these iconic characters. They really should be doing better than Marvel.
The difference,
but the problem is that they made stupid ass decisions that wasted a lot of fucking money, a lot of fucking potential, and that's where they're in the position that they're in, because they wasted all that shit.
Yeah, the difference between Marvel, the DC, and Marvel is under Disney's umbrella, and Disney's a lot more stable versus, so they can fuck up and then everything else absorb it. Now, yeah, I'm not debating, are they losing money? Are they dumb business decisions? I'm not debating that, but people make it sound like this stuff is unconscionable. It's like literally like they took the damn archive, like the Prime archives for the shit, and just threw it out, like deleted it to where they can't never recover it. But as far as what DC did, DC's biggest issue is they kept on trying to copy Marvel, and they should have never made a universe.
They didn't try to copy Marvel per se.
They tried to speed it up, and
I
DC,
agree with that. They did try to speed it
and
up.
DC doesn't have a stable house. Like AT&T bought they shit. It's like a video game company. It's like Mortal Kombat is technically under WB. It's like you don't have a stable thing to know, okay, this franchise is gonna be here. Same thing with Halo. When 343 took over and so like it's stable, so they didn't have the room to make those fucking mistakes. And they just another thing, they kept rotating their damn. They had the opposite problem because they kept rotating their damn upper management, and then they get fired and all of that. So they didn't have that same room. Versus with Kathleen Kennedy, you got a lot of people protecting her bullshit. You know, because truth be told, if you would have put Kathleen Kennedy in WB with all of that shit, she would have been gone. But I'm talking about like you took Star Wars and put it outside of Disney, you know, like to where they're thinking long, because that's another thing about the propaganda thing. They're thinking long term. Just like how when we look at, you know, a lot of the, you know, alternative dating, alternative dating, we know we don't like it. They're thinking 30, 40, 50 years ahead of time. And that's the problem. That's the problem. Because like even with the stuff we've had to deal with, we didn't, like, for the most part, we were one of the last people to come to school where there was any semblance of shop or woodworking or shit like that. These young motherfuckers don't got that unless you go into a specialized school. And they removed, so people thought that was, oh, that's so stupid. Why would you remove that and put that in the community school system when you were giving that for free? Certain people are making these policy things in the long term, and it's much more difficult to deal with that shit in the long term. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's why I understand it's a lot more threatening to even a lot of people, because if you grow up in that shit, that's all you know. Now, as far as the Little Mermaid shit, you think white dudes gonna want to take their daughter to see that? Look, and I hate that it had to happen to Haley Bailey. It was funny. Haley Bailey's boyfriend, just to get on another note, talk about I didn't know racist. Perfect example, Art. Haley Bailey's boyfriend. Now he's what, maybe 23, 24. He's a YouTuber. He's cool dude, cool black dude, cool brother. He dated, what was that I forget what that, Ruby Rose, and then Ruby Rose wanted to comment on his height because whatever, fuck you bitch. But he took it like a Jew, and he clearly upgraded. Look, right. Ruby Rose you can make the argument that Ruby Rose is more attractive than Haley Bailey, but you're not gonna make the argument. Who you think is gonna probably be the better girlfriend? Who you think is gonna probably be better longer term? Unless Haley Bailey come up with some crazy shit. Another thing too, the fact that Haley Bailey actually works out and tries to build an ass, and you know, I give her credit for a lot of that, especially considering what these motherfuckers did. Anyway, point is, so I hate that had to happen to Haley Bailey, but it is what it is. Now, her boyfriend was talking about, I didn't even know racism existed until this happened to my girlfriend, and I'm like, this is the perfect
ass.
But the fact that he even would say that and not think that shit would sound lame as hell. But yeah, you're right. He's probably lying, but the fact he didn't put that out there like that goes to show you what I'm talking about. As far as some of these motherfuckers really grow up believing, because remember, he wasn't old enough to vote for Obama. He's post Obama. So, oh my God, it's a new thing. And he probably was telling
the simple fact that Trayvon Martin happened during his time should show him something. Come on. He's capping.
But then, a lot, you be so, yeah, I'm not, but a lot of these motherfuckers be buying into the idea. Did he do something? Or especially these motherfuckers that they get paid. Like, because when you get a certain amount of money, especially when you're young, hell, Glenn didn't be in a bubble sometimes. And, you know, he didn't really deal with the Negroes until he did that car rental business.
That motherfucker ain't in a bubble. He in a panic room if he believes that.
But the younger dudes, you know, they grow up with some of this internet money. You tell you these dumb bitches talking about 100,000 ain't really that much. Cool. Shit. My bad. I'm just cutting this. I got this green screen circle bullshit.
You got you using the green screen?
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
Oh shit. Got him. Well, we got this break. I know he'll be back. Let's read cash outs. Julian, appreciate you. Mr. Z, appreciate you. JC says salute, appreciate you. And Ray June, appreciate you. All right. What were you saying before?
Yeah, so I got the green screen.
You get
Fucking
it from
with that.
Amazon?
Yeah.
Or are you making your own?
Technically, I didn't feel like doing this shit. I actually do have the green screen material. I got that right in the closet. I didn't feel like doing that bullshit.
You got the one that it's just like a little circle, or you got the one?
No, I got the bigger one because
that sits on the floor. You just raise it up.
No, I don't have that. What I have is the one it folds and it's a lot bigger. It's the oval.
Okay.
And because I do have like a thing that I can lift it up because I have that other thing that's white and black.
Mm-hmm.
I've been had that and I got this. This is blue. This is blue and green. Oh, I've been doing some interesting stuff because a lot of
you use that green screen and put like Engerman does, put the grass behind you.
I may do this for some other stuff. We'll see what I do with it. I think this is gonna be more for like some of the stuff I do with TikTok because I've been doing some goofy shit with TikTok. Fucking with pictures and shit.
I think what I might do, at least for my channel, is start doing shorts and do shorts from like these hangouts.
You should, because now you can get paid with the shorts. Now they said in the partner program in 20. Shout out to Roberto Blake, North Carolina, one of few black dudes YouTube certified. It mean like officially from YouTube. He did a thing. I may need to see you the video. Like shorts are gonna start being able to be monetized, and they're creating a new tier of what it takes to get paid. Like what new tier to participate in the partner program, where you may not be able to participate in the AdSense program, but you can participate in super chats and super thanks. Super thanks is a thing where you could leave a super chat in the comment section. So y'all need to start doing that. But you can super chat, so it's a lower tier. Now he doesn't know what that's gonna be, but if you get in a partner program, the shorts, that's big. That's gonna be big.
Can you do the shorts? You can do the shorts off your desktop, right? Do you have to just upload a video? Or you just got like record something?
Oh yeah, you can. Like, cause what it is, cause a lot of them shorts, when I be uploading other videos of people, like the one with the bitch that tore up the dude's apartment.
Yeah,
those are other videos. Those videos I pull from TikTok, and what it is, if it's like under a minute, they're gonna register it as a short. That's usually what they do. The best thing. It's Canva. Okay, YouTube has a bad interface. TikTok has a good interface for shorts. Instagram has a good interface for shorts. As far as like the editors and stuff to doing stuff, because TikTok is good. Even if you're uploading pictures, TikTok actually has some things that you can do. And I was playing around with it, but Canva is like my favorite thing to do. Let me see if I can pull up some of my the things that I did is shorts. Y'all gonna laugh, but whatever. Yeah, Canva, you bring up Canva and then you upload, because you can do like the portrait thing, and you put a video that's like 16:9 in there and things at the top or the bottom. That's what I would do for you. And then you could do an audiogram, or even if you don't do that, you just put what the thing is for it. Like a top thing, a bottom thing, and yeah, it works. And they're gonna start rotating it to where they're making it so it integrates more with somebody's fucking channel, because they've been being stupid about that.
Salute to the Grinch.
Yeah, and I think a fire stream this morning.
Yeah, I gotta watch that one. No, I gotta watch that one too. But go ahead.
You talking about that 2 hour
stream? Yeah, he was cooking. And he put out a lot of just like really good concepts, because I like. The one thing I've always noticed is that whenever I talk to women in my family at like that age, is 30 plus, when they talk about relationships, they always say, don't you want a companion? And they're really projecting what they actually want, which is they want a companion, right? That's why they talk about all their best friend stuff and whatever. But he really he captured it very clearly in that stream.
Yeah, I
like the women I date, but
I'm not looking. So if you date,
but I'm not looking like
this nigga hate dating. Dating.
I'm not doing that. But like if I'm like 70 plus, 60 plus, obviously, that'll be that's a different dynamic. But companionship, friendship, that's not exactly what I'm looking for. I'm friendly with the women I date, but not. They're not like I don't know. It's hard to.
Here's the
But he
problem.
really got it.
Yeah, and the thing, and I'm glad because he asked some questions like that. I'll give that chick a lot of credit for opening up to him with that, and I even understood why he said that was a turnoff, but it was definitely something. Because the biggest thing that Grant said, well, not the biggest, but one of the things he said was when he stated that he didn't realize how impactful telling a bitch buy a dog die alone was. I'm like, well, nigga, these bitches danced on his grave for a reason. And even before that, these chicks were doing they were doing like 24/7 fucking 24/7 fucking, clubhouse rooms.
They couldn't
Like
stop talking about him.
you
Man,
buy, that.
Man, I have a cousin who was on there. She had like, I got off of it after like, a couple months, but she had like 10, 20,000 people following her on it. And they were always talking about this. And they were at that age. And I was like, look, I've seen where your mother was. I've seen where, other aunts of ours are. I'm like, you guys know that he's right, but you don't want to do anything about it. And it's clear that they don't. They want the men to fold in. I can't express it another way.
Yeah, the way I usually say it is you're gonna do what you want to do. So don't ask me fucking permission to do it so you can blame me. Do what you want to do, and then it's gonna be what it's gonna be. I don't even know why we're having this fucking conversation. Really, like, because you're not asking for my opinion, you're asking for permission or me to give you a blessing so you can say it's me, and I'm not gonna do that. So let's just pretend we had this conversation. Because if you give them the answer they don't want to hear, then they start arguing with you. And I'm like, well, bitch, do what the fuck you want to do then. I mean, this is the goofy shit that they do. And what it is, this is what I said it. This is what they really want. What they want is to be told that no matter what you do, there's always somebody. We're going to put pressure on somebody to always have you fall on a fucking air mattress.
Oh, they got him.
Mattress or a microfiber mattress, one of them tea. That's what they really want. Even if they date white men, what they want is to be told there's going to be a black man who's willing to be a stepfather for your biracial children. That's really what they want, which is why they keep coming at us with this conversation. That's really what they want. To say no matter what you do, there will always.
That's not true. Millennial
but that's what
generation,
they
it's
want.
not.
But that's what they want to be told.
Yeah, but with the lived
I just want
experience,
to say this real quick.
Go ahead.
This Bluebell ice cream, banana pudding ice cream. If y'all motherfuckers don't get this shit, I'm telling you right now, this shit's good as fuck.
I forget what's that fucking ice cream. I got it in the. It's like Oregon strawberry. Like they got weird names, but
yeah. But this shit right here tastes just like banana fucking pudding. I'm telling you.
Bluebell makes a good vanilla. I always judge like ice cream by how good their vanilla is, and they make like because vanilla is like a very plain ice cream, but like how creamy is it? How rich in vanilla is? Bluebell makes a good one, so I bet this is good. But I don't.
It tastes just like banana pudding, man. It's got vanilla wafers in it and everything. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah. I only have so much lactose intolerance buttons I can waste every month. So I try not to spend them on ice cream unless I really want it.
Yeah, like so you got like out here we got Bluebell, Blue Bunny.
We got
I'm a Edie. I like Edie's. And there's another one too.
Edie's
I gotta go down there. I gotta go downstairs and
tell them.
Yeah, it's a couple, but yeah, where the fuck is this? Let me play this real quick. I'm gonna pull this up. These are some of my things in
shorts.
Yeah, so
is Instagram good? Because I use Twitter.
If you use Reels and stuff, it depends. If you like putting pictures up, but I don't even put pictures up on my shit. This is my main account. Let me cut off the sound. That was just something I did with just the photos. Let me hold on one more. Let me do. This is another one. That was also with a photo. Now this is the one that's kind of lame, but whatever.
I hate when people ask me, "Does it work? Does this opportunity work?"
the response I want to ask give them. Do you work?
Yeah, so that's me just playing with it. Oh no, don't let me get creative because I'll start. See, I'm not pulling that in the red pill space because I pull certain things in the red pill space. I'll start pissing people off in the TikToks because I'll get real. That was me putting two things together with a couple apps, and that was me. Actually, I was in the bed. That's why my head looks like it's on a swivel because it was against the wall. And I'm literally just shooting my picture, putting it here in the phone, seeing what I can do with it. So,
I seen the strawberry lemonade, but I never seen the oatmeal cream pie ice cream and a salted caramel brownie.
Special order.
It's a limited time.
Oh yeah, and that was another thing with the Krispy Kreme shit. Yeah, man, they it's not just that they have the normal stuff. In the Philippines, like they compete directly with Starbucks, so they're more like coffee shop with the donuts, and the donuts are there. So they have like Skittle donuts, like fruit style, like tropical like style donuts. They had the double chocolate donuts way before they came here, and they're still not here like that. Like the chocolate icing, chocolate frosting for Krispy Kreme, not Dunkin' Donuts. So they had them. They have the ones that make the donuts as well as the smaller ones versus out here we do it through the grocery stores, and even all the grocery stores don't do it no more because Harris Teeter's donuts are actually really good actually.
Well, I work downtown, so whenever I come up the street, I gotta go past that Krispy Kreme. That's what I said when I went past there. I saw that light. I was like, oh, let me turn this bitch around. Do a big
and that's another thing I always tell my people. I always say everywhere is exotic to somebody somewhere. And like if you drive around, places and you see like for instance all the brick, like the new brick, because a lot of our stuff because it's brand new, even though it has an urban feel, it's like that clean like urban feel you would see like on TV. Where ain't nothing dirty unless they're going for that. Yeah, and then we have NC State downtown. In fact, I'm probably gonna do a video. I'm gonna start doing some videos where I'm talking, and what I'm doing is in a backdrop. I'm gonna drive through like that Utah channel. I'm gonna drive through NC State. Like I'm actually drive through the campus. I'm gonna drive through Duke, and then put it in the background, and then be talking behind it. That way, people, because you can do that with just your phone, And I got like the beanbag, phone holder thing. It can lift it, so I can do that. That way people can kind of see some of the places. I mean, they ain't like giving away my location if I do it that way. Drive like through, what's the fucking school in Durham other than Duke? Not A&T.
Central.
Yeah, Central. Probably drive, to Wake Forest University, one time and do that. Give something to look at. Drive through downtown Durham. I may do some of those videos just to change.
I need to get because I'm gonna buy me another audio recorder, but it's gonna be a better one. It's gonna be like I think I've seen one for like $210. And what I want to do is get like a little clip that I can clip onto my dashboard, so that way I can have the shotgun mic pointed at my mouth. So whenever I drive home and I have this idea, I can just talk to it because the one audio recorder I got, the audio is kind of bad on it. I don't like it. So I was thinking about getting this thing that costs like I think it was like $219. And I got a shotgun mount, so I was gonna take that, clip it to my dashboard, so that way when I drive home, I can just talk, and then I can edit it when I get home.
Yeah, I just do normal headphones. No, you're right though. If you want to do it good, either that or get like a Bluetooth. As far as I do that, because a lot of times I don't like doing. For some reason, I don't like doing the kind of like how SWP does it, where he'll be driving and then he'll do it, but he puts everything in the background. If I'm gonna do that, I'm probably gonna go live. But yeah, but as far as like the new shit with the shorts, I mean that's bank because none of them TikTok you don't get paid like that, Instagram you don't get paid like that. So if you're getting paid with the reels, depending on who you are and blowing it up, and the other thing is they're gonna make it its own tab. So they're basically working on ways to integrate it better, which they should because they're really trying to compete with them in their own way. But it is.
YouTube trying to compete, right? They're trying to compete with Twitch and trying to compete with TikTok.
Yeah, well, Facebook got fucked. Facebook, and they deserve it. Yeah, you want to have a conversation about people making bad business decisions. Facebook and that meta shit really fucked them up. Now, I don't know if they're doing that on the long term and they're just taking long. In the meantime, you got like YouTube is a legitimate competitor. Twitch, like YouTube and TikTok are two legitimate competitors, and Facebook, and they definitely will pull market share from Facebook. And really, I could go into all that, but the thing is, them having to compete is great because then they have to actually do favorable things to creators to get people focusing on one platform over the other. So that's always good for creators because that puts people in position where they can't do as much of the fuckery as they're used to doing and getting away with.
I'll say, man, YouTube makes better sense as a platform. Facebook is trying to do all the things at once, and it just doesn't. It doesn't seem to be able to do it. Like the communities, the videos, the selling, like all that stuff is just like it's. They're trying to cram too many things onto their revenue generating platform, and they haven't figured it out yet.
Where
Facebook, because they got thousands of employees.
Well, where Facebook is really fucking up is Facebook. The Facebook platform is built fundamentally differently than everyone else. Their platform is kind of private, so it doesn't work like a true blue search engine. They don't really have a search algorithm.
Nah, they have it built for their. They have it built. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And you're right, and that works against. Now that's starting to work against them because especially with TikTok, how TikTok kind of has a search algorithm, but that virility part, because it keeps people wanting to stay on the platform for that, and then with people in the short attention, so it's YouTube. But YouTube thought they could just throw shorts up there. And where I will say this though, Instagram is probably I actually find myself on Instagram Reels more than on TikTok. So Instagram, like TikTok and Instagram Reels has better music. Instagram has its thing. It's just like I said, they're trying to gouge too much money too fast to the point at the expense of the creator. Like I understand there's got to be a balance, but you make it so people can't grow. And the people that want to grow are the fucking people that's going to care about what the people to keep people on your fucking platform want. And present them in the way you want it presented, because that's the incentive. When you sit there and you kill the growth thing, because what you really want to do is get people to spend money on ads. And here's what's also fucked up. You spend money on ads, like you shouldn't spend money on ads on the YouTube channel because it actually hurts your organic growth. So you need to really create a whole new channel to do that. So the way they do it, it's like y'all are making too many immediate decisions and not enough like long term. I know Facebook is Instagram, but because Facebook bought Instagram, it's not quite as structured the same way as Facebook is, which is what I'm talking about.
It's built differently from the root out, and I'll say like the biggest problem I see for Black folks, as far as the ecosystem for like online media, is that Johnson Publishing and all those companies had the opportunity to do all this stuff 20, 30 years ago, and they just dropped the ball. So now we have other people who are making independent platforms on it, as opposed to having like, the essence version of whatever YouTube is. So like the platform itself is more important than like whoever the content creators are. And so now they all basically subsume themselves to different platforms, and now they just have like a content site, and they aren't getting nearly as many views as they should be.
Well, the thing about it is, depending on how loyal your fan base is and do they really fuck with you to monetize and do what you need to do, it doesn't really have to do that. See, there's a difference between the influencers where they need like massive numbers, and then people that actually have a monetization strategy, behind, like they have an actual, like for instance, let's say they create a YouTube channel, but they know what affiliate marketing is. Now let's just get away from the make money niche. Let's say they're doing the cooking thing, They kind of have a different mindset on it, and so versus it's just like you ever see when these female Instagram thought influencers and they try to do business. I've seen it done, but for the most part, they fall on their face because motherfuckers ain't looking at them for a business thing. They're looking for them because of how they look. And, you monetize what brought people there, or you make another channel. But, yeah, Instagram Reels was implemented. Yeah, Instagram Reels was implemented. And it's interesting because Facebook Reels is trash. even though Facebook Reels, if you do enough, you can actually get paid for it. Facebook Reels is absolute trash. But Instagram Reels, the way they do, and I'm talking about the way they do it from how you engage in it as a consumer to their editor as a creator. It does rival TikTok. The problem is it's not doing enough, and because Instagram Reels is not the only reason you would go to Instagram. That's the problem.
I've always thought Instagram is more for pictures than anything else.
Exactly, and the picture side is trash now.
Yeah,
because you can't grow. It makes it very hard to grow. Their explore page to me is the worst. Like YouTube has a goal. TikTok's is a little bit better. Is their For You page, but YouTube's homepage is great because I see a lot of my stuff through the homepage. I never go to the fucking explore page on Instagram. That's not true for YouTube. That's not true for TikTok. And Facebook, that's just non-existent. So that makes it a lot harder. I mean, it really does. You gotta. And then as far as Twitter kind of has a unique way of doing things, so that kind of keeps Twitter in the game. The truth is, you can actually do business on Twitter. If you like Twitter's out to Twitter storms and like different ways of doing tweets, but as long as you stay away from the fuckery on Twitter, you're fine.
Yeah, I've always heard Black Twitter is funny.
Yeah, because it's like anyway. Yeah.
Most of the jokes that come on social media, 9 times out of 10, that shit is from Black Twitter.
It is.
It'd be reposted shit from Black Twitter in most cases.
Yeah, but shout out to that bitch that thought it was a good idea to walk naked into a Black-owned establishment.
That's completely disrespectful. Because that business you're already violating so many different rules with that haven't happened unless they kick them out immediately, which I'm sure.
A chick walked into a Black business butt naked.
The Turkey Hut down in Houston.
Yeah,
and she talking about I feel comfortable in my body. She got blonde hair like Simon Phoenix.
Yeah, she flew down from DC to do that. Like, think about it. She was looking for that virality. So she flew down from DC to Houston, stripped off her, lugs or whatever, and then just walked in there. It's a mess.
Wow.
And you can see the surgery scars too.
Wow.
It's like there's the BBL, there's the breast implants. They went in from the back. It's a mess.
Hey, it is what it is, man. People are weird now these days, man. That's why I only got social media just so I can promote this channel. I mean, I'm only on Twitter. I was thinking about doing something else, but I mean, I don't have social media like that. I don't care. I hated getting Twitter. But I got it just so I could promote this. I'll be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, I've done it professionally, and it's not that much of a benefit other than like if you're hitting the demographics for the people who are online, because like most of my career, you have to deal with the baby boomers and the Gen X people are aging out of a lot of stuff. But the people in millennials and younger, Gen Z, they're online. And so you need it just for that. But if you're not putting up good content or something that's going to get them engaged in it, and this is on like a professional sphere, it's not really going to get it. So you have to like kind of push the envelope enough, but not naked walking into a restaurant. So it's a balance.
I mean, this is pretty much their platform. So, I mean, boomers pretty much, for what I could see, is like, okay, they're on it just to post silly cat shit. But the people that's actually doing the arguing and all that shit, that's early millennials and Zs. So that's the way I've always looked at it. Because even with me, I'm an older millennial. I'm 40, but at the same time, I'm just like, I'm not into this shit like that. That could be just me because I'm a private person. I don't even like people to know where I fucking live. Some of my family don't even know where I fucking live, and I like it like that.
Smart.
I don't need to know where everybody my business. Barely post on my any of my stuff that I have. But
yeah, because it's picking up now. It's getting to the point where like I mean, so I live in the Mid-Atlantic, and I'll say I've seen a lot, and I've heard from a lot of relatives who are telling me that like it's getting much more hectic. I think you're in the generally Raleigh area. and I have some family down there. I don't talk to them much, but the ones I have in the 757 area, the Tidewater area, Richmond, New York, like it's all getting a lot more chaotic. Just
What's
it's coming in
picking
much
up?
more of a mess. The chaos. So like random violence, random petty crime, all that stuff is just like it's inching up more and more.
But they passed a bill to federally fund the police, so
The Biden stuff. That's
yeah.
that's supposed to pick up like I think next year through 2026. Like they're getting ready for it. They already know that set all these communities up to just take the L.
Well, I know a lot more black women I've been seeing walking around with damn suitcases in my area where I work at. I saw one the other day. I was going to take a picture of her, but I couldn't get a good picture because she was walking kind of fast. But she had a damn rolling suitcases.
I bet. I was gonna say, so I talked to a friend at dinner the other week who was selling. He works for one of the studios you're talking about earlier, WB, and he said that they are cutting down a lot of the stuff, mostly because they don't have to renew the contracts. Like they sign up a bunch of shit for like 1 year, 2 year, like real quick contracts, but they're trying to consolidate. And then when they get to the place where they want to, they're going to start expanding out. So they canceled a bunch of stuff on that Warner Brothers Discovery Network.
Yeah.
Then they're going to start picking back up. And he works in one of the places. He's resilient. I'll say that. But he was like, yeah, they know that the content is shitty. They're going to start picking up once they get the cash flow in the right position.
Yeah, I mean that's what Zasla's doing. He's doing all that stuff he's doing now is going to be doing for tax write-offs, so they can save money. Because if the shit ain't gonna make me money, then we're not doing it anymore. We're not doing these damn passion projects anymore. Because that was a major problem. They were doing all these passion projects for these people.
You can do a passion project, and if it pays off, if it's like
if it's good,
what's his name? Like yeah, like what's his name? The guy who made Eraserhead, David Lynch, right? Like he makes a bunch of shit that is otherworldly. But when I watched She-Hulk, I was looking at who are the writers, who are the producers, and all the writers had they had blog experience. So they'd write for think like all these feminist blogs, Bust or Jezebel or whatever, right? And then they'd have like one season working for like Rick and Morty or what would be another like Game of Thrones or the Return of the King, whatever. And then they do this, and that's why it felt disjointed as fuck watching each episode to the next. Like none of it felt like She-Hulk. It all felt like they were writing a blog of their lives into that character and then having that go.
Yeah, what I equate it to is that a lot of these people are just writing fanfics. Those fan fiction forums you used to read back in the day? It'd be just stupid ass fucking stories that people just want to write. That's what this feels like to me. It doesn't feel like they understand the characters themselves or who these characters are. That's what it feels like. It feels like fan fiction with money. That's basically what it feels like to me. Fan fiction with money. And so when you have these characters and they don't act like themselves, like they used to read them back in the comic books, or they acting completely different, that's what fans are having a problem with. It's like, this ain't how She-Hulk represented. And
yeah. And I remember reading
Wolverine or the X-Men or anything that they're doing. Like, that's why it's all trash right now.
Yeah, she wasn't even my favorite character, but she at least had a personality. And these writers don't know what that personality is. They don't know what that character history is, and they're just writing just to write. And more power to you. I mean, it's hard to get a job in Hollywood, whatever dimension you're trying to do it. But they're writing pretty much shitty product. They're making a terrible content.
I would say the best one that I've seen in recent is that Superman and Lois show that came out last year, where because they fired one of the chicks because she wanted to make the Kents black.
Were Superman and Lois white?
The Superman and Lois? The show that came on, I think last year, they had one season. It was really good. People said it was real good.
No.
They fired a black chick there because she said the Kent should be black.
Wait, but were Superman and Lois white or
Yeah,
black?
they were white.
Then why would they have adopted?
Basically,
Adopted kids?
that's what, well, Superman was adopted, but she just said they should be black, so they have more black people in it. Had more representation, and they fired her because she was being an asshat.
That would be an interesting dynamic if they had Superman adopting black children. That would be actually an adoptee having adopted kids. No, like Clark Kent being an adoptee, having black children
parents.
as an adopted.
Black parents.
The
Kents.
that doesn't make sense at all.
The Kents.
I've not seen the show, so yeah, but that
she wanted to do that, but they said no, and then she made a big fucking deal, and they fired her because of that.
Yeah, like I don't mind some of the race switching for some things, but just for that, there's not a lot of black folks in Kansas outside of the Quad Cities, and just switching out Ma and Pa Kettle was a gym, and it doesn't make any sense. But that's where that identity politics kind of fucks up. Like,
look, you know what? I don't mind there being black people and stuff because I'm black. I want to see more representation. But
absolutely,
the thing about it is that I don't want secondhand representation. I don't want you just turn the character black just so you can turn the character black. Make another black fucking character.
Yeah, or
make him good.
Different source material,
or make him good.
Yeah, because I've been in rural Kansas, rural Iowa, where like there's not a lot of black people out there outside of the Quad Cities in that quadrant, and maybe like North Omaha. But like, you kind of understand what it makes sense for Superman in America. The spaceship landing from Krypton. It doesn't make sense to make them all of a sudden there's this black family, and I mean it could happen, but statistically it's improbable or very unlikely.
Just make good black characters. That's all I want. Just make a good black character. Or if you make a good black character, don't use them one time and then just get rid of them. Like, Blue Marvel. What have they done with Blue Marvel since they made him? Nothing. I haven't seen anything with Blue Marvel now. Why? Because he was not there to be long term. He was only there for short term. Everybody say, "Oh yeah, Blue Marvel's great." Okay, but what have they done with him though? What major event have they put him through since they created him? Nothing. They ain't did nothing with Blue Marvel.
Yeah, and they don't want to go into trying to get like other black creators who've actually made stuff like Christopher Priest or or you could do like lesser known stuff and then just make the character black. Like you remember that movie with the kid who was crazy, who had the Superman powers? It came out probably like 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, Brightburn.
Yeah,
but that was an offshoot. That was like a what Elseworlds, like what if Superman had mental issues?
Exactly, but it wasn't. Was it DC or was it?
I knew it was Brothers. It wasn't DC,
but it was made by Warner Brothers. But there's no reason that kid could have been a black Superman. Do you know what I mean? Like because it wasn't tied to like 70 years, 80, well, really like 100 years of legacy media before it. Do you know what I mean? Like it would have been a lot easier to just put that person there.
It was like an Elseworlds. But I mean, I understand what you're saying, but they had to tie it to some closely related to Superman because that's basically what it was.
No,
that's basically what it was. But I mean, yeah, that ending sucked though. He just dropped his damn mom on the ground. That was some shit. But I mean, like I said, when it comes to representation, like I said, it's not that I'm against it. It's that I just don't want it to be like an offshoot of like. It's like being secondhand to like, oh look, you got your own version of Little Mermaid. Okay, how many toys and how much other movies you gonna make as a Black Mermaid? None. All right, this is just a one-time off thing, and nobody else is gonna get anything else.
Well, what it is that fucking I deserve mentality. It's like you got a job for a reason, and they bring it. I get you artsy, but when you're just completely absent of business. But again, they're encouraged in many ways. They're encouraged to do that stupid shit. Understand? It was business people that greenlit that. So yeah.
But that's why I say like a lot of this shit is pretty much. I think a lot of this shit that's going on right now is Gen X's fault. Because they're in the middle management, like the people that own it. Yeah, I can understand they boomers, but most of your companies they're getting the ideas are from these Gen X people, and most of these Gen Xers were part of that intersectionality from the 80s, and now they're getting to these management positions now.
But like intersectionality wasn't like a big thing in the 80s. That really didn't pop until
it was in academia. Like my cousin who graduated college during the 90s and stuff, and who grew up in the 80s. She was into that. That was implemented because was it Camellia Page and this other chick was talking about it. How like a lot of these people that came out of the universities are now in positions of power now, and now you get to see their fucked up mind state running rampant in the colleges right now.
Like shape policy, shape academia and curriculum.
Yeah.
Like I get what you're saying, but like a lot of that stuff. I mean, you and I are roughly the same age, and I didn't see a lot of that stuff really taking off until about 2010. Like really taking off.
That's when they got into power.
And the power, yeah, I can see
in
that.
the colleges.
Yeah, because I was seeing like the last of the black nationalists, black radical stuff.
Because what happened back in 2008? A lot of your men got fired from their jobs because of the economy, right? And so a lot of your blue collar work was downsized. But these colleges were still hiring these feminists. That's what B just says. Equity, where you got a lot of female breadwinners, and so they use the opportunity to push a lot of this shit out. A lot of this feminist rhetoric out after 2008.
Take over the HR department and just
human resources, college directors, all this stuff, pushing all this stuff. It was always there. It's just now they're in the positions to push it out now. It was always there. It's just now it's everywhere. Now you got now what's the new thing they got now? There was one video I think Abbott Beach was talk. I think they talked about it, where it's like there's like something like a donut and a chicken and baked chicken it has no nutritional difference.
That's not true. That's not true at all.
But this is what they're promoting now.
I mean, they're composed of completely different things, but I know. Yeah. But what's his name?
Because it's talking about like fat shaming.
Yeah. Poor Man's podcast pointed out that the person who runs that campaign is
Poor Man's.
And it's like they make all the sugary sweetness that turns you into like a ball of goo full of like, diabetes causing stuff. Like it makes no sense. I mean, it makes sense that it's a good way to it's the best marketing campaign because it becomes an ideology. And it's not just like buy this to make yourself seem cool. It's buy this because you're a good person, or buy this because you're not a bad person. Like that's a dangerous way to go.
Yeah, well, that's what they're going now.
It goes back to the thing that
there's no more fat shaming. You can't fat shame fat people.
You should, unless you want to be caring for somebody who's had a stroke in the 40s.
Yeah, well, it's not their fault they're fat. It's your fault for hating them because they're fat, I guess, or not even hating, just criticizing them. Like,
yeah, but you can't carry somebody who's like 400 pounds down the stairs and out to go to the doctor's office when they're having a stroke.
You can't tell them if they're healthy or not. That's what they're saying now. That's what I'm saying. It's stupid. We all know that if you are over a certain amount of body fat percentage, that you are unhealthy.
Yeah, we
all know that. But now they're trying to change the narrative, saying that just because you're fat doesn't mean you're not unhealthy. I hate to break your bubble, but yeah, it does. If you're over a certain amount of body fat percentage, you are at risk for stuff. So
a nightmare.
But
you don't see a lot of obese older people. I mean, this generation you're going to start seeing it with the baby boomers who are morbidly obese or just overweight.
Hey, welcome to the United States diet, where it exists of high fatty foods.
Yeah, put that ice cream back on the screen.
Hey, listen, I mean, sometimes you gotta take chances.
Oh, that's a treat. That is a treat, though.
Sometimes you gotta take chances. That banana pudding ice cream is a chance I'm willing to take. I'm just saying, it tastes just like banana. I was surprised as hell when I got that. I was like, let me try this one. It's like, oh my god, really, y'all doing this? But yeah, I mean that's the new stuff that's going on now. A lot of stuff is coming from people that's in these middle management jobs pushing this shit. which in my opinion, I think is more so the Gen Xers of that time that grew up around intersectionality feminism they believed in when in the 80s and 90s. That's being pushed in colleges, and then now they're in no positions. That's where I think all this stuff is coming from.
Feminism, I know, is definitely good.
Because a lot of the boomers don't even agree with a lot of the shit that's going on now.
Yeah.
To be honest. They don't want these fucking transgenders in female sports. They'd be like, what the hell? You know you're a fucking man. Why you in fucking girl sports ruining this shit?
I think they want to, but they want it to be equal outcome.
Not the boomers.
I
see more
true believers. The true believers definitely, I think, are definitely they definitely. I think the true believers do. Everyone else is being silent because they don't want to be hit with the turf label. And I personally think that you should just have 4 leagues if you're going to really do that. You know, male, female, trans male, trans female. If you're really going to do it, but then you're going to realize it's not a market for it, unless you want to see like the oddity of it.
Yeah. Hey, we'll see if they're going to reverse all that shit, because all these transgenders breaking female records, it's going to go right back to males. I mean, there was a reason why they wanted female sports to be separate.
We're just, I mean, like, I would say we're not equal. We're differently capable. Like, I remember getting in an argument with a friend of mine who was mad. She got mad at me because I was like, look, if you're going to be a 5'2", 5'4" woman who can run really fast, your best bet to try and score is not to run right up the middle. It's just simple physics. You just don't have the mass to do it. You need to have agile legs. Like Barry Sanders wasn't really running up the middle all that often. He was very agile, moving across the field, left, right, all that stuff. And
he wasn't a trucker.
Yeah.
He didn't truck people. We just made him. He had the agility to make people miss tackles, and he can cut those angles very well.
Yeah. And I think like I mean, I really wouldn't want to put a woman in that position to do that against like a bunch of 250 to 300 pound linebackers. You know, a couple 200-pound outside linebacker. Like, I wouldn't want to do that. But if you're gonna make it happen, that's how you would do it. It's just like you don't have the size and speed to make that happen, and to take those that inertia. Like, personally, I played a lot of football, and I also worked for one of the retired football agencies, and those guys are, even in their older, more compromised states, you know, had a lot of injuries, a lot of like just mental, physical, all of that stuff. Those guys are still huge. They're all minimum, like, if they aren't safety, wide receiver, 6'1", 6'2", 220, 250 pounds, or heavier, just because they're not doing that physical type of labor. Like, I would not want to get hit by one of those guys. And a lot of them were in their 50s, 60s, and 70s. You never heard of them. You know, there'd be one guy who played for the Raiders for like 2 seasons, and he would be 6'1", 6'2". He could lay me out right now if his mind was all still there. And I can imagine like a woman taking that type of abuse and then trying to bounce back from that. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, that's why most of the women are in actual men's football. They usually are kickers, because they're not going to be a linebacker. You be out your damn mind if you think you're going to be a linebacker. No, you're a kicker, because kickers usually don't get hit. All they got to do is kick the ball. That's it.
Your shoulder blade go flying off in the stands. Because I remember
go flying at your damn pussy.
I remember growing up, and the most impressive athlete when as a kid was Allen Iverson, and he was they say he was 6 feet, and I'd be like, that's being generous. He's probably like 5'10", 5'11", but he was phenomenally gifted at his era because he was so fast, and that's what really helped him. And he was very agile, and he had an arm. He could use his whole body to like just leverage the football down, 60, 70, 80 yards. That made a difference, and he would take serious hits from it. And I think that's why he took for basketball instead of football as his like profession. But like, I couldn't imagine a woman doing that at that same size, just because if you're at that same size, you're not going to be as fast, you're not going to be as strong. Like, it just doesn't make as much sense.
Yeah.
And had that bravery to do that too.
Well, I mean, hey, it's gonna be interesting these next couple of years. That's all I'm gonna say with female sports. Because if they start letting more transgender, they start taking away everything they work hard for. I mean, they know a lot, and they see it now because it's like, okay, these motherfuckers are taking everything that we're doing, everything. And there might be a reversal on this shit, but the thing about it is that if you let it go on for too long, it might not be reversed because you're gonna get so much hate and pushback.
Hey
But
man,
this is what they wanted. So, hey, get wrecked.
fuck these hoes. Give them what they want.
Yeah, get wrecked. You want to say trans women or women? Hey, go ahead.
I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, no problem. It's a slow night tonight. I got 6 people on the panel. No one's talking.
Well, I was asleep, motherfucker. I just woke up, goddamn.
Yeah. I'm about to be asleep.
Yeah, I was out cold, boy. Ooh, that's some good ass sleep too, man. God damn. But yeah, if they want that life, man, go ahead and let them have it.
Yeah,
Let them have it, bro.
that's what I say. I gotta find that video where I think I know it's Camellia Page and someone else was talking about that in the 80s when all these people were in college and it started coming out that they now reach, because it was on the Tribe channel where I saw them talking about it. I need to find that original video so I could do a video on it, because like I said, a lot of this stuff came out in the 80s and 90s, and these people just now are getting into academia back after 2008.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Well, it's something that me and Jules were talking about a lot of this stuff that's going on now as far as feminism is coming from people that was in academia from the 80s and 90s. Like Camellia Page, she was
Well, Camille Paglia is not. She's one that if you listen to a lot of her stuff, you would actually agree with her.
Well, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is both of these ladies were having a conversation because they're both against all this shit, and a lot of these ideas that have been coming out now with feminism was already in the academia back in the 80s. These students, and a lot of the stuff that you're seeing now isn't coming out because these people are now in their positions of power.
They're grifting it though, because they want the power, but they don't want the responsibility. And like Paglia was saying that, like, look, a lot of us were, grad students at NYU or Columbia or Yale or whatever, and we wanted to have full autonomy as like we're adults. We should have the responsibility of adults, but that comes with the risks of being an adult. Like if you're a grown woman going out in New York City in the 70s alone, like you're taking a risk. That's undeniable. But you also want to have the authority of having all of that. Okay, you're fine with the authority, but are you willing to fight for your life in case like a bunch of street youths come up and try and attack you? And they objectively are not. Like
that's different than what I'm saying though.
They want like a police state. I'm sorry, but go ahead.
That's different than what I was talking about, like being in the colleges, all this mentality that came out during that time. But I understand what you're saying because I remember seeing that interview where she was talking to I think it was Jordan Peterson when she said that. Or
that makes sense.
But yeah,
I mean, she's talked to quite a few people, including men's rights activists, which is ironic considering she still claims to be a feminist. So.
Well, she's trans now.
She what?
She's trans. She converted to trans. Like I don't think she changed her name, but I think she might have taken hormone. Like you could look up some of it. She's written a couple of articles about it though.
Oh man, she's gonna see. Oh boy. Oh man.
Like
how long has it been?
Probably 10 years. I mean, she's in her 70s now. But like I was first introduced to her. She did like a director's commentary on. You remember that movie Basic Instinct from the 90s? She did a director's commentary on it of like it being like a sexual liberating movie, and it warped my whole mind about like how sex occurs between men and women. Like she has a lot of ideas that are ahead of her time, but they're very honest. But they're honest though. They're very honest from like an old school Italian lady, but has had all that like feminist indoctrination and rejected a lot of it. Like I'd say go find that because I still have the DVD But
No, I'm good, bro.
very good.
I am good, bro. I don't. You see, I'm happy. I don't need them advanced
I would say
techniques
it
to
to
see y'all.
say it is worth listening to see like how women can think about certain things that you don't think that they think about it. Like that's what I think is worth it.
What do you mean?
Like
I mean,
the debate-
I think a lot of dudes are actually in denial about
Yeah.
women's sexuality.
Yeah. Oh, I completely agree. I think men underestimate it unless they really know.
Yeah, man. Hey, get wrecked.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, these women are some of the most base creatures. A lot of them, not all. A lot of them, when it comes to sex. And I mean, they can be turned on to just about fucking anything as long as you get them fucking conditioned to it. Which is something guys don't want to believe, but it's the truth.
Yeah. How do you find that harmony with that type of person that'll gaslight you and believing that they're honest and innocent and you should trust them without verification? How does that happen? You know what I mean? Like it doesn't compute.
Well, they've been conditioned to believe with, ironically, the help of what she's talking about with feminism, to believe that they are, morally superior and objectively better in some ways, or X, Y, or Z. You know what I mean? So it goes hand in hand with that. So that's why they believe what they believe. But then they don't ever really find. Some guys never really find out they've been duped. I would argue most men never really find out they were duped.
Okay, you a total lie.
I disagree. I think a lot of men do, but then they don't want to confess that they have been duped.
That because you believe in the lie.
Well, no, they don't want to be alone in the lie. Do you know what I mean? Like it's a
No, you have to believe in the lie, or else
yeah.
You have to believe in it because it will fuck up. Because that's what you always thought. It takes a lot to change a person's worldview. It really does, because a lot of people hold on to that as to who they are. And so when you change your worldview, that means everything that you thought was fucking a lie, and it fucks with you. People want to lie. People like when people lie to them.
Yeah. You come off, you're perceived, but like I'll tell you, the person who RP'd me was my mother when that Mike Tyson rape trial was happening back in like the 90s, and she was like, "Nah, that girl's lying," because no woman goes up to a man's hotel room at 12 o'clock in the morning for that type of situation, and she knew it because she had a relative who went through a similar situation, and the woman wound up confessing to her that I wanted to go up there because I wanted to see if I could control this person. Not like in a similar situation. And I thought that makes a lot of sense, but nobody would want to ever confess to that type of nefariousness. Like you'd want to
that whole situation, because I watched I don't know if y'all watched the documentary on it, but this is not the first time that girl has done stuff like that. Because I forgot who did the documentary on it, but they pretty much went through everybody who was the I think it was 3 jurors, I think 2 women and a guy, and they went through the white guy that she did that to when she was a teenager. And what the white guy said was her family was very religious, and when her father found out that she was sleeping with this white guy, she said that he raped me. And so she false made that claim about that guy, and the guy was almost beat. I don't know if he got beat up, but he got in trouble. And he said she did the same thing to him because she didn't want to look bad in front of her family.
I got a good.
And she did the same thing with Mike Tyson when because what Mike said, like she came up there and they did their thing, and then I guess when the family found out, then she said the same thing. And they tried to get her for an interview, and she didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
There's a study.
He's on the record.
There's a study that actually goes hand in hand with exactly what you're talking about. It isn't in direct relation to the Mike Tyson thing because it wasn't about that, but it showed. Okay, there's a brain study that happened, and basically what it is, I don't know if it's what type of scan it is, but it's like a brain scan basically where it shows they hook women up to a bunch of diodes, and they show them pictures then afterwards they asked survey questions about the pictures that they saw to garner their interests in their sexual proclivities or sexual habits, right? And what these researchers ended up finding was that they showed them images that were of animals,
The
of
arousal study.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and so they told them pictures of all sorts of debaucherous acts. And I don't know, I'd have to look for it again, man. It was a while ago. It's not
Women,
that
yeah,
it's not
women have a
recent.
lot more triggers than just men.
It's
Fucking
fucking
women. Yeah,
everything, but
yeah,
they lied about it.
yeah.
They
Because
lied about it
there's
consistently.
there's like a
They showed
there's
them
a
man
positive
on
and
man.
negative to it.
They
Yeah,
showed them girl on girl. They showed them They showed them rape. They showed them everything, bro. And they were down, bro.
it's a
They
way
were they
where
were they were
sexual
with it.
socialism works for them because it makes it arousal is arousal. It doesn't matter if it's men and women. It doesn't matter if it's men, women, men, animals, women, animals. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't really. It's arousal. That's the thing that triggers, and it's unflattering, but it works into this thing that I always say. Most people operate off of a principle of what's good is good if it's good for me, and if you think about that, like a lot of men try to suppress that, and I think a lot of women try to suppress that too.
Look,
But when it comes to sexual stuff, a lot of people just can't escape that biological.
Well, so for
well,
men,
I
they
put
did
it.
the
I put
same
it to you like
thing.
this. I put it to you like this, man. I don't know too many guys that think a great fantasy is arousal.
No. So what was going on? They didn't just do it with women. They did
But
it
a
with men
lot of
too.
guys have
Wait,
been
Jules. Wait,
asked.
Jules. Wait, Jules. They
Have
did
been
it with
asked by their
men.
partners to do.
Wait,
That.
Jules.
Hold on.
They did it with men too, though.
Hmm.
It wasn't as though they just did it with women. They did it with men too. And what they found is that it was way more consistent that when men
Yeah.
said they didn't like something, their brains didn't light up. That's what ended up happening. So it's different. We don't actually have that same drive that they do in that sense. If we see something and we are actually revolted by it, we're not down with it.
Yeah,
not to the degree that they are. Not at all, not even close.
Yeah, because we're simpler in our structures and the way we like certain things ordered. Like, and it kind of supports what I think most men should have their own separate orientation of how they get raised into becoming a man, from boyhood to manhood, and then not have to deal with women until they're ready and fully done. So they don't have to go through all the games that women want to play in order to get their own internal things off. Like they want to play like mind games with people to try and see if they can control what they shouldn't necessarily control.
I wonder if I can find this study. Hold on, I'm gonna look for it.
Yeah,
but yeah, I mean, yeah. When I started seeing like women have all these like, if you just listen to women, if they can talk unabashed for a second, you will realize like, damn, they are kind of fucked in the head.
Yeah,
like who has a fantasy about being in a dark room and just have like arms reach out and just like touch you and shit? Like,
yes, they are incredibly sensual and sexually oriented. Like it is, like they play off a good game, but they are very charged and ready to go.
Look, you would think by just hearing their fantasies, you would think that they are some hentai storytellers. You like they are all about that whole being tied up and being violated by a one-eyed monster, quote unquote.
Yeah,
just being taken, choking, and all that other stuff. That's why women tell me like, "Oh, I don't like it rough." Like, yeah, or whatever.
Yeah, I've rarely ever heard of a man injuring a woman with his penis, ever. Like you'd have to be a monster to do that.
Yeah, that's why they're talking about like, oh, we'd like to be treated softly. It's like every guy knows that's some bullshit who's ever dealt with a woman. Because there's at least one time that she said, choke me, slap me or something, do something like that.
All right, here we go. I found an article on it, and I also got the research paper too. This came out back in. They've done it multiple times now, but this one's from 2019.
The Kinsey study was really interesting. Like the if you read the whole thing, that spells out a lot of the interesting proclivities women have. It is not flattering, but it's very interesting. Okay,
right, let you know who they are. That's why all that shit.
I'll post them in the chat.
all that shit they be talking about, like we don't want to be treated rough during sex and all of that. It's like, yeah, whatever.
Bullshit. Anything short of throwing them through like a glass window is up for game.
That's why they like guys that are rough and are willing to talk to them back. They like that shit. They like how many chicks have you seen in interviews where a guy fucking yells at her and shit or something like that, and she's like, "Oh yeah, talk to me like that, daddy." You looking at her like, "What the fuck?"
Clean eye major system.
Yeah.
You know what's messed up, man? I
always
always noticed that clean eye major system since BGS mentioned that, which I think he said somebody else came up there, but every time I watch black movies now, I'll be like, damn, there you go. It's like, like I was watching Baby Boy.
Oh, well, that's the worst one though. That's the worst one.
They had the one chick
had
on
that.
there. Like, shut the fuck up, motherfucker. I'm on the motherfucker phone.
They like to fight.
They say, you know, she on the phone, nigga blowing her back out from behind.
Yeah.
I mean, it begins with the Francis Cress Welsing quotes and stuff, like ISIS paper stuff, right at the beginning.
Yeah.
So that was like that's like a black movie, black community. Everybody's got to watch that.
Every time I see black movies now, it's like, okay, she gonna cuss him out or punch him or something like that. Like I was watching I did like that black western by that British dude, The Harder They Fall. Well, yeah, you had some black gynocracy clean eye maiden up in there. Dude made out with the black chick. Who was that? Is that Art?
No, that was me. I was talking to myself.
Finish up.
Yeah, he was I don't know. Go ahead.
Nah, but yeah.
It's not
that's
really.
Why I don't believe anything a woman says. So like that's why I like Patrice O'Neal because he's like, man, fuck what they say. I'm gonna show you what I got, and if you like it, you like it. You don't, then that's your problem.
Facts.
What game is that?
This
Battle Brothers.
Yeah.
Huh?
It's a PC game. It's called Battle Brothers.
Okay.
The difference, I will say,
it's kind of like Final Fantasy, the turn-based one.
Difference I'll say between the three major American groups, let's say black, white, and Latina. Black folks will do the Klingon thing. White women will do the they'll try and trap you into an event. Like they'll have like ring generalmanship, you know, like they'll close off the room and like put candles in front of a doorway, like real shit like that. And Latina women will just kind of ramp up the seduction inch by inch until they get what they want. Like they all play the game to the same end, but they do it with different tactics.
Now, white women are sneaky. White women, if you and I understand when people say don't be red pill for black women, but white women are sneaky as well. I've read so many fucking stories, seen so many damn videos of how their wives fuck over the husbands. It's fucking ridiculous. I've seen one where the guy just got out of the hospital and him and his wife got into an argument, and he said he noticed that she stayed quiet throughout the whole entire ride. And said after 2 months later, she figured out a way how to get his ass out of the house. And he said that she kissed him on the side of the cheek. It said, "I've always loved you." And then as soon as he got outside the door, the cops were waiting right there for him and said he can't come back inside the damn house. I was like, damn. She played this motherfucker. I was like, damn. Because she was sneaky about it. The problem with black women is their issue is they're too loud with their shit.
Yeah, they have that bad marketing department and bad initial impulse control. Because women are human beings and they are emotional, but how long can you hold it back to say like I won? How long can you take to hold back the fist pump of like I fucked you up?
Yeah, the ultimate example of sneaky white woman is this movie called Gone Girl. Y'all ever see that movie with Ben Affleck?
Nah.
Really good movie, man. It's like
No. I'm gonna say this one beats Gone Girl. It's a little older. Body Heat. With
I've never seen that movie.
you gotta watch that one. Kathleen
I've heard
Turner,
of it,
back
though.
when she was like not looking like a monster. Like she was when she was under 30, she was dynamite, and she had like a deep, sultry voice. I can't remember the guy's name, but it was like this woman seduced this white professor, lawyer type of guy, convinced it. It's a good film noir, and all that shit was made back. They've made film noir types of stuff to show the deception of what women can do. She twisted his whole mind up, flooded him with sex, flooded him with affection, got him to think that he killed somebody, and like it was a mess. But I say, watch that one, and you'll just be knocked on your ass. And it was another one with Nicole Kidman, who I've never really found that attractive. Malice, and that one's like 3 or 4 movies in the one, but it's like her, Alec Baldwin, and the guy who played the president in Independence Day. But that's also a good one. But basically, she tricks a doctor into killing her husband, but it doesn't quite turn out how it works out. Like, women are deceptive; they can be very deceptive. But to see it play out in narrative fiction really helps to like paint a picture of what it can do. Women are very good at manipulation.
Yeah, that's why they don't like guys that's on their ball, because they can't trick you. They can't trick you giving them money or resources or just doing shit. If you were a guy that's on your square and they feel like they can't do that to you, they won't fuck with you. They won't.
I think they might until
no, they won't. Because I've had too many women tell me they didn't want to date me because I look like I wouldn't give up any money.
Well,
that's funny.
Well, that's kind of
that's funny.
They literally told me that in my face. I'm like, wow, okay.
You broke it. I'll put it this way: it's not always about money. Often it is. It's about, are you willing to give up control of yourself? And I've had that happen where they were trying to see if I was willing to surrender control of my life to them in a way that, not like the full, like I'm an automaton or like a robot, but like, am I willing to be controlled by another person, specifically that person? And I'm not. So I could see earlier on that it was able to cut it off, but they're trying to put you in precarious positions, and then see if you would fall into that trap, and whether they could, by you falling into that trap, you're now able to be blackmailed into doing whatever else that they desire. But do you know what I mean? Like it's not just money. That is one very important.
No, the money is the symbolism of that.
I'm saying that is one.
No, it is a symbolism, because if I'm willing to give up money, that means I'm easily to be controlled.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
and if you're not easily to be controlled by their feminine wiles, guess what? They know they can't get away with anything.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is, money is one thing that they want to have control of. But what if you could control the whole person and the money they can give you, right? Which is, this person will give me money for X, Y, Z. But what if I can get that person to do what I want without money is a secondary thing, and I can just have them under my control? Like, it's a very it's a way where like voodoo, Obeah, the Bruja stuff like really originates from. Is like, how do you have a social and like a mind sort of control over somebody? Does that make sense? Like, I'm trying. You could do that through sex, but it's not necessarily the only way. But it is in a very ineffective way.
No, it's the beginning. The money is the easiest thing you should be able to get out of a man. If you can't get money out of a man, and it's supposed to be that fucking easy.
It is an easy way. It is a very effective way, but it's like, if somebody wants $500 from you, but you make $500,000 a year, right? $500 doesn't really mean much to you.
I put it to
you.
But
what if they could control the tap that puts out the money? Do you know what I mean? Like
that is the beginning. I put it to you like this. I was working 2 jobs, and I was making pretty good money. I was working Walmart and this other the blue bottle water job, right? Where I deliver bottled water to people. I was making very good money, and then when people found out that how much money I made, a lot of girls try to use to bat their eyes towards me
Mhm.
because they realized was making money, and they try to use that as a form of control. One girl actually got up to me and started playing with my shirt and shit. She never showed no interest at all. But as soon as she saw I had money and she could benefit if she can use her feminine wiles to get money from me, she tried to like do little stuff to be around me. And I knew what she was doing, but I didn't engage in it. And when she found out that I wasn't going to be budged with her off her feminine wiles, that's when she lost interest because I wasn't able to be controlled by that because that's all she had to do. That's all she wanted was my fucking money. If she can't use her feminine wiles to get money off of me, then what else am I not going to budge on? Same thing with my ex. One of my exes. They tried to do that shit to got men and to try to get what they want out of you. If they can't do that, that means they have to come with something else. The whole thing about what else do you bring to the table besides just your feminine wiles? If they have nothing else, guess what? They're stuck because they haven't really worked on that muscle as far as what else do I bring besides just my looks? Am I funny? Can I do this? Can I do that? Guess what? They are stuck on one mode, which is I'm gonna bat my eyes and I'll get something out of this guy. Because those are the guys usually they go for. The guys they easily can be controlled.
Yeah, but they're looking for and they're looking for that quicker come up, right? That money is the easiest way to get like immediate.
They all want money. They all want money.
Initially, but
you also want more money. Yeah, but everything is conditional with them.
Not always, because this is different. All right, so all right, let's go to Kevin. Right, he always made a distinction between the high value man and the Henry, and there is a distinction between those two because you can make a high income. Nobody knows who the fuck you are. You can make a high income and be very valued in your network, but people know who you are, and you have a lot of different.
That's between your colleagues, right? And men.
But it also involves your woman, because your woman knows who you are, and if you're playing it right, the woman she's the queen on the chessboard. The queen can make many moves. The benefit of women throughout any type of era with war is that women can get things out of men. They can
guess
get
what?
Information out.
But guess what? I'm gonna tell you this about chess too. You can always get another queen.
Takes a long time.
But you can always get another queen. Can you get another king?
No. But what I'm saying is, if you want to be the king on the board, it takes a lot to get another queen. It takes a lot to get a queen that knows how to play the game. Do you know what I mean? Like
But if the queen goes down, you can still get yourself another queen.
True, but
if the king goes down, the game's over.
Very true. And I'm not denying it. I'm saying it's just very hard to. From my position, I would rather not be the king and not have to risk having to find a queen, having to be the king.
You would rather not be the king.
No, because I would prefer to be the person in the king's ear.
Yeah, so that's what? Hold on, wait a minute.
So you want to be a bishop?
Bro. Yeah, or a knight.
Okay.
It takes a lot to get out there. Like,
okay,
I'll put this.
Hey, that's you. That ain't
I'll put it this way. I'll put it this way. All right. My grandfather was a very prominent person in a foreign country, and he had several attempts on his life. And one of the few things that helped prevent him to live until his very old age, when he finally died, was that he had a woman who was a queen who helped him gain insight into certain situations that did not seem like they were, that didn't seem right. That's how she would describe it. He followed her insight, lived into an old age. He didn't maintain that high value male life forever. It wasn't that he lost his prestige, lost his, respect in the community. But like, let's say if you're Barack Obama, right? You're not going to be the president forever. How do you survive? You only have 8 years. You have to make the best out of those 8 years and then move forward. So you need to have that person who can provide you like that extra level of of sight. I don't know how to describe that. Of insight, right? But you don't necessarily say that that's going to be your hard and fast rule, but it can add something extra to it. And I think like if you have a woman who is a queen and who is on your side, then that's what you can really provide.
I don't believe no woman's a queen, bro. They half of them they hoes, bro. Stop it.
I mean, a lot of like women have sexual desires.
Even the queen is a hoe.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely will have sexual desires. I mean, like look at our parents, grandparents. A lot of them had a lot more kids. Like they weren't just having sex just to have children. They were having sex because it was fun too. There's a couple oopsie babies in there.
Well, all I know is these bitches want money. They want resources from men, and they use their feminine wiles to get it, i.e. OnlyFans. So, listen, if you're a man that's on your square and you're not going to allow her feminine wiles to sway you to do this, that, and third, i.e. don't let a woman in her emotions to lead you down a path of destruction, i.e. Will Smith, they don't want to fuck with you then. Because now they can't control your ass. They'll fuck with you for a little bit, but then once they find out they can't do it, they lose interest. Because you're not the Ken doll on their Barbie set.
No comeback? Jules, I'm surprised. I thought she was gonna go in on that or something. I was waiting.
Not really. Like look, you could be the top dog. But then you have to realize, like, a lot of people want also to be the top dog, and
either you rise to the occasion or you fall.
Yeah, but that fall is not like, all right, like
you have to accept the responsibility of it. If you want to be the top dog, you have to accept the responsibility of you may be taken out and you may fall hard.
But it's not like I'll put it this way. All right, so majority, half my family's from Haiti, half of my family's from America. The Haitian side has seen a lot of good successes, and you can have like a lot of the Henry life from having a good business. But if you actually get into a position where you have power, you might wind up like what happened to the most recent president. Like what happened to that guy? He was shot in front of his wife. His wife was shot too. Like really think about that. Like that is a position where. And in that country, he's not the first person who's been there. He's not the second. He's not the third. He might be the 8th president who's been shot and killed in that country.
Okay.
Right? Like, are you willing to risk that? I'm sorry?
So was that in Mexico? The president got shot with his wife?
No, Haiti.
Okay, my
bad. If you are gunning for the top spot, there's responsibilities and there's plus and minuses within that. But if you go into there and not knowing that, you're a dumbass. Just like if you are a manager of a store, there is people still gunning for your head. They want to overtake you.
But there's a difference between being the head of a state versus the head of a store, and that you won't get shot to death in front of your. It's in front of your Walmart.
It's the amount of power. It's the amount of power that you have and the risk that you have. Like I said before, if you go into somewhere and you don't know the risk and you just do it,
but you're conflating.
No, I'm not. That is a risk being in that government because, like you said, he's not the first one to get shot, so it has a risk hazard.
You're dismissing the value of what it means to die as a head of state, what it means to die as opposed to being transferred to another store or being demoted. There's a big difference between those two things.
It's still a risk, is it not?
I would much rather be demoted or transferred than die.
Then you're not willing to take the risk.
It's too simplified of a risk.
And that's why I said I would much rather be a Henry than being a high value man.
That's fine, but what I state still stands. If you're willing to take the risk, be okay with it. If you go into there thinking that you're not going to take that risk, then you're just being a dumbass.
I agree with that.
Just know the risk.
But most people conflate those things and like smooth them out across the board, and
then they're dumbasses.
Yeah.
Guess what? If you're not, like I said, if you're not willing to take the risk, don't do it. It's just like playing. It's just like playing the stocks. you know that you will lose that money if you do something. Just be okay with losing it if you do it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
If you're not okay with it, then don't do it.
But stocks are, again, you can always regain from stocks if you invest in those. You can't regain life if you've lost it. Like
Well,
that's a binary situation as opposed to like a scalable. You know,
I understand what you're saying. So I understand what you're saying, but he still took a risk, did he not? Did he
absolutely? Absolutely.
Did he understand that if he takes that position, this might happen?
Yeah,
that is a risk.
Yes, and there's just one that I am not willing to take because I understand.
But
what
he
it
is.
To be, he passed a couple years back.
He was, and that's the risk he was willing to take.
Yeah.
Okay, then. I'm pretty sure he understood that if he took that position, this might happen. And if he didn't, he was a dumbass. But guess what? If you take that position, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, then. It's what it is.
Yes. And I think that not enough people appreciate that there's a difference between those things, and that some people would be very happy with one level and not necessarily going to the highest level.
Well,
like
they're not willing to take the risk then. Like I said, if you go into something you don't know the risk, you should always you should always know the risk before you do something.
But you might not know it until somebody explains it to you. Like until somebody tells you, like, these are the risks.
Did he take that risk knowing that other presidents have died in that position?
Yeah.
Okay, then. Did he think that he was going to be the one president that will never die in that position?
Well, I don't know that. I think most people think I'm not going to die. You know,
I'm pretty sure he was thinking he was trying not to be the one who died in the position.
Yeah, most people think.
But I'm saying that is still a possibility.
Yeah,
I know. If I took on a house, I have to. Let's say if I bought a house today, I know I may not want to think about I may lose that house, but that is a possibility of me losing that house. I have to think about that stuff. I have to think about the worst case scenario because it is a big decision to make.
Yeah, but
if you're not considering all aspects of the decisions that you make, to me, you're being a dumbass. Because you have to acknowledge that these are risks and factors that that might come up. And then so you have to do a cost benefit analysis about what's the pros and cons of me doing this. If there's no pros of me doing this, then there are cons, then yeah, I will do it. I have to accept the fact that these are cons that come with the consequence of making this action.
Well, that's when you get into the whole thing, not about risk versus reward, about how do you mitigate those risks. If you know there's a risk of you dying in a certain position, you take steps to make sure you don't die in that position, even if you still want to take that damn job. Now, it could still go either way, but it doesn't mean everything stops because there's a risk. You still have to go forward on some shit, risk or not.
Correct. Yeah, that's 100% accurate.
That's fine, but there's still a risk. I'm not saying you do something and then it's going to happen 100%. But what I'm saying is these are the risks that comes in that position. Now you can do stuff that try to mitigate it as much as possible and try to hopefully it doesn't happen. But I still have to understand that this is a possibility.
Yeah, possibility is always there. Everybody's aware of the possibility, but everything is a risk. So you can't just stop because there's a risk. There's always a risk. You never get away from risk. Like somebody saying in the chat, living is a risk. It is. Going to sleep is a risk. But that doesn't mean everything stops just because you recognize that there's a risk. You still have to take it, or you have to find some other way around it to mitigate it. But you're not getting away from having a risk. That's not happening at all.
Yeah, I'll add to it. He lived to an old age, so he took a lot of risks, but he took them as calculated as he could. But there's only certain things you can do because you always have to deal with other people who are outside of you, outside of your clan, outside of your family, outside of your tribe. So there are risks that you are willing to take because you think that the percentages are going to be on your side. and there's ones that you are not willing to take because you think it's going to wind up bad. And so it is fine to understand that. And it's not like a binary thing, ones or zeros. It is more, you recognize that there's going to be outcomes from whatever decision you make, whatever decision you get other people to buy in on, and they might create other dynamics down the line. And luckily, he made it to the point that, I'm talking about my grandfather, made it to the point where he died in old age. Things got not worse. That's what I'll say. But that takes out a lot of stuff that in that equation, you have to take in a lot of broader global and regional characteristics that, there's a lot of time that we don't have to discuss that.
Well, like I said, if you choose to do something, you need to understand the pros and cons of the situation that you chose to do. If you don't, you're dumbass. I don't care what nobody says. If you just go off willingly, just do shit, and don't even consider anything, you get what you get.
Yeah, but you could wind up like, I'll put it this way, right? Let's say you're playing like a global politics game, right, or like regional politics game. You could wind up at the head of your state, right? You could wind up upsetting a relative that you are very close with, but because you want to try and implement several policies that might ruin their business, they might think it might be easier to take this guy out. This is my cousin. I love him, but it might ruin my own immediate family. So I got to stop you. I got to axe this. I got to stop this right here. And it goes back to what I said earlier. What's good is good if it's good for me. How do you take that into account, and how do you operate with that?
What, killing your own brother?
People do it all the time.
Yeah,
not all the time, but
that will be the black pill of the situation.
Yeah,
I mean, if you are trying to make a move and someone's in front of you, and you don't care whether it's your brother or not, and that's when your morals have to come into place. I think you're more talking about the morality of, should I kill my brother or not?
I'm not saying morality. I'm saying like the effectiveness of how do you want to operate and live in this environment? Because you're going to have family, children, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it makes it a lot more complex than just that.
Well, that's when you become more black pill, when you're dealing with the people's lives. Like, it's like what I always when I tell people about being a manager, right?
Okay.
I usually go off with this scenario. Can you fire a 85-year-old grandmother who needs the job for so she can pay for her medicine? Can you do that with a straight face and don't feel anything about it?
I actually had to do that in a different capacity. I was a union head, and I was able to negotiate the contract so a lot of these people would get benefits that would carry into their retirement. So they have to accept the short loss of, I wouldn't have a job to come back to day to day, but they would get paid out an extended amount of time on their severance. And so like there's trade-offs you can make that can wind up working out, or that can really fuck people over. And if it's going to help people, I think deserve it, I'm willing to do whatever it needs to take, and I'm willing to try and convince other people to do the same.
That's what I'm saying. If you can't do that and don't feel anything about it, then you probably shouldn't be in management. Because you're going to have to do some real stuff when you're in management. Because the company is going to move forward without you. My bosses may love me, but if the company chooses to do something, because the company is a machine, you're just a number to them.
Well, I'll say this. And are you willing to?
And the thing about it is, if they tell your manager, who may like you, that, hey, we need to get rid of this guy, and he doesn't do it, he's next.
Can I jump in right there? Can I jump in right there? So I'd say on that part is right, but that comes down, at least with the first scenario with the old lady, it comes down to a moral question more than a black pill numbers equation. Because if she's not beneficial to the job, you would get rid of her, regardless of her medicine, because her personal issues are not your concern. But understanding the practicality of it is what makes it not a hard decision. Now, not feeling anything is a problem, because every human being feels something. You're not going to not feel anything. You'll feel something, but you won't it won't stop you from doing what you know needs to get done in that situation, because that's the most utilitarian part of that equation. She needs to go because she can't toe the line. But if she has to go, it's because, well, I'm not going to fire her because she needs her medication and shit. You're not thinking about the utility of the situation. You're thinking about the emotional and the moral part. That's not necessarily a managerial position, even though managers make decisions like that all the time. You don't see companies laying off 1,000 people not thinking about how they have to pay them out. They don't just say, fuck off, we're not paying you no money. They actually do pay those people, and they actually do put out statements to say, well, we kind of care and all the rest of the shit, but it's the numbers game and we got to do this shit.
I think
that's there. I've been in management. There is some thought process that goes into that part, but it's not, all of it is not cold calculus, especially if you have a 60-year-old good worker versus a 20-year-old dipshit. It's very fucking easy on that calculus. But if it comes down to, okay, the 60-year-old is my best worker, why do I have to get rid of them? Yeah, that'll be a tough choice.
I put it to you like this: Hostess got rid of most of all their employees, and it was a co-calculated decision to try to cut the bottom line. And a lot of these employees went on strike, and they made sure that those people, they lost all their jobs.
Mm-hmm.
And what they did was they mitigated to where their company was still alive after 2 years. Because I remember when they went through all that shit, back when all their employees went on strike, they got rid of every single last one of their employees. All those guys got bonuses, and they came back later saying new, better than ever, Hostess Twinkies and cakes.
But that, in that situation, that comes down to a business decision based on having to deal with the union, and that's why those motherfuckers was outside on strike. You have to cut the bottom line, and sometimes you can't do it if you're sitting there worried about everybody's goddamn feelings, because the union, necessarily being a union member, we don't give a fuck about the company at all. The company could burn down and lose money hand over fist. We don't give a shit. We just want to get paid and get our money. The company's point of view is we need to make money and we need to stay alive. So if these motherfuckers over here are asking for too much goddamn money and being too unruly and making it too hard for us to earn this money, then fuck them, they gotta go. And that's why they got laid off. And the company stayed alive.
And that's why I said, when you're in management, you can't think about the people, you have to think about the company.
Right.
Yeah, but that's the difference, is that the company, if you're working on like a group level, the company is willing to decimate, like willing to take out the whole floor of people and fire them all. Yeah. But if you're an employee and you are organized enough, are you willing to jump off a bridge, all of you, because they still need your labor and your skills to produce whatever they're going to do, whether it's like physical material, intellectual property, whatever. Like there's a very interesting dynamic, and I've been on one side, really. Luckily, I haven't had to do like a major firing, but I've definitely had to hold the line with people and say, like, look, if one of us goes, then we all need to have the flu at the same time, and it's not a strike, but we all of a sudden have the blonde flu, because the HR director, who's a blonde lady, got us all sick. So are you willing to do that? And I want you to call me if you feel nervous, because a lot of people are not willing. Are you willing to die to get into heaven? That's what I ask you. And a lot of people are not willing to do that. You got to die to get into heaven.
Well,
and I'll say
I've been a manager, and I'm telling you, I know how these guys think. They don't give some of these guys don't give a fuck about these people. And most people that have a bleeding heart, they'll be the first ones to be gone. Because the matter of the thing is this company only sees you as numbers. This is why, and I used to think that. But then when I found out how they really think, being in these conversations, being in these meetings with these guys, that's how they really think. You are nothing but a fucking number. They tell you this shit.
I agree with that.
Shake your hand and all this other stuff. But the thing about it is that if they tell you we need to let this guy go, it don't matter how long you've been there. It don't matter if they like you. They have a job to do, and their job is to do what comes down. Shit rolls downhill.
But a lot of these people are not diehard.
So the point being is that if you're in management, you will have to do things. If you want to be in management in a corporation, depending on the corporation, you will have to do some unsavory things that may rub up against your morals. And if firing somebody is not something that you're comfortable with, do not ascend higher and go into management.
That's what I
But
said.
if you do decide to ascend higher and go into management, understand there will be times where you have to do shit that you don't like doing, which is firing people who you know you don't need to fire. Been on both sides of that shit. Did it and
That's all.
had it.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. That's why I used that scenario with the old lady. With the, you know, you don't want to fire her, but
that's
guess
why
what?
I said the old lady was a moral. That's more of a moral question because if you're dealing in a work situation, you have to think about how valuable is that person to what you're doing, because the people who are actually valuable are not usually the ones who get fucking fired.
And that's not necessarily the case, Artisan, because I had to fire people that were actually good workers, but because I had because the thing about it is that if the company says we need to let these people go, and I know a lot of these people are some good workers, guess what? I'm a manager. Shit rolls downhill. If the top brass, the vice president says we need to let these people go, guess what? They're going to let these people go, and we got to figure out a way how to get rid of them.
You're right on that one.
And to be honest with you, I had to do it, and it was done to me. So I understand it.
Yeah, so the corporation I was in, that came down, and how they did it was they had us actually start building paper on everybody so we could start firing people. That's how they had us doing it. That's what I was having to do. I was having to build paper on everybody.
Yeah.
And there were some people I didn't build much paper on. Didn't build much on it at all. And there was other motherfuckers that was piece of shit workers for me. Yes, I built hella paper on them. Oh yeah, they got a lot of stuff put in their shit. But they earned it. It's not that I was making up anything. They earned that shit. But that was a way that I found to mitigate some of that because I didn't want to lose my best workers. And some of my best workers I did fight for, even against the dude that ended up ultimately firing me. Because for me, one, loyalty is more important. So, yeah, corporate always has their ideas of what they want to do. And if you go up higher, you have to be a little bit more cutthroat. But what you also know is corporate elevation is all about networking. If you destroy your own base, what do you have to stand on to elevate? Nothing, because nobody trusts you. You can't get any further. You've killed everybody who would actually be appreciative of you. And corporate will do that all the time to get you to cut your own legs out from under you.
Well, they usually make the decisions, and yeah, like I said, if you can't do it, then maybe you shouldn't be in management, because management makes those tough decisions, and if it rubs you the wrong way, then you probably shouldn't be in management. Maybe that's the bridge too far for you, because you have to make those decisions. It's just like not everybody can be a politician, because you're gonna have to make those decisions. Not everybody can be a 3-star general, because you may have to send some men to die to complete an objective.
You have to spend some time on the battlefield. Most people don't want to do that shit.
But it's
but guess what? But guess what? That is part of the job.
But you're also working off of a different type of contract, and so I think like something like the manosphere, the Black Manosphere, is similar to like a union organizing around a certain set of grievances, but it requires a type of communication about what are the grievances that are with a larger body.
Right.
How do we have these issues? And do we agree that we're, submitting a card check? Are we going to form a union? Are we going to have these discussions? Are we going to try and regularly meet up to see like what are our issues? What are the things we need to bring up to like the larger body? Like there's a lot more than just like hire, fire, work, not work. And I think you offer like good insight, Art, on how it can come from one specific position. But I've been on. Now I'm on the management side in one capacity, and I've been on the labor side, and I've been on the union side, like within the machinations of the union. Like it's not cut and dry. It's not like a 0-1 type of thing. So if people aren't figuring out how people get a soft landing, because most people don't want to cut people off into the abyss. They want to figure out how do we save face as an organization on one side or the other. How do we help the people or not hurt the people as much as can be? It's very complex.
Yeah,
and
that's how you
I
get
think that
companies who have the reputation of being very good to work for. That's a corporation, and ones being very shitty to work for. That is also a corporation. That's how you get.
It's like it's diplomacy in a certain way, right?
If the company wants to go into a certain way and you're not part of their agenda, they will get rid of you.
But they don't always do it in a way to like nobody wants to be on the 6 o'clock news saying, "Hey, we fired a bunch of 60-year-old ladies who,
Yeah, 50,
you know,
50,000
they're
employees.
gonna lose health insurance at the end of the week, and this one woman has a bad hip, and this one is raising her daughter's child." Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's a
well, guess what? Hostess didn't care. It was on the news. Hostess didn't care. They still did what they did.
Some companies will be cold-hearted, but a lot of them do care about their public perception. Like, there's a difference between the all right, going back to earlier in the stream, there's a difference between the Boston Celtics and who's a rat dog team? The Lakers, the Warriors. You know what I mean? Like, who's a dog shit team that just dogs out their players, dogs out their audiences? The Raiders, right? Like, there's a difference between how you do it when you have like a code of conduct, a standard, and you're trying to work through a process versus, look, we're just going to cut this money, cut these employees, cut the labor, and we're going to run. We'll deal with the repercussions after the fact. Does that make sense? Like, I don't want to step out of line.
I mean, it makes sense to me. I look at it in two ways. I worked corporate for about 5 or 6 years, and then I've been in a union for at least 20, right? So union, it gets around what companies you don't want to work for and how they treat their workers and how they deal with that shit and how we have to deal with it through the union and stuff like that. It gets around what companies you don't want to work for. Now, corporate-wise, there's a lot more machinations that go up above middle management, but being in circles with people who are above, like your district level and your regional level, you'll hear some of those conversations where they understand there is some thought put into some of that stuff, but at the end of the day, it's hard calculus. It's like, look, but we have to do this because the company has to do this. And that's where you end up losing thousands of people like that. Nobody wants to necessarily do that shit. And yes, they'll probably get a bonus because the people above them see that, okay, they initiated this initiative. They did what they're supposed to do. Cool, we'll give them a bonus because we just fired all these people. So it's not really a bonus. It's actually blood money. All the people they fired, they just took some of that money and gave you some of it. The company got all the rest of it back because they didn't have to pay it out. So it's just cold calculus at the end of the day. Some of it is not emotional. Some of it is emotional because at the end of the day, the company still knows
there are other factors.
Yeah, there's other factors. They still know they're dealing with people. And if it gets out that they don't really give a shit like that, they can't get new people.
There was
depends on how much they paying.
Close to my hometown, there was a big immigration raid on one of the factories that did like meat processing, and they took out like all these like Central American, South American, Mexican American folks. They got them out of there because the black folks around there were like, look, we lost all our jobs that we were making, let's say $16 an hour, and they would hire a bunch of people that are making 11, 8, whatever, and they got all those people out. So there's a lot of negotiation when it comes around labor power that comes out. That's another offset. But there's ways that you can work from the labor side. There's ways you can work from the management side.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. And as an individual employee, there's ways you can work too. I just want to see. I like the conversations like this because I like to see Black people trying to figure out what are you going to do as an employee, as a laborer, as an employee, as an employer, as a manager, direct. Like, you're going to have to know where you rank in the system. What are the buttons you can push to make things happen?
Right.
That's what I really want to see.
Yeah, that's what I call finding out where you can where your control is, and where you have control of the situation, and where you don't.
How are you going to get a thing where artisan, me, Jesse, PK, we're going to come in and we're going to make things work together, and then our wives are going to be able to spread the information out wide and far. Because I've done it on a labor level, and I've done it on a political level. Men are very good at working out some of the little details to get things rolling. Women are very good at the marketing, the publication, the administration. They're good at that, like pushing information out. They have the broad network appeal that
I guess we're going to another section of the conversation.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I came up here because I was having this conversation about the darker natures of women.
It's spurring off to something else. That's why I was like, okay, we're going off to something.
I would agree with that.
It ties back to some other stuff, but
yeah, that's why I came up initially to Jules, just to echo his point that I put it in the chat that women do have a different sight. There is a benefit to having a woman around that knows all that shit. She will end up knowing everybody's proclivities and shit like that. And like Jules is saying right now, she will disseminate that information. Yes, they are good at disseminating information. You don't think so? Think about how Kevin's channel blew up. It didn't blow up because we was talking about it. It blew up because these bitches was talking about it. Because they tell shit far and wide. Each one tell 10 more. Okay, so that's a real world effect you can see. This is what they excel at.
They're more social creatures, which is why they garner towards social media more, because it works with their nature.
It works with their nature, and I will just say this for me, that thing I'm saying, they're more social. Men are social too. Women are socially different. Women are social like the fucking Borg, and we all know this shit, right? That's how they're social. They're social more as a network. Men are more social in their own group, your own hunting tribe, right? But the bitch in the village, she'll be friends with 15 other girls from 15 other different villages that don't hunt the same shit y'all hunt anyway. Yeah. That's how they are social. They are differently social, just like men are social. That's why we can hang out and play ball and do all the rest of that shit. But we are socially different than they are social. Their social circles involve having larger networks. Men work at having small groups and then try to work on having a network.
Absolutely.
That's why social media caters to them more because of their nature. Yeah.
Yep. It gets directly into their nature. It's hardwired into their nature where they want to tell everybody everything.
And that's why I always say social media has been their downfall, because they just tell everybody everything, not knowing that we're looking into it too, and be like, wait a minute,
like I see this shit too, bitch.
Like if you want something to spread, you tell your girlfriend and your wife or whatever. You're like, look, I got a secret. Yeah. You can't tell anybody any of this, and you want it to spread. Then you tell them.
2 minutes later.
You wait like 2 weeks, and then. All right, I got that out there. Boom.
Look, that's why guys who work and they fuck the one girl that will tell everybody, and then that girl tells everybody in that building that he got good dick. Guess what? You fucking every bitch in that motherfucker, because guess what?
You get good dick.
Yeah, because now you can fuck this chick, you can fuck this chick. This chick wants an experience, that chick wants an experience, and that's how those guys doing in jobs. They fuck that one chick that will tell everybody, that likes to gossip, and then it spreads everywhere. Then all of a sudden they're, because the one thing that you want to be in a woman is in her head, and if you're in her head, she's always thinking about you. You got a chance with her. Because in her head, she's gonna come up with. It's like, I think what BJ said, it made sense to me, because I had a chick that did this to me, where they make up scenarios in their head, and it's so real to them that they actually think they're having that actual conversation with you.
Yeah, their brains are wired for fantasy. That's why that stuff sells for them better.
One thing my mother told me.
They'll ruminate on it forever.
One thing my mother told me about.
No, I talked about this with you. No, you didn't. You never.
No, you didn't.
Shit. That was what you played in your head.
What's to say? One thing my mother told me. One thing. All right. I'm gonna get this. One thing my mother told me about this was, like, if a woman says that she's daydreaming about you or dreaming about you in any ways, you can't escape her brain. Like, you're in there, and she hasn't worked out the plan of what you are going to be, and she'll like think about it and talk to her girlfriends and like boyfriends and dream about it. Like it can't escape. And then when she puts it on paper, she'll try and like manifest that type of stuff. Like it's very interesting. So if you can get them to think about you in that way, and then get them to respect what you think about certain things and work with you, they can be your greatest agent. Like there's a reason why what's her name? God, she was a spy in World War I. black dancer, Josephine Baker. But Josephine Baker she was in other men's dreams, right? But she was able to get things out of men and then spread that information around to other European agencies, right? Like women can get things out of men and can exchange things with other women that is beyond effective.
Yeah, that's what I mean by them having a different sight. Because men get so gregarious and loose-lipped around women, women get information from men that other men couldn't get from them if they was torturing them.
No, you wind up a shootout.
Because men intrinsically want to try to impress women, so they always run their mouth saying a bunch of extra shit. And women pay attention to that. And they'll be the first one passing off that information to somebody that can do you dirty. But if the woman that's getting that information is on your team, she's bringing you that information. And now you have that power to use in that situation with that individual. That's why I think BGS talked about this before, that certain men in corporate areas, to get any further, you have to have a wife. Because, you're going to do the board meeting or whatever. You're going to sit down and have this negotiation, and the wives are off talking and shit like that. The wives is getting information. Yeah. They gaming these shit. And she's going to come back to you and tell you all that shit that was going on. It's no different than a pimp having his bottom bitch on the street. Just telling him everything that's going on. He ain't got to be out there all day. She did.
And like
she
social
bring that information back, and it's actionable information that he can move on.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Golden Eye Jack, who are you?
Hey, what's up? All right, man. I usually go by Last Zulu. I kind of come in and out necessarily, but I kind of changed. I got me a new YouTube channel, man. I don't know if you can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, my bad, bro. I just necessarily had to say I just kind of right now I'm in Uganda right now, man. And what Art was saying about how the girls, when they look at you necessarily, when they make it up in their mind that you the one or something, like they really start planning their whole future. I met a girl out here. I've been out here for almost 2 months. I talked to this girl, man, and she was like, "Oh my God, I love you so much. I had a dream about you." Every day since she told me about that, she said she had a quote unquote dream about me, man. Every day she come over my house, cook me 4-5 meals, man. Breakfast, morning, and dinner, bro. She come over here and do like the most craziest stuff. She be like, I feel like I would have a couple of your kids, all this and that. And I'm sitting here like, I only know you for 2 months, but you telling the truth though, man.
Man, you sound like guys need to go over there then.
Mm-hmm. Hey man, I ain't gonna lie to you. You may want to, if y'all want to get a chance, you can check out my channel because I just started posting stuff about Uganda over there, man. But definitely, man. I'll tell you, this is probably some of the best treatment I think I had in my entire life since my entire life has been since I've been to Uganda, man. The chick come over here, she literally come in and clean my house every day. She come over here and cook me a meal at least twice a day necessarily, and then she go back home and go to work or whatever. So it's like, dude, I'm loving this shit, man. I'm passport bro to the max. I ain't coming back, bro. Well, I'm gonna come back I'm gonna come back for like a couple of months, but shit, boy, trust me, I'm coming back, boy. I'm coming back.
I'm only coming back for family reunions.
I'll come back from family reunions or somebody die, man. That's basically about it, man. So, it is what it is as it stands right now, man. But I just want to go ahead and drop a couple things, man. I've been listening to y'all for a minute. I just want to go ahead and hop on because different time zone and whatnot.
Oh, that's all good. Appreciate you coming up.
Yeah.
Well, what he just said reminded me of that one movie where the dude was messing with that one prostitute that was working for the black dude, and what was it? What was the name of that? Yeah, Harlem Nights, where he calls his wife and said, "Honey, I ain't never coming home." He hangs up the phone.
It's Richard. Never coming home. Have a good life.
Nah, you know what? You know what really set that off, though. To be honest with you, it's not the fact that he said that. It's the fact that what he did after he said and hung up the phone. He just shook his head like, you know what? I did the right thing.
Yeah, he was proud of himself.
He talked to his kid first.
Yeah, he did.
To put the mother on the phone. And then it was good. And that's what I was saying when Homeboy was up here and said, don't get tripped up. He got took. All that good treatment had him shook. He didn't know it was a setup the whole time.
Yeah.
So he got fucked up. We fucked his whole shit up, not knowing he was getting set up.
Hey, Ilka Spain, what did KJ Eternal say? Because the only thing I heard him say was Aaliyah made a song in Gossip Boys. I don't think because he timed them out. I don't know why. Because usually KJ's he usually don't say nothing too. I don't know. But go ahead. I just wanted to figure. He might have butt timed them out. Hey, it happens. Shit.
Yeah, pocket time.
Well, I just want to say one thing, man. If y'all ever get the opportunity, y'all ever want to come to Uganda and need some some help or some a tour guide or something like that, let me know, man. I'm gonna pretty much be using this YouTube channel from now on as my main YouTube channel, and like right now I'm sitting like in this little small hotel. I think I paid $300 for this rental necessarily. I got it for like 3 months for $300. And like the view that I'm looking at right now, I don't know if I can like show my screen or anything or like show my video or whatever, but the view I got is amazing. But I mean, I've been out here just relaxing for like the last 2 months, and it's been a blessing, man. I gotta say, if you don't leave,
how much you said? How much was that again?
Say it again.
You said how 300 for 3 months?
For how many?
Yeah, for 3. No, I've been out here for 2. No, it's been 300 for 2 months.
2 months?
Okay, that's still fucking crazy though.
Yeah, that's shit.
Yeah,
nothing.
Yeah,
I'm in California. That's gas
like,
for a week.
Exactly.
Yeah, actually, like what are the prices over there right now? Anyway,
yeah.
Are they
how much for
are they up to? Are they up to like?
573 when I filled up Friday.
And that's just for
You
regular.
say, so the prices of what necessary?
Is that for regular?
That's for mid grade. 89.
It's 390. I think it's 370 for mid grade
I
here.
don't hear that shit.
What's the diesel like? Is it higher?
Diesel is a bit higher. Yeah, it's a bit higher. I wasn't looking at the diesel price though, but it's a bit higher than that because everything, at least where I am, it's like 570, 560.
Okay, so it's still comparable. Like that's what it is around the United States right now. Diesel is actually higher than fucking regular unleaded right now, everywhere, and still had it like ever since the fuel prices for regular was like fucking $7, bro. The fuel prices for diesel have still been high as fuck. High as fuck.
Hold on for just a second. Brian McMurray, appreciate you. Says the art of Immortex. Appreciate you. And D Scott, he says on call, showing love. Appreciate you.
Appreciate the on call. 619 for diesel. Thank you. I didn't see. I wasn't looking at the diesel. I was mad enough at my 570.
Yeah, I mean.
And Rayhana, yes, about $300 for this. Depends on how much you drive, though.
Yeah, I would hate to be a damn delivery driver.
Well, you ain't paying that shit so bad.
Like working at like a Domino's and shit. Oh hell no.
Woo.
Yeah, that'd be different.
So can I ask a question? So how has everything been in the U.S. for the last 2 months? I mean, I do got to eventually come back, but like, so how's everything? Because I've been gone for literally 2 months.
Why are you coming back? Same shit here. I said, why are you coming back? It's the same shit really. Here.
I mean, it's like you gonna enjoying yourself.
Yeah, what the fuck you coming back for?
Enjoying myself is the understatement, man. Like, dude, when I mean out here, dude, like you don't understand. Like I thought chicks had booty wear in America and shit. When you come into Uganda, dude, it's like a whole different ball game. Like I literally saw when I mean even even the small skinny chick where like you be like a flat booty. There is no flat booty in Uganda. I ain't seen one yet. I have not seen one yet. I walked these streets for almost 2 months. For 2 months, I have not seen one yet, and I'm just like baffled, bro. And when I mean necessarily, like all I seen was natural hair the whole time I've been here. I seen chicks running around with just with the with the little, they got like a little skirts on or whatever they have here, man. I'm sitting here looking like I didn't die. Then with the fucking heaven, man.
Yeah, and that's why I'm asking why you coming back.
I couldn't finish to handle it like in the U.S. But I'm coming back. Oh, trust me, I'm just gonna come back to the U.S., set some things up real quick, and then I'm gonna try to come back, man. I'm trying to go to the U.S. and probably make good $15,000. It was about $10,000, and after that, I'm pretty much out. I think I'm out after that point. So it's just, I don't mean, once you come here and stay here for like a couple of months, it's just like you can't unsee it though.
If I was having some shit like that, I would come back to the U.S. like a lightning storm. Every once in a while, I strike through.
Oh, that's what I'm doing, man. Oh, trust me, that I'm already starting a lending company, with a money lending company over here already. I already started my, putting them balls in motion, but you still got to come to the U.S. The money in U.S. is still the best money. So it is what it is currently. But man, when I tell you, dude, what's up, Ed? How you doing, sir? This is Last Zulu. I had to change my profile, but how you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
Damn, what's up?
No, I just came back.
I know you did.
I want him to finish his thought before I jump in. I'm also doing something on here, so yeah. I don't want to just come in here and be like, "Oh yeah, I'm here, so y'all listening to me, bitches." I did enough talking on this stream already.
Ed sounded like he that dude that just was strolled in the club with his hand in his pocket, like, "Hey man, you all right?" "Yeah, I'm good." Like, "Oh, this is
yeah, that's exactly what he did. He was like,
"That's what it sounds like."
Who the fuck is you?
You don't sound right. You all right? Somebody get that man a drink.
I mean, you never know what goes on in this space, man. There's a lot of folks that be going through some shit. I mean, I count myself lucky, to be honest with you. I went through some scares, but you know how it is. But as far as what was talking about, because the argument is always, oh, well, we just fly by night. Ain't nobody staying nowhere, for a longer period of time, which I take exception to. And then obviously you're in Africa, so they can't even say nothing being in Africa. Hold on one moment.
Trying to get no white women from Africa.
There's probably like 4 corridors that you could really get something popping in Africa. Like,
actually, the white women are coming to Africa. It's funny. They actually are. Like, I'm telling you, because I think they had this festival out here called Nikki down here. When I literally mean it was just a sea of fucking white women just came from out of the goddamn blue and just, man, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you. When I was at the Nikki festival, man.
Yeah, how you think
they getting ran through. I don't know if they're looking for husbands, but they definitely getting ran through. I didn't met chicks from England over here. I didn't met chicks from Germany over here. I didn't see chicks from America over here. Now they trying to find a husband. I don't know about that part, but I done been to the wood. They had like a little part where like next to the Nile River and everything. When I'm telling you, bro, like them chicks go to the Nile River and all of a sudden you see them in the wood necessarily getting, half naked, bent over. I'm like, well, goddamn it, then, bro.
How old are they?
It's been
old enough.
How old are they?
They look like they probably like in their 40s though. Some look like in their 40s, some like they like in their 30s.
So basically, they're getting their sexual renaissance, huh?
Yeah, basically. They out there
sexual safari is what it is.
Yeah,
that's what it is. That's what it is.
Women like 35 and older, they want to have a new sexual experience and shit. So they do shit like that.
21 to 40.
Well, no, I'm talking about after their 20s. Because then it kind of dies down, but then after a certain while, they're like, I want to be a hoe again.
No,
it's
by the time a woman gets close to her 40s, that's when she's hitting her stride sexually. That's when they hit their stride. Men go down, women go up. So when they get close to that 35 and 40s, that's when they get to their horny ass years. They become teenage boys at that point. So yes, they actually went on their sexual safari. That's the biology part of it. Their arc is different than ours. Their peak comes after ours goes down, and so that's why they'll be out there.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm seeing, because like I went to the Nile River, right, and then we was at the Nile River, and we was just basically kind of chilling right next to the Nile. It's like some forest. So I'm sitting up and I'm seeing all these like little white girls kind of like just bent over, like just shaking and shit. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? It's like nighttime right over here. So I'm just like, what the fuck is going on over there? I get a little closer and whatnot. I'm like, oh, they just out here just getting ran through. It's like maybe like 20 white girls over there. It's probably like 100 dudes over there. I'm sitting here like,
Oh my
The
God!
fuck
Did
going
you say they
on
was
over here?
twerking at the Nile River? This is a sign of the
No,
apocalypse. Right?
no. They was like shaking,
Oh,
it's
okay.
like, no,
Not
I'm serious,
twerking. It's just
cause
shaking.
all right,
Okay.
Man, what
Okay.
the
You just
they was
felt
shaking,
some
cause
African,
I
African
couldn't.
mama.
It was nighttime, cause you can't really tell. You couldn't really tell what was going on at nighttime. So I'm over there looking, and I'm like, why are they over there shaking in the woods? Like, what's going on with these white girls over there? So I kind of creep a little closer, and then I'm seeing like, it's a gang of motherfuckers over there. So they
Man, these
basically got
African
like 20 girls
Africans.
over there, and it's like damn near 100 men over there.
Yeah.
So
And see, they trying to stop us from sex tourism,
Where,
but they
where
doing
was
it.
where's PK? And PK, is this anything that you don't know that I don't know?
Huh?
They get down. They get
No,
down like that.
that's not PK. That's Golden Eye.
No, I'm asking PK because he was talking about that before. He was saying that these chicks, they get into some really debaucherous shit, and I was agreeing from the chat. I'm like, yes, they do. I said most dudes don't know it. No, most dudes don't want to believe it, and they in denial. They don't know or they in denial, but they'll do some out there shit. And homeboy is saying right now, what 20 chicks and 100 dudes? Yeah.
I'm telling you,
this shit is crazy.
and the
Man.
funny is,
I mean, you gotta believe it at some point.
It's funny.
You would hope.
It's so funny because like they got like a TikTok about it. They're not TikTok, but it's a was it on Twitter or whatever? It's like a picture going around Twitter, like in the Ugandan Twitter space. And basically, it's just like one white chick and it's like 8 dudes around her, and it's like they all taking turns just yamming that shit out. And I don't know if I can find that picture again or the video and send it to you, one of y'all. But I think I can send it to Ed. I think Ed got a Twitter. But you see this video, you seeing here like, God damn, it's going it's going down,
All
man.
right. Yeah. So where were you at again? I think were you in Africa?
You said Uganda.
Yeah, I'm in Uganda right now.
Oh
Uganda.
yeah, O'Shea. Yeah, O'Shea was talking about that. Yeah, because when you said that, even when they skinny, they still got an ass to kind of perk out when it comes to the pants and shit.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. The crazy thing is you hear all these fucking bitch ass naysayers. Like as far as black men go to, first of all, Accra, Ghana is where the majority of Black Americans expats are more than any other place. So
you mean single mothers?
No, black men, African American men are in. Remember, black men were traveling before black women because things like the military and stuff like that, and so in Africa, you got the Pan Africanist thing. This is too. So no, it's not just that's who you hear about now. But the reality is this folks has been living overseas for like decades now and got in Accra, Ghana. That's why Ghana has some of the best laws as far as citizenship and stuff like that. Like if you just show up and you're an African American, they give it to you. Now I don't know where they are now. But as far as overall American expats, yeah, it's probably like a 55-45 split, even if it's 45 on the dude's end. But
it's got to be higher than that.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm talking. Yeah, I think it is, but just to be reasonable. But the thing about it is, black people are already going to Africa. You just see it on the Pan Africanist circles, like so you don't really. That's where that's separated from like the Brazil or it's the South American conversation, which the passports having South America, Asia. Then it's the African conversation. But people have this thing where black men are just not going to Africa for some reason, but they are. I mean, hell, O'Shea's not even the only one over there in Uganda. But anyway, the point is, as far as that ass thing you was talking about, the thing about it is, you don't really see skinny chicks like that in the United States. This guy. Asses like that when they're thin like that. Now they do exist in the United States as far as black women, but it's rare. And so the thing about it is when you see stuff like that, that trips dudes out. And it's like, look, man, they don't want you going no fucking where. It doesn't matter if it's Africa. They'll probably talk less shit about Africa. But the reality is they'll be calling them bitches dirty foot too. They'll find a way. That the ADOS thing is kind of like an excuse to the ADOS thing is kind of like an excuse to do that, so I don't care where you go, you just need to see something different. I don't give a fuck because I'm not about expatting, although I support brothers that do that because I want to network of African American men in different parts of the world. But they don't matter where you go. You don't have to go to Brazil. In fact, I often tell people that language barrier is a bitch as far as expat.
It is.
Not
It
necessarily.
is.
Like I'll tell you this one. From
Portuguese
most of the
ain't
Atlantic,
Spanish.
But Portuguese is really only spoken in Brazil and Angola and Portugal, right?
That's another thing. Yeah.
If you have English and French, you have most of the African continent.
Yeah,
right.
That's
if
true.
you have English, French, and Spanish, you have most of the Atlantic world, and that means the East Coast of America, most of South America, most of Western Africa, and then most of Western Europe. Like those three languages take up a lot more real estate than you expect.
Yeah, and really,
exactly.
really English and Spanish. And the thing is, I generally would say learn Spanish before French.
But Africa, French.
But French is a sister. Yeah, if you want to go to Africa, like straight up, yeah. But French is like a sister language to Spanish. So you kind of like, and then
because I would say if you understand, if you know English, you're very fluent, right? You go to Spanish or French, and I say Spanish seems easier. I'm French fluent, but I say French, Spanish are roughly equivalent. Then you could jump to Portuguese. Then you could jump to maybe like Italian or something like that. And
you always got to remember too, you're dealing with Americans in general, regardless of race, monolinguic. So you add them in like.
Yeah, but you could, you have.
This ain't an RPG game, man.
But you have a lot more. I know a lot of black dudes that'll be like in South Florida, like Miami Gardens, or will be in New York, and they'll know Spanish.
Ticket TV is like that, yeah,
right? Because you just surround it all the time. You're like, man, what am I gonna do learning like Latin? Like, so, and Latin obviously could be beneficial to a certain degree, but you can learn one of those Romance languages and make an easier transition to one of the other ones. Portuguese, I think it's like Portuguese and Hungarian are the ones that are, and Basque too. Are the ones that
here's the difference between you and me. The difference between you and me is, as a marketer, the shit you talk about is gonna lose people. That's too big of a gradient. They like, nigga, you gotta drag feet to learn Spanish. Because truth is, with Spanish, the reason why I say, look, I'm not saying Spanish is better, technically, even though more people speak it. But what I'm saying is, it used to be a requirement that you had to take like a second language depending on what school you went to. Like districts are different. But that's one of the things. Like now, the smart people, I've seen this in Florida, and I actually recommend this more, that you could take a coding language if you didn't want to be an exit. And that's not everybody would want to do that, but I think that would be more practical for people that's in the United States than take language. But my point is, they teach Spanish. Now, granted, French is in high school as well, but usually Spanish is they have an easier time finding somebody to teach Spanish versus French. So it's something you can get access to it for free if you're younger. Also, when you start speaking of multiple languages like that, I mean, honestly, you got to be. You don't have to be socialized with it, but your brain in a certain area has to be more used to that, and it comes easier to you. Like I know somebody, I literally dated a chick that when I first met her, she couldn't speak a lick of English, but now she speaks all three languages, and you wouldn't even know what her French, actually her native language French, has an accent, because when she went to France, they told her,
and it's beneficial for you to learn.
They told her Spanish. She sounds like a redneck, and then she called them an FAG.
It's beneficial for you to learn Spanish now because it can help you with jobs. Because you can get a lot of jobs because are requiring for you to speak two languages, especially if you're doing like customer service jobs where people have to call you about problems. Yeah, having that.
I'm doing that too.
Yeah,
because I'll say two things. One, Canadian French is French from the 18th century. Like it's literally the French that when those people left after Louisiana Purchase, like all of the ones who stayed in Canada, their French never really changed. So they use like certain terms that are still
and
stuck
she's from
back then.
Quebec as well.
Yeah, because I've been all throughout the Francosphere. So I'm very familiar with it. Like they sound like a duck that's quacking when they speak. It's very weird. But if you can understand like how the sentences, how they structure the words, instead of like he went to the car, it's like the car he went to. You can understand like a lot easier where the vocabulary works into. Because I do the Duolingo stuff for Spanish, and a lot of it makes sense. I just don't know the vocabulary. I know the sentence structure, right? So like once you get that, you can get the vocabulary and stuff that in there, and that's like that repetition portion. It makes it a lot easier. And then there was another portion. Gosh, I'll stop.
No, I hear what you're saying, and it's great enthusiasm. I mean, the thing is, you got like talking, and I don't even want to say. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, if you are a man who cares about masculinity, right? All the Romance languages are based off of men as the focus of it to form out what the language is. The women add a lot more. If you know French, right? The women add a lot more to the lingua francaise, right? They are part of the portion, a big part of the portion that creates the language. But when you say a sentence, let's say like they are all in parliament, right? Like ils sont en parlement, right? The focus is that they are all men in the parliament. But if it's all a group of women, let's say 10 women are saying the sentence, if you have just one man in it, it switches back to the men. So instead of elles sont en parlement, it is ils sont en parlement.
Yeah, I hear
it refocuses back on the men as being the ones who are the creators of the society. So that language is a focus of creating the world, how it exists, as opposed to like.
Yeah, I hear that, but the French is on some cuckoldry shit. As far as how they actually run shit today.
I'm not gonna say
they literally got some of the. No, I hear what you're saying, and that does matter because people think through language. Yeah. So I get what you're saying, but real talk, the laws in France right now, that language is done them a disservice. They got some of the worst laws. They literally have probably the worst laws in the Western world, like when it comes to some of the shit they be on. But I get what you're saying, because like I said, people think through the languages, and especially with Spanish, absolutely. And there's something to be, but yeah, you're right. As far as look, a lot of unfortunately African American, and look, I put this on the fucking Pan-Africanists. I put this also on the pro-blacks, but for a lot of the ignorance that a lot of African Americans still have, like they don't even understand a lot of these countries speak English. They really, but as far as going to Africa, I have no issue with going to Africa. I mean, I think black people should go everywhere, real talk. But it's the thing about it is, I don't know why the same people that got an issue with people going to Latin America. Because think about it, take Brazil off the table. People forget this. You got Costa Rica, even though Costa Rica is very close to American prices as far as cost of living. It's always been. You've got Panama. You've got a lot of different countries. They have a lot of black people. See, the issue that gets on my nerves is black people fundamentally believe that all Latin Americans, the blackest they get is basically how Dominicans and Puerto Ricans look, minus Carmelo Anthony.
That's not
like
true at all. I'll say this. I'll say two things, right? Most black people should stick to countries in Africa that are on the coasts or have major international airports, because most Americans are not ready to go through most of Africa, right? They're not going to go to Niger, Mali, Chad. They're not. That's not on the reservations at all. And if they do make the journey, they should go with small groups, 1-2 people at most, right? Or at the minimum, and then no more than 3 or 4, to just be able to have an experience in that country, get to know the people, get to see, and not to not be an obstruction to what's going on, but to be able to observe.
Yeah, and most brothers, you got most of the motherfuckers is just throwing money around, typically, and not gonna go to Africa, even though Nigerians definitely have a reputation for doing that type of shit. But African American, usually they're gonna go to Latin America because it's still on a continent. They think it's, and even then, a lot of them they go to DR because of the proximity of the cruises and stuff. Most of them are not going to Africa for that. And most dudes that do go to Africa kind of carry with it a spirit of what you're talking about. A lot of times, though, it's the women, and BGS has chronicled this, that other people have too, that they expect for America to be everywhere. It's really kind of interesting. It's fast because they, I've heard that. In fact, Art Kathy, she has a YouTube channel. They would do it, and they literally start complaining, Africans are this, Africans are that, while you're in their home turf. And it's like, yo, and it's interesting hearing that, because it's like, you don't understand that the reason you're able to run your mouth to the extent that you are is because of white protection. White people as a way
it's not just that, but they're also extending grace because they see your skin as like your cousin, more than anything, because like there was
well, I'm talking about like when these chicks run their fucking mouth, because the way they run their mouth, they say some shit that's low key more disrespectful than what they say with African American men. Like even the dirty foot, like they won't say, like she won't say all that, but it's like, oh, what are they dumb? Are they this? And it's like, yo, it really shows the fucking lack of home training. No, it really, BGS is showing a video with this. It really shows you like the lack of fucking home training that some of these chicks have. And they really believe, because they buy into the feminism. Well, if the white women are complaining, I naturally go through more and all this American shit, but they don't really shit like I'll give you a perfect example. Going to the Philippines, the water pressure is not where it needs to be. Not in where they work now, where the Western folks live, or where like the international folks are not in the country live. Yeah, the water pressure is normal, but you can't even flush the toilet over there.
Plumbing. Yeah, the plumbing is
So my point is, though, African American woman will go over there and she'll just be the most disrespectful. That they have a solution about that. It's not as bad, but they will be the most disrespectful about that, because again, they're not just looking at black men through the eyes of white men. They look at the world through that lens, and it's like, you a black bitch doing that. Like the world is gonna respond to you very fucking differently. And then on top of that, they don't a lot of times travel in groups. Like
they know it. I'll say this, man. Like whenever I've gone over there with my so I'm half Caribbean, half American, right? Whenever I've gone to countries on my own or with the men in my family, nothing really bad happens. But the women who come with, they raise that stink. But when the men they're just existing, right? In a lot of countries outside of the West, like most men will have something like a very prominent tool, like a machete or like a hoe, and the women will just
they definitely got the machetes out here, man.
They get frightened seeing just a man who looks like a man with a machete just walking up, and they'll start talking to me because they'll see me as like the man, and they'll start talking. They will cower up behind you like a cat trying to, afraid of like a big pit bull or something like that. Like they like intuitively kind of know it, but they don't want to back down.
Well, I was raised to be a hot stove type of person, meaning if I say don't touch it and then you say you still want to touch it, let's see what happens. Like in fact, it's a YouTube video of a chick that does it. This is funny because I saw the same situation happen with a cousin of mine, where it was crying about not having apple juice because he thought it was apple juice. It was apple cider, and then he kept on crying, and then she said, you know what? And she poured a cap and let it drink out of the cap. And then the face that it was made was funny because I've seen that same situation. I told you it wasn't that. It was meant to teach a lesson. The thing about it is, if a lot of these chicks, again, that's why I laugh when they talk about, oh, we're going to start traveling. Yeah, y'all already are. And then one chick finally told the truth about saying what they want is dudes to come with them. And it's like, yo, you want us to pay your way just to be your fucking security. If we travel with you, we not having fun. So there's no point in doing it. If you want niggas to travel with you, you need to pay their ass and pay them up front. Like you for real money, not no, oh, well, you get to go on a trip. No, bullshit. Because you all are like, it's babysitting y'all motherfuckers. That's all.
I will not take it. I will not take a chick on a trip unless we're fucking.
Yeah.
Even
then. That's too easy. You're the porter. You're carrying the luggage, motherfucker.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell y'all one thing since I've been here. I didn't see 2 girls get smacked already since I've been here, man. Like one girl necessarily, she may have popped off at one dude real quick necessarily, and I mean he may have popped them up. When I mean it was like closed hand, motherfucking pop, like not no open hand pop.
And those men are not like aggressive.
And pop the fuck
like,
out that
at the end of the day, I have to stop you. I'll put it this way, right? I would not take an American woman to a trip outside of like a Club Med type of environment. I was with a friend who wanted to go down because she was with she got her MPH and went to get like some work hours, right? And so we went up into the mountains of Haiti, right? And she wanted to come with me, and I was like, you should stay with your hostel. We went up there. We were talking to one of the local medicine guys who was, think like a bruja, right? Like he was a witch doctor. And we were up on the top of the mountain, and we were trying to figure out where are the places we're going to go, where are the people we need to talk to, and drinking some rum, chilling out. All the lights were the only thing that were in the cabin at the top of this mountain. And we heard this like tick, 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 tick sound coming up the mountain. And I was asking, what the hell is this? And the guy that was the witch doctor was saying, like, oh, those are the spiders. It was like, I had to ask, what do you mean the spiders? Like, this is the only heat at the top of this mountain. So they're going to come where the heat is. And so they started coming up to the top and they're like surrounding the mountain, the cabin at the top of the mountain. We had to like close off all the windows because she was scared that they would come in. It was like, no, they won't come in because they don't like people, but they will be around here because it's warm. Like, there's a lot of things that, like, once you get out of the Western world and like the kind of sanitizing that happens here, there's a lot of things that women just can't handle. And most Americans can't handle, really, but like women in general.
I.e. Bear Grylls.
Yeah. And I just wound up drinking the rum for the rest of the night. The women that woman could not handle it. And she had been in other places, but like the idea, like you could hear the tick, 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 tick all around. But it's a different
because that meant they were too goddamn big.
Man, they got big ass iguanas over here in was it in Uganda? Woo! Yesterday I was when I tell you these iguanas as big as, I don't know, like, there's some kind of fucking lizard. But I mean, this lizard came into my goddamn room yesterday, man. I had to go chase this big ass lizard out my goddamn room. I'm sitting here like, and they got cows everywhere. They got goats everywhere. Like, or you would literally have a goat or like come up to your door or something. It's wild out here, man.
It reminds me of that video.
Everything is bigger in Africa.
It reminds me of that video that I saw. Like, I think it was like a Komodo dragon or something. It was eating a damn monkey.
Yep.
I don't know if you seen that video.
I've seen that video.
Whole. Yeah. He ate the monkey.
What the hell, bro? A Komodo? You said a Komodo dragon ate what, bro?
A baby monkey.
A monkey.
Yeah.
They're like
he paralyzed it and then he swallowed the monkey whole. I was like, damn.
My grandfather told me that when he was out in the far regions of the Congo, he was going to like these villages where they would have to clear out the village once every year because these ants, they weren't like fire ants, but they were these type of ants that would eat all the organic matter in the village.
Oh, I know exactly. They got him here. Here,
and they would just have to like walk out and leave. And he was like, "I've never seen." He'd seen like, you know, how nature is indifferent, but he was like, "No, at a certain point, nature will just consume you like the end of the Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. Like it'll just suck you up and just throw you away like bones."
Nature don't give a fuck. Nature like get wrecked.
No. Especially down here in rainy season. Because when you come down in Uganda in the rainy season, they have like this periodic it's like flood style rain. But I mean, it'll rain hard for like an hour or two and then come back sunny. But then all of a sudden you'll see like these line of like they're like red ants. There's like red big ants, but I mean they're about like almost an inch and a half long necessarily, but about like an inch and a half long. And you'll see them just floating just on the water like a small little ball and whatnot. And I'm talking to the locals, they're looking at me like this is normal and shit. I'm like, what the fuck is that? They was like, oh, that's just the ants. They just going by the riverside. I'm sitting here like,
a swarm of them will take down an elephant in like a couple of days. Like they'll just like slowly eat it apart.
What up, Charles?
I'll tell you, man, people love the red fire ants. It's funny.
Yes, we call you fire ant.
It's funny when they have those in Fort Benning a lot. You learn discipline when you're on the fucking gun range and the motherfuckers are swarming on your arm. You just kindly get your water bottle, drown the motherfuckers, get the alcohol pads, wipe your shit, go back to shooting. I'm gonna tell you, the funniest shit is when you get people who are not used to nature. I just sit back and watch and be like, watch this motherfucker here. Like, oh my God, it's a bear. Oh my God, why are you moving closer?
Hey, lots of stays over there. I'm good.
Like, you know what? Just like my friend, she like, why are you always talking about bringing a shotgun when you're in the woods? I said, because, you know, I don't feel like bear wrestling, okay?
That's a bad time.
It's a semi-automatic shotgun. Before it even gets down here, I'm putting 2 in his fucking head, and I'm going to fucking make a rug. Like, matter of fact, I'll do whatever meat we get and learn how to cook it. Mm-hmm. Like, I told people, I said, you do know you're not that far removed from nature, right?
In America, you kind of are, though. Like America's very sad.
Yeah, in America you are, but
I said even in America, you're not really that far from nature. All you need is your power off. once you people
yeah,
can't
sure.
people don't realize this. I've been to fucking a war zone. Imagine when the power's fucking off.
You are surprised how much pushback human beings do to nature when it comes to your cities.
Yeah,
to be honest,
you
because
gotta.
like you think about it, the amount of weeds you gotta take out, the amount of garbage you got, the waste, the birds you gotta get rid of, the trees you gotta cut down. Fucking, like I said, I had a fucking hornets digging into the ground near my warehouse. We had to get rid of them because I would have exterminator.
Yeah,
What's the gasoline?
plus, you're not that far
I'm-
removed.
I am not setting my warehouse on fire for you, man. Come on.
No, you're setting them on fire. Gasoline or some quickcrete. Some quickcrete down there.
Like I'm gonna tell you, you're not
That's
that
not
far.
something.
Because one thing you learn is that nature always shows you how fucking close you are when you get like fucking deer running off your road and shit, or the occasional bear that's fucking playing with itself in the middle of the road, or some snake in somebody's boot, which was fucking hilarious when some snakes crawled in my sergeant's boot and he looked in the boot and he saw the snake and he took his fucking Bowie knife and chopped it up into pieces.
Well, first of all, I want to figure out why the fuck you looking at the bear playing with itself.
You couldn't help it. The motherfucker was in the middle of the road. Like, what the fuck is he doing? Oh, what the fuck is this? Like this is like nature's weird.
What do you mean the snake was trying to eat itself, or?
Huh?
What do you mean, like the snake was trying to eat itself, or what?
No, the snake was in one of my sergeant's boots in Iraq.
Oh.
The bear was just doing some weird shit to itself. Like,
the bear was okay.
Yeah, Charles was looking at a bear jack off. I don't know why, but
well, it looked like your ex-girlfriend. That's what I thought it was.
Charles into some weird stuff, man.
I know, really.
Like, I mean,
The
shit.
bottom one niggas, man.
Try to get down on. Well, then again, y'all actually fuck bears in North Carolina, so I mean, hey, you do the reverse of what Caprio does. That motherfucker be doing the reverse Leo and shit. This is how we get down.
I can see Charles right now. He's got that bear in the pose of Megan Thee Stallion while he playing Madden.
I can see you right now. You probably hunted down with some brioche. Like, come on, I ain't gonna hurt you. I'm gonna feed you.
But now nature is fucking crazy though. To be honest with you.
I'll tell you one thing that I've noticed, and it's funny because everybody be like, "Why don't you go to family functions?" I said, "There's one reason why. Because you're really about to get 2 seconds away from like smacking the shit out of your family." And I'm like, your aunts and uncles and your little cousins be looking at you when you say some shit. And I said, I'm gonna tell you one damn thing. Y'all can talk all the shit you want, but I bet you not one motherfucker's gonna play a fucking finger on me. And that's when everybody gets quiet again. And I'm like, you know what? Made my point cross. Fuck all of you. See y'all next funeral if I decide to come. I'll be like, man, I'll tell you, I live by one rule and one rule only. God gave you family. Thank God you pick your friends.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
that's true.
Yeah, people be like, yo, you can't stand your family. I say, guess what? You know, one of the most loyal creatures I ever met. One, my nephew's dog Justice, and two, my cat. I said,
God damn.
I said, you
It's
gotta
true.
realize. My cat will sit there while we watching football. I'll look at him, he'll look at me, and he'll look at the screen, and I'll look at the screen. It's the same thing with the UFC. You're playing the game. You know what? I don't have to. You know what? He doesn't require much. All he says is like, okay, rub my neck and my head, and feed me, and put some fresh water down. Human beings, you motherfuckers, y'all make breathing difficult. Like, God damn.
That's why I tell people, if I'm your friend, that's a compliment. Because I hate people.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to get that way too.
Yeah, and I mean, I've been like even in the military. Like I'm a soldier in the police department. I'm a soldier, true and true. If I got to work with the devil himself, we're gonna work well and we're gonna work good. It's just when people go away from the fucking plan, like we're supposed to go through the hill. Why you want to go top of the hill where they have a machine gun nest? All we got to do is go to the other side of the hill and come behind it. No, let's go take it from the front. Nigga, that's suicide. I know.
I know.
Yeah, it's what it is.
And I'm gonna tell you, here's the reason why. Like I'm like my mother used to think I was sexist until she was like, you know what? I'm never gonna question your thought process again. I said, there's a reason why I developed very early in my adult life how to trust women with money. I think you remember when my aunt passed in February, right? One of my aunts was taking care of her for 2 years, about 3 to 4 years, because she had a stroke. My aunt was one of them chicks, never married, no kids, worked all the goddamn time, had 3 pensions. So, because women like that are so bored and don't have nothing else to do, they buy a lot of shit they don't need or can't afford. They can afford it, but they don't have space to put it.
Facts.
So what happens is she's staying with one of my aunts and my cousin, my little cousin. And this is how thoughtless women are. You let her fucking house that she built degrade over time, so much so, I don't care what type of house you live in, and she had a really nice house. The fact of the matter is that she was a fucking hoarder and nobody came over there to tell her stop buying so much shit. Because look, there's a rule that goes on with me, my brother, my sister, my niece, my nephew. Y'all don't do shit for Charles's kids or grandkids, but you will call Charles to come fix, make, or look at something very quickly. And if you don't know who Charles is, that's my dad. Like, my aunt would only help one set of fucking nieces and nephews, and that's it. Charles's kids never got shit from the rest of the family. And me and my aunt today got into it when I'm like, you know what? My father wanted to unlock the door and check some stuff at our old house. And you should see my cousins who came from Virginia and a couple other ones. I just told them kindly, how you doing? I'm not here to lift shit. Don't ask me. Because I already know what y'all gonna do. Can you help me take this? No, I'm not. My aunt, one of my aunts, she gets like, well, how you doing? I said, hey, I'm just letting people know. Don't ask me to do it. So I go outside because my father was like, yep, take this here, because he was trying to fix her bathroom up while she was still living, and he left the tools there. So I'm trying to prop open the door. My aunt gets smart, and I'm like, oh, you think because you're my aunt that you could talk to a 40-year-old fucking man who's been experienced as me like you want to fucking say something. I said, look at this. I said, first and foremost, I'm trying to prop up. Why don't you just get something to prop up the goddamn door? I said, what the fuck do you think I'm trying to do? Well, you gotta be smart. I said, well, you ain't gotta be dumb. I don't know why you here. You weren't here when she was living. I said, I said, first and foremost, I lived across the street from your sister for 6 years. She could visit me anytime she wanted, but no, she was helping your fucking sister across the street. She ain't put one fucking dollar into me nor my son. So fuck all of you. And oh yeah, by the way, the reason why I could talk like this, she ain't do shit for us. So I didn't have to kiss her ass when she was living like you do. I said, motherfucker, you beg so much from the family, your hands look like cups. And then one of my cousins butting in, who's younger than me, put it to you this way. I'm probably the third oldest person in that damn house at the time. And she was like, well, that's your aunt. You need to be respectful. I said, you need to mind your goddamn business. First of all, I'm a grown-ass man, and she needs to respect me as that, too. If you want to get off the hook, I'll forget that you're family. Well, you got to be, that's your aunt. And I smack people. I said, I'll tell you one thing and one thing only. And I'm going to say this once. I dare you to put one fucking finger on me and see what the fuck happens. And you know that house got real quiet after I said that for some odd reason.
You must have had a bad day today, Charles.
Not really, because I just had a point to prove. I said, I'm going to tell you.
Tested today. No, I was testing him today.
I'm
trying his gangster, bro.
I'm going to tell you one thing about it. I said, and I talk big shit. I said, I'm going to tell you what, you put one finger on me, I'm going to tell you why they call me the king in a minute. You're gonna fight me, and you're gonna think it's a line, and I'm gonna take you to the fucking king.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna share this real quick. Finish up, Charles.
And they got real quiet. I said, "Oh, so y'all actually know better? Thank you." And I told my dad, "Hey, you ready to leave?" He said. He started laughing. He's like, and he looked at my aunt, which is his sister, and he said, "See, that's your problem. You think that he's still a little boy, and that guy got experience. Don't try him." He came out the house laughing at her dumb ass. But I'm done.
Give me your money, bitch.
Oh, calm down, bro.
Calm down. Hurry up.
Are you a black guy?
Are you serious?
What?
What? Just because I'm robbing you mean I'm black?
Well, I mean,
why would you think that?
I don't know, maybe because you're robbing me and you're black.
How you know I wasn't a white guy?
Because, bro, you talk black.
Excuse me? Talk black?
Sorry. I mean, talk African American.
I didn't know black was a language.
Look, man, I didn't mean to offend you, okay? I was nervous.
How would you feel if I just assumed you was a gardener?
I am a gardener.
How would you feel if I assumed you was in a mariachi band?
I'd be fine with it. I love mariachi.
How would you feel if I assumed you was illegal?
Oh, okay. Calm down. That's too far. Who you been talking to?
Doesn't feel too good, does it?
Okay, well, how would you feel if I assumed you need to pay child support?
How would you feel if I assumed all you did was get drunk and watch soccer?
Well, how would you feel if I assumed you only eat chicken and watermelon?
How would you feel if I assumed you only eat tacos and fajitas?
Well, how would you... Damn, I could really go for a taco right now, actually.
Hey, actually, I could do the same.
It's actually an amazing taco.
Oh, really? I gotta check that out.
You probably won't like it, though, because they don't have grape soda.
You know the Hispanic and stoner?
What?
Stoners have papers.
You know the difference between a black father and a boomerang?
What's that?
Boomerang comes back.
What's your favorite band? One Direction?
What's really long and black?
That was a fucked up joke.
That one's kind of funny. I like that one.
It's good, right?
Like
I like
Father
One
the
Direction.
Boomerang? Wow.
It's good one, right?
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
See, man, it's okay to laugh at each other sometimes, as long as after all the ignorant jokes and stupid comments, we actually respect each other.
Wow. That was beautiful.
Now, give me your money, bitch.
Are you serious?
Yeah, man, I gotta pay this child support.
I knew it.
That shit was low-key hilarious.
You know what? That was my entire time in Iraq.
Thank you for that, Art. Thank you, whoever found that shit. Thank you for that.
That was hilarious, bro.
That was my entire time in Iraq. I swear to God. Because my boy Perez, he was like, when the generator cut off of the tent, he was like, "Hey, Falk, does this remind you of home? The power out?" I said, "Hey, Perez, does this remind you of home? A whole bunch of people in a small enclosed space?"
Hell no.
Savage. I saw that. I was like, "Oh, this is funny as shit." You're like, "Yeah, you won't like the taco truck because they don't have grape soda." I was like, "Damn."
Damn, yeah, I could do it before time.
You know where my retort would be? At least you don't put hot sauce on everything, including ice cream. And then the Mexicans looked at me and they were like, "But that shit good though."
He said, "What's the difference between a black father and a boomerang? A boomerang comes back."
Right, that was
savage.
That was cold. That was cold.
Exactly, PK. Savage, dude. That's a closer right there. You took down the dozens with that one. Like, oh, man, wait a minute.
He said, "Who's your favorite band? One Direction."
One Direction. You know how Mexicans decorate their lawn with Corona bottles? No, really.
Goddamn.
Well, I mean, you can tell when Mexicans move in. Just count the coronavirus. You know? Like, god damn, it must be a whole rack of you motherfuckers. What is it? One family per room?
God damn.
Yeah, and that's the bad thing about it because the joke's even funnier when you actually know culture.
Yeah. Well, see, that's to me, Charles. That's why I always laugh at that shit. I don't know how it is everybody else, but Californians, that's how we joke with each other because we all here. So we all end up mixed with each other, knowing each other's family. So we had these kind of jokes. So you can go in on each other like that if they're your friends because you know this shit. And ain't nobody taking it overly fucking serious, you know. But it's funny that you can have that kind of what people would consider insensitivity in the same place where you have all this PC culture. I'm like, it's fucking stupid. But it's more fun.
I remember like people always try to get me with black jokes. I was like, wait a minute. Oh, you're trying to joke me about eating chicken. I said, I bet you'd be trying to stab me if it was a goddamn burrito, huh? I was like, look. I was like, matter of fact, let me buy you a burrito. It's like, well, matter of fact, I'm gonna buy your wife a burrito. He was like, why? I said, that's the biggest piece of meat she ever held.
See, those are construction jokes. Those are construction jokes. Like, man, measure this out 6 inches. Like, dude, this ain't right. Your wife would be really disappointed in you. Don't ever take this home.
Appreciate you, CG3, for the cash app, and come on, Solo Dolo. Appreciate you.
I get a kick out of dirty jokes, man. You cannot be professional.
Oh, there's some funny ones out there, boy. There are some funny ones out there.
I remember, like, I was like, you know, when a chick has a, when she makes a decision between dating black men or white guys, right? She was like, what? I said, it's like, going to fucking Subway. She's either asking for a 6 inch or a foot long. But I'm just like, oh.
You know what? That's what I'm not gonna like about this new Grand Theft Auto because they said they're gonna take all them jokes out.
What?
Yeah,
you talking about joking about that shit because I heard this motherfucker.
Yeah, Grand Theft Auto 6 is gonna have a female protagonist and it's gonna be more PC.
Oh fuck it. Okay, so they killing us the franchise then.
Basically.
It's like they really. I bet you that shit within the first month of people pay online, they're gonna be like, you know what?
Going back to 5.
Going back to 5. And I'm like, you know what? They're gonna be like, hey, we're putting men back in it.
Grand Theft Auto should be the one game where PC culture should not adhere to it. That is the one game where if you put PC culture in that game, it's gonna kill it. Ain't nobody gonna buy that game for that.
It's gonna be disgusting.
It's gonna be boring.
Oh, Art.
Yes, sir.
And King Panther. One thing I figured out since I've been here, a lot of people down here that the game that they play a lot necessarily is spades necessarily, and they play a lot of Tekken down here. I didn't know that. Since I've been down here, they got like a small little arcade for people like dudes who want to play Tekken. Apparently, they got some hands out here in Tekken, but I came down here, got my ass whooped for like a good 2 weeks.
Yeah. Where are you?
I'm in Uganda right now.
Oh, the land of milk, honey, and ass.
Oh dear God, the ass out here is so. When I mean it's so pretty, man. It's like every chick got one. I ain't never seen a chick. I ain't never been to a place where every woman got a fat ass. It's just like
this motherfucker act like he in heaven and shit. Damn.
It's called
nigga, I am in heaven.
It was called Baltimore there in the late 90s, early 2000s, and now these bitches got a fat everything.
Arson, there's something wrong with you, man. There is something wrong with you. She-Hulk's got a cactus pussy, really? Yeah, I can't show it, or else I'll get flagged. He knows what I'm talking about.
Just send it to me. Just send it to me. Oh Lord.
Art, Black Bane sent that to me earlier this week, and I couldn't put it up on my community tab.
Man, I wish you could get. I wish fucking YouTube had had the fucking liberties of fucking Twitter. Twitter's a cesspool, and I like it. I mean,
It is a cesspool.
I mean, Twitter's so bad that you don't even got to go to Pornhub. I'm like, God damn. Like, and it's sad because I'm really fucked up behind this. Because all these chicks I'm finding that I met through BlurCon, y'all have OnlyFans. And I'm like,
of course, why not?
I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, like, bitch, you should have told me. Like, shit. Like, you try to proposition me? No, I'm just trying to prop you up. Put your leg here. Like, fuck.
I ain't gonna lie to you. When I went to BlurCon the last time, I didn't know it was like half porn star, half nerds. I pretty much, if she was like above a 6, she was probably a porn star at BlurCon. I'm not, or she's selling pussy somewhere. It was kind of weird, especially when it came to Georgia. It was.
And she's getting ramrodded while she's eating some chick's pussy while she's jerking 2 guys off. I mean, that bitch is talented. She can multitask like a motherfucker.
Oh, hot damn.
Damn. Well, salute her to America then. I give you that much.
I tell you, I can't go to like certain places, man. Like, you go to Germany, a lot of people don't understand. It's like, yo, the culture there is something weird towards black men because, you get off the plane and you see this mixed chick like caramel with green eyes and natural hair. You like, yo, y'all making dicks harder than a fucking jail sentence coming off the goddamn plane. Like, what the fuck is this?
Who you with?
I don't know, Charles. I think the Ugandan girls will give you a run for your goddamn money. When I mean they got some dark skinned chicks out here necessarily with the long dreads, man. When I first got off the goddamn plane, the first lady I saw she was like a 5'5" chick necessarily, and the women over here hella short. It's weird. But it's like if she was like 5'5", she had locks that go all the way down to her butt. When I mean, and she had a fucking monkey on her so goddamn big, I swear to God, you can put a cup on that bitch. You can put 4 cups on that bitch. And I'm sitting here looking at her, she looking at me like, "Welcome to Uganda." I'm like, "Fuck you, damn right. Welcome to Uganda." I don't know. O'Shea done broke that. I done fucked up. I don't know, man. I'm just
You gotta remember, this is like Tuesday for me when I'm dealing with chicks like that. Like, it's like, I don't know. Like, it must be like my ingrained Negro senses. They call me Negro man. I got the proportional strength of a Negro. So the Negro sense is tingling, and a part of that special powers is called ass gazing. Like, you could just sense the ass. Like, for some odd reason, I see these chicks, and then I hang around gyms all the time. So you see the chicks whose waists look like nothing. I mean, god damn.
Hey, Charles.
Man, you know what? I gotta show you the video because I was yesterday. I went to, I think they call it Lake Victoria, right? And on the way to Lake Victoria, all I was seeing was some African ladies or whatever. And what I mean, they had the tiniest waist necessarily, and they had like these. They like to wear like they either go with the locks or they go with like the short hair necessarily, with like a small mini fro thing going around, and they were just running. All in the line, just running necessarily. One had a kid, like she had like strapped to her back. She had like a little baby strapped to her back. She was just running. And I'm saying, Hiller's like, is that 10 black women just running? And they look healthy? I was like, oh shit, bro. Oh yeah, man.
Something you don't really see too much.
Well, if you see a chick with a kid, at least you know she puts out. God damn.
Man.
Hey, what you talking?
I'm telling you, this.
I never heard of BlurCon.
I think Ed was right necessarily. We said when you leave the country, like when you come out to a new environment and you see the difference, I was like, yeah, it's OB for them chicks, man. I don't know.
Yeah, hey Charles.
I don't know, because my auntie called me yesterday. She was like, "You need to go ahead and marry you a good American chick." I was looking at her. I'm like, this shit, that ain't gonna happen. That ain't.
Go ahead, Ray.
Y'all can. Yeah, I thought it was fucking audio. Okay, I see it now. Nah, I was saying like, hey, man, I never heard about BlurCon until I came to this space.
Yeah,
like BlurCon, yeah, I never heard that till I came to this space, man. Well, that's fucking awesome though. To like come to an event where it's like where you see mostly people who have melanin in their skin, them just into all kind of geek shit. Yeah.
They have one out here. It's called Black Comic Expo.
Yeah.
You can see what it is. Comic book creators. all black folks in the Bay Area and around here all come together and hang out. It's just pretty
Fucking
small.
awesome, man. That sounds fucking awesome, bro. Damn,
Oh, because
man.
I want to go to one of those then, because like when I go to these anime conventions, I'd be like, oh, that's a nice chick over there. When I used to go to anime conventions, it's like now the anime convention, it's just a whole bunch of e-girls like just half naked trying to sell you something. And I'm like, God damn, women like, yeah, well, like I don't know. At least when I go to the anime convention, I like the one I went to be in America, so I mean, being Georgia, so I don't know.
I mean,
did you go to Dragon Con?
I did not go to Dragon Con. I don't really like Dragon Con like that much. No, that's not one of my favorite ones.
Well,
Emerald City
Dragon
Con, something like that in Atlanta.
No, we have BlurredCon. We have Comic Con that come down here. I've never been to Dragon Con because it's just always been when it came. I was always working when Dragon Con came, so I never got the opportunity to go.
Now this is the first for me, Dragon Con, so hence nothing but dragons.
Nah, that's just the name of it.
You know, it's released to Dragon Con. Giggity.
But nah, I mean,
I think somebody's internet is not working, man. You need to pay that bill, Art.
What is it scratchy?
No, it's not even. I'm seeing a circle. Maybe that's just me. I'm in Uganda, so I know the internet here kind of sucks ass. So
a circle.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm seeing a circle.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Probably just me.
Yeah. He just moving shit
I'm seeing the
around,
loading
man.
screen. I'm seeing like was it a hand necessarily with the red pill, blue pill? I'm seeing like a circle in the middle. That's all I'm seeing.
Oh no, his shit's fine to me. Shit.
A hand with a red pill circle.
No, I'm seeing the red pill and the blue pill, and I'm seeing like a circle in the middle, like something's loading up or something. But like I said, it could just be.
Yeah, that's probably on you. Cause that's my background.
Yeah, man. Lay off the shirt.
Because PK's playing the game. That's what you should be seeing on the screen.
Yeah.
Oh, should be seeing? Okay.
Yeah.
I just
Lay off the shrooms, man.
You know what I gotta say? She-Hulk needs a gynecologist and a gardener.
God damn.
Hell no.
Charles.
God damn, like.
Yeah, what's your take on the last episode, bro?
Let him save that for his show tomorrow.
Oh, you doing a show on it? Okay.
Artisan.
Oh yeah.
So y'all can watch Artisan. If you ain't subscribed to Artisan, put your stuff in the chat.
Nah, brother Art anymore. I was asking Charles, but I do see what you're saying because it's Artisan.
Oh yeah, Charles. We get the opportunity.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you a couple questions about going to the Army. I'm 31 right now, so I'm thinking I may want to go to like either Special Forces or maybe be like a field medic because I got medical experience. I was the EMT for like at least 3 years, so I wanted to ask a couple questions about that.
You can go 18 alpha, which is like, I think it's like 18 X-ray. Like, I forget what the actual term is for, you're going straight to Special Forces or Rangers, but usually the 18 series for Special Forces. 2, make sure you're really, really good shape. 3, you better condition your feet for road marching, man.
Okay.
I mean, some shit when they do road marches, it's good. It's really, you better be in shape, in incredible shape, but you just better have an incredible will because sometimes your energy will be zapped. Like 45 pounds to some guys is nothing. Walk with that bitch about 12 to 15 miles, and that shit turns into like 200 pounds on your back. I mean, I'm going to tell you, you go to basic training, you're probably going to be the oldest motherfucker there, or one of them.
Oh, I'm pretty sure. I'm definitely sure of that because I was like, most people go in there like 20, like 21, 18.
18, 19. I tell people, look at my community tab and see what that Marine Corps general said. One of the issues we have that 60% of dudes, remember, not the females, the dudes, can't do push-ups. Can't do sit-ups,
I mean,
out. And which means when they get females, you can almost double the percentage or the amount of people. So this would be the best time for you to go because we're in the little weak, nigga generation. Like,
damn.
I mean, to me, I'm like, I hate to sound like this, but I'm gonna just be a little raw. The generation of young men we're producing now,
they bitches.
They might as well just be automatically gay because I've never seen a sophomore.
God damn.
Are you talking about them soldiers that was wearing heels?
No. I'm just talking about
default gay.
I'm just talking about the softness that young boys have become. This is what happens when you take fucking PE out of schools and no fathers around. It's amazing how the first week I'm looking for my son, and he's out back at the school in the yard, and him and his friends are boxing. And it's funny in two reasons. And I was a little pissed. One, I'm like, little nigga, I'm calling your phone. Where the fuck are you? And two, his friends are jabbing him. And it's funny when you teach kids how to do shit. And just a little bit that you teach them, they somehow, depending on the kid, will perfect. So imagine looking at the clip where you see like Ali or Tyson and the dude's trying to hit him straight. And he's just dodging. And that's what my son was doing to the kid. And he's throwing everything at him. Boom, 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 boom. My son just jabs into the body, uppercut, hook. And I'm like, God damn.
I know that was glorious to see, wasn't it?
Yeah, fuck.
Embarrassing because the other kid was so garbage.
Yeah,
I know.
It was cool, but I was more pissed because I'm like, nigga, I'm calling your phone. I'm trying to get the fuck out of here. He's like, oh, I'm sorry. And I'm going to have to pull up this female school police officer because I catch them boxing, and I'm like, stop boxing in the back of the school. And she asked me, what you saying in this? I said, I'm talking to them. And I'm looking at it like I'm going to pull her up like probably next week when I see her. And I'm going to be like, why would you think as a parent I'm sanctioning foolishness? And see, this is the reason why I get into my mode about black women in positions. I don't like female leadership. I will tell you, when people talked about Stacey Abrams, one of the reasons why I wouldn't vote for her if I was in Georgia is because you're a black female.
Exactly.
Because I know exactly how you bitches are when you get a little bit of authority. You're the governor of a whole state.
Say it.
Fuck no. Fuck no. People be like, oh, you're sexist. I said, yeah, let me tell you what sexism did. It fucking built a fucking civilization. Fuck you. Guess what? Your bitches were more happier being in the fucking home than dragging your dumb asses out with me. Why do you think I told y'all I'm laughing at you? Oh, I gotta chase after this criminal. Yeah, you notice the motherfucker got the speed force, don't you? You can't catch him. Bitch, you ain't gonna catch him on foot.
Oh, wait a minute. Officer Charles, have y'all seen the video of the white lady who was trying to tackle like the 65-year-old man necessarily? And then like it took like other dudes to come tackle him for him, and then they did it. And they gave the girl the credit for it. I don't know if y'all seen that video.
I'll tell you who sent me the video and actually told me and commissioned me to do a video on that. Everybody's favorite, Dr. T.S.R. Johnson, sent that to me. He was like, Charles, do a video on this. I said, yes, I will. I'm going to tell you what I really... I think I'm going to tell people what I really think about female officers, man. Out of 15 years of service, even though when they medically retire me, all the years that I'm waiting is like they're going to tack on more. I'm going to tell you what I think about female officers. Female officers are like a waste of space to me. There's only like 2 or 3 Army years I worked, and they were worth a damn. All you bitches are really trying to do is find some nigga to fucking trick on you, and maybe find somebody of higher rank to marry, or for him to trick on you even more. I said, y'all bitches come
So
here.
my theory was correct. Thank you, Charles, for confirmation.
Yeah, I've been thinking the same thing too.
I said, here's my thing. I sit down with rookie men and I tell them, look, don't deal with no bitches that are crazy because they're gonna get you hemmed up and suspended.
Yeah.
Even with
Damn
false
right about that one.
suspended. I tell the rookie bitches, don't go around here being the average female cop. And she was like, what's that? Lazy, start to get fat, and then fucked everybody. And when I mean everybody, look at Arlington National Cemetery, everybody. And the first goddamn thing a female officer does, she can't wait 5 minutes before she got a cock in her mouth.
Yep.
And I'm like, but yet you want men to respect you.
Yep.
But you go fucking your lieutenant. Like I'll be like, God damn. People be like, I know you hit up all the females in the department. I said, actually no. Actually, no, I didn't. I only hit 3. And between 1 and 2, it was years. I said I didn't have to go to the police department and go scrounging around. That's kind of like bad juju. One of them I knew. Well, 2 of them I knew for years. One I went to high school with, and the other one was just by luck. And I tell you, it's like when you see female officers there, they don't want to work. Then they'll take the fucking sergeant test because it's a multiple question test, and then you have the oral exam, a month later. They get up there, and now you gave them superpower leave. It's like, huh?
Oral exam? Giggity. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Giggity, yeah.
They had a different oral exam.
Well, it's a
Guap Guap 5000 exam.
oral and anal exam. But anyway. They want that rank. They're going to rise to the occasion or make something rise to the occasion. And I'm looking at it. Now you gave the lazy bitch, you just gave this lazy bitch the police equivalent of Ultra Instinct lazy.
Yep.
Like this is like Frieza Black level lazy. Like, and he still
I talked about this with my homeboy, right? I told you when I was trying to get me into the sheriff's department all the time. And he's telling me all these stories about these women who have gotten promoted up past him. He in the same position he's one of the best officers they got. They still ain't promoted him to sergeant after all these years, right? All these other people who ain't even had no time on the street, did no time on the block like him, they promoted up, and they all women. And he's telling me these stories about all of them, and how they get in there is they fucking everybody. I'm like, well, how the fuck does a hoe, fail upwards like that? She always got a dick in her mouth, and then if it's not working for her, she going to HR and making a suit against this guy, which she Me Too's herself into his position. I'm like, this is some bullshit.
Welcome to
Get me in
America.
here? I don't need all these problems.
Welcome to America, the land of the trick.
This nigga gonna say welcome to America.
Yeah, man. Everybody tricks here, man.
Yeah.
It's really just I told you, man. It's really just it's mostly black folks that really have such an issue with it, but in every other demographic, they don't give a shit, man. They trick all the way from top to bottom in all settings.
And you're right about this, PK, because the 2 women he is talking about, one is a Latina, and one is a white chick. They both failing up the ladder, tricking and getting over on dudes. I'm like, and they have to do mid bit of work, spend no time. They just found the cheat code in the grease ladder.
You know what? Them bitches go out there and they throw out pussy like Cell Max throw hands. I mean,
how am I supposed to win this?
Look, I saw that shit even in Walmart. The chick got fired and she came to work with some damn booty shorts and went into that manager's office. 2 days later, she got a job back. I was like, "Yep, we know what you did."
Yeah.
And the thing is, she had she's a white woman, but she had the fucking ass of a damn black woman. I ain't gonna lie.
But that's the thing.
That's a requirement for a white woman to work at Walmart.
Oh yeah.
I'll be honest with you, because my homeboy, he said he saw when he came, because I never saw her. My homeboy said he bent down. He said when he picked up his head, he said he saw nothing but ass jiggling. He was like, damn.
That's a
Yeah,
lot
I've
of
seen a
mayo.
lot of them. A lot of them white girls.
It's so hard to like I'll acknowledge a white girl's ass if you got one, but it's goddamn why you had to be white.
Try to consider this for a moment, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm in the land of white
Consider
girls
that,
right
like,
now.
things,
He's like, I don't know what you're talking.
websites like OnlyFans, you know, Backpage and all that shit. Who you think is mostly using that? You think it's black men?
Hold up.
Come on, man. Who you think's using all that shit? Think about what's that one Ashley Madison when it was still up. I don't know if it still exists, but Ashley Madison. You think all them women on there are looking for black men specifically,
No,
bro?
it's
No.
primarily white dudes.
Oh, it's
No.
still up. It's still up. It's still up. Sorry, just let you know.
Yeah, all them websites, man. It's mostly every other demographic. They willing to trick on bitches. They down with that. It's a part of what they about.
Yeah, the PK's point is like you got to remember how small of a population are we in this damn country. So who do you think they marketing that shit to? It ain't to us.
No, it's not.
Tricking it is old as
the American way.
Hey,
Tricking is the oldest profession. Oh man.
Hey, I went to the red.
For them to be a damn prostitute,
It
they
never
had to
has
be
a
a trick.
dry spell. There's no downtown.
Am I coming through? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Smitty. Sorry.
I was gonna say y'all talk about tricking. I went to the Capitol. I was in a red light district. Man, that shit was crazy. It's like literally window shopping, nigga. Men going in just and coming out. It's like €50, huh? Yeah, Amsterdam. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I had let me tell you some of the crazy shit that goes up in Amsterdam, man. I remember I got some fish and chips over there, man. And you know, like they have a stage play. You thinking it's gonna be like, you know, like going some Apollo shit. You know, somebody gonna sing or tell jokes or whatever. Like I'm hoping they sing in English. No, it's the white guy, the white girl, and they're fucking on stage.
On stage.
And I'm like, and you got to think about this. I'm like 16 at the time, wrestling around the world and shit. And I said, I'll be damned. And then I'm walking outside. I'm like, why is all these red lights here? Why is all these bitches? And I'm like, oh. And this is how much of a geek I am. I managed to still find a comic book shop in the red light district. Boy, you talk. You can tell they cater to men and only men. Fuck that.
You are a true geek, Charles.
The red light district is wild. They like there's a children's preschool in the center of it with all the hoes around it. So you can walk around and see women see women in the window just waving at kids and shit. I'm like, holy fuck.
Well, I mean, they gotta keep the kids somewhere where they go work.
Exactly. That ain't no bullshit. No real shit. You think he joking? Real shit. So
that's true. Yeah, that's true.
I know he's not joking. That's why I'm laughing.
They gotta take their kids there. Have a good day at work, Mom. And remember, Listerine and gargle before you kiss me again.
What you were gonna say, PK?
No, but like, you remember when I was showing you that street or whatever that I was telling you about the other day on Google Maps? Man, listen, I showed you the daycare and whatnot all around that shit. So yeah, bro, they got daycares, they got churches, they got everything, all in the same strip club, all on the same street, bro. Yeah. Within a 2-mile radius, bro. It's that's how they do it across the world.
That's how it's always been done. Like even in the Wild West, I remember they were talking about how like the women that had the brothels out there, how they were getting the money from the men. They were just used to take for school systems and for the children.
Hoes make the world go round.
Yeah, I mean, so hoes like kids, so they got a hoe to take care of the kids, right?
Yeah, bro.
You know, you got to do like a traveling circus. Wherever the men go, the hoes follow. I swear to God, man, I need to go back to Amsterdam. It was like, it was fun. Not only did I find a comic book shop, and the shit was actually in English. Thank God.
Oh yeah, because everybody speaks English here. Like, man, it sounds like they speak gibberish. That Dutch, that do not make no sense. It sounds like they're speaking a few English words and it's just a whole bunch of yabba. I'm like, what the fuck?
It's that Dutch shit sometimes, you know. everybody to some people sound like boss rooting to me and shit. So
Well, if you're really into heavy into geek culture, I mean, like if you want to go to if you're into manga, they do that shit in Japan too, bro. But it just isn't talked about. A lot of those.
Oh no,
mhm.
no. Every country got their own red light district,
Right.
country
but
got it. I mean, you come
but
to Baltimore, we got the block. You know where the block is located? In between police headquarters and City Hall. How many business deals do you think in that fucking area?
Perfect spot.
Perfect
Korea,
spot.
Japan, man, shit
Never
crazy.
been shut down. Wonder why.
Nope.
Shit crazy. But you know what? The thing that I've noticed though is that when it comes to us specifically as a group, it's like, yo, dog, don't trick though. I'm like, but listen, look over here, look over there, look everywhere. It's trick central, but not you though. It's a problem. It's a problem. And I'm like, God damn, man, what's wrong with black folks and tricking? Like, we have like an aversion to it.
niggas they don't go trick or treat. They go treat or treat. No trick at all. Just only treat.
That's because one, you live in a gynocracy, and two, this is the reason why bitches have a stronghold in the black community, because they know if you leave, you're not coming back. You're gonna be like that white guy. Hey, I ain't coming back no. I ain't coming home no more.
You're supposed to alpha your way through it all the time.
And
oh no, that's me, man. My trip, man. After this, I was
Charles, I can say the same thing, man. When I went to Uganda, I don't think I'm coming back. I'm just only coming back to get money. That's it, man.
So one
Man.
chick, she asked me, "Would you stay for black women?" I said, "Do me a favor." I said, from now on, I want you to call me Alma. He was like, "Why?" Because I'm gonna go beyond plus ultra the fuck out of here.
Go ahead, Smitty.
I was gonna say I just got invited to go to Malaysia and work out with a bodybuilder out there
Malaysia
for cheap, for free, everything. I'm about to be like, shit, man. There's options out here. If you make some good friends from other countries, they looking for people to travel with them, especially black men. He's Dutch and Nigerian. He said, "Come out and work out with me." I'm like, "Oh shit, I'm about to hit that. That's my next spot probably, and we'll try to live." I'm telling you, once you really travel and you meet people, they're looking for like-minded people, and it's not hard, especially you, black man. So shit, the world's your oyster, man. And there's a lot of fat ass white girls out here, like white girls with fat asses. A lot of fine ass sisters from street and on. A lot of Indonesians, man. You have the pick of your litter, and they asking where you from. It's pretty good. And I'm about to hit up Paris next. It's
I
lit.
find it interesting because a while. This was a long time ago now, like a couple years ago. Wasn't you the one that was mainly against that?
Nah.
What?
He's been
the
traveling.
Same Smitty as the other Smitty?
Nah, he's
I've been traveling.
Okay, I was just gonna say it because swore like somebody with the same name as you was like, they was into fucking bitches here. On the international tip.
The first time I ever met Smitty, he was traveling.
Yeah.
He was in China, I think, on BD's panel.
Yeah, I was crossing the border from Hong Kong to Shenzhen.
Gotcha. Sorry, mistaken identity. That's my bad, bro.
You trying to take my passport away, PK? Never. You don't want me to leave?
Never.
You don't want me?
Never.
You trying to? Damn,
I encourage you.
My man went over there. My man went over there as soon as he crossed the border. He heard ding 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 ding. Like, what the fuck?
No, when I tried to cross the border, they weren't trying to let me through. They thought I was Nigerian.
Nah, bro. What happened was the bell rang when
you
know how like you go into an Asian store in America back in the fucking 60s. Fucking, you go through the door, it's like nigga.
Like, it's funny. Like, people be like, "You must be Nigerian." I'm like, do I look like I wear tacky clothing? Do you look like I'm trying to tell you that I'm a prince and you should donate money to me? No, I do not sound like that. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, like one thing I tell you, man, when you travel abroad, man, and then travel on abroad, giggity. But anyway, I mean, for black men, I don't know why the fuck you don't get your passport. As soon as you turn the thing, you should get your passport. Take whatever little money you got and get the fuck. Even if you go to the Caribbean,
Mm-hmm.
get outside. You know, you got to go Oconus, which is a military term outside the continental United States.
Heard
Go
that.
and see the fucking world for a minute. You should at least travel once a year out, at least out your state, especially, but definitely go to the Caribbean and see how people treat you differently.
Well, there are a couple reasons why black men specifically don't travel. Some of it's a lot of it's socioeconomic.
Of course.
And a lot of it's also because America doesn't have a system in which, like, for instance, Europe gives them weeks at a time where they can go travel with and still receive, pay. They get those days off and they get pay. So we don't have that. We don't get paid when we go travel. we
No,
fucking we don't get any. We get that time off, and in some cases we don't get that time off. We take it off. So that's
here in the Netherlands, they give you 6 weeks off every year for a vacation, just automatically. And what you don't use, it rolls over to the next year.
Correct.
Well, damn.
Well,
a lot of countries, a lot of European countries do that. That's why America, for instance, has some of the lowest travel rates when it comes to international travel, bro. That's why.
Like, I think I'm the only African American black male. I've seen black women, African American black women. I've seen British black men, but I don't think I've seen any other African American male since I've been here.
Yes, we don't have the same structures that other.
I'm in Amsterdam.
Amsterdam. Oh yeah, you did say you want to go there. How you liking it?
It's good. It's nice. Like, I didn't do too much partying because I'm staying with somebody. But yeah.
And how is the food too, bro?
Is she pregnant yet?
Fuck you, PK.
Knock on wood. Don't be jinxing.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. How is the food there in Amsterdam?
Some wood, not your wood.
First of all, yesterday, on the food, no cap, no lie. I had the worst spare ribs I ever had at this amusement park called Efteling. Those motherfuckers had no seasoning. It was just meat on bone. So if it's Dutch food, don't eat it. If it's like Indonesian, African, anybody that they conquered, eat that food because it's good. But the Dutch food,
that's fucked up. That's fucked up.
I mean, I think they conquered them.
I never read that in the Travel Guide.
I wonder what the poverty people are doing, making some good ass ribs. You know what? I'm so glad. You know what, Ling Ling? I'm so glad that we disenfranchise your economy, man. Shit. If y'all actually do what this shit with selling the open market, man, we be fucked.
No, the Dutch the Dutch conquered the Spice Islands. I'm like, then why the hell they food so bland? Like all through Indonesia, the Spice Islands, they took all over that.
That's the same reason why Chuck Norris went to the Virgin Islands and now they're known as the islands. Who knows?
That's fucked up.
Damn.
That's fucked up.
Damn.
Historically accurate, but fucked up.
Like, one thing you got to think about, and I had to put this out to a chick, and she's taking history. Everybody knows I'm a history buff. I said, I don't get why y'all get mad about black men with passports, because you already know. If black men already in America give good dick to unfucking deserving bitches, imagine if we go overseas and we actually monetize our dicks.
Conquer the world.
I said, it's like, brothers, they got a certain flair to us when we whip out, man. That shit look like an epic lightsaber battle, like
No homo. But
I got something to say to those passport haters real quick. I'm gonna find this quote. Go ahead.
I was gonna say no homo. This sounds fucking funny, but everybody's dicker got a leg warmer on it, nigga. We actually fucking clean, nigga. That shit's amazing to people. No lie.
Like, it's not. See, the difference is between us and the women folk, in our community, is that we don't have to be easy for people to fuck us. All we got to do is just show up to the party. I know people gonna say, you ain't shit. And I'll be like, get in line. I ain't shit. Call me a toilet because I'm the shit. Okay, you know, and I'm like, look, I've seen it all the time. All a black dude got to do is be himself. He doesn't have to change shit, and every woman will acquiesce to his will. Y'all got to act like valley girls and be slutty and do a ghetto gagger shit. Like, when do you see black men like on a porno demeaning themselves? Nah, he's trying to fucking ram his junk through the back of her skull. Not. We're not gonna be embarrassed.
I swear, like being in like Amsterdam, it's basically if you've been in New York City or like LA or Chicago, it's like a city like that. You can get around easy and nobody will bother you if you don't open your mouth or say nothing.
It's actually relatively safe. People will actually help you.
Oh, it's safe. I haven't seen a cop like in the metros or anything. Like my friend, she lives like right outside the hood, and you walk like I went to Nelson Mandela Park. That's where they put all the black people and the Latin people at, and it's safe. There's just people smoking weed all day and just
No,
chilling.
I'm gonna just tell you this, man. If that shit was an MLK, I wouldn't walk on it. Every time this man was about peace, but they put his name on a street where there's no peace at all.
Let me give y'all this quote, man, to these damn passport haters, you motherfuckers. Who sets the very earth a tremble? Man. Who makes the very heavens quake? Man. Damn it, I'ma do what the fuck I want, no matter what the fuck y'all say.
Oh yeah. And by the way, Art, the Baltimore Comic Con is coming up, and one of the people I met, remember the one chick who was jiggling her titties and ass on my video?
Talking about the cowgirl.
From Foxy from off of Drawn Together.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Everybody was like, "Yo, how did you get these chicks to jiggle? They just do. They just do like young Edamong, they just do." And you know, I think I'm gonna dress up as a Negro Jedi, Obi Negro Kenobi. Yeah,
no, you should.
They'd be like, "You will get into bed with me." I will get into bed with
Obi-Wan Kenobi. That's who you gonna be.
Oh, you know, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Oh yeah, that motherfucker don't like to work. Like that motherfucker put the floorboards in wrong. Okay, like that motherfucker over there eating a taco. What the fuck? I want to have ethnic Jedi.
Ethnic Jedi.
Hey Charles, I'm mad because you remind me about Germany. Shit, I should have went up there for some big titty white woman and beer because it's Oktoberfest going on.
Oktoberfest.
Oh, you should.
I
bet they
I
got
still
good
can,
beer.
but I don't know.
How's the beer different? Explain that.
It's richer.
Stronger.
It's richer, yeah. The Heineken factory. Heineken's located in the Netherlands, so it's just like it's pure cocaine. If you ever did cocaine, I never have. So.
It's like being on the East Coast and getting seafood compared to somebody in the Midwest getting seafood.
Yeah.
Another thing is that the alcohol content is higher.
And I'm not a beer drinker, but when I
you like that beer, Charles.
When I drunk that shit, it was like, wow.
Because I do like my beer at least 7%.
I'll be like, wow, this has this like this shit. It's actually better here, huh?
Hey,
honestly,
hey, bro.
Like you'll feel it if you're not a beer drinker. You'll feel it after one beer. Like, wow, this is strong.
Hey, what do y'all think about what Player One said in the chat when he said most of the black chicks, you know, who are at the cons and shit are feminists?
I mean, just do an overall poll because most black women, especially in America, most women in general,
are feminists.
Well, yeah.
Whether they say it or not.
I'll answer this honestly.
They got that training, just like everybody.
I'll answer this honestly. They're feminists by default, but you know they'll drop that shit like their drawers to the right dude. Like I had shit try to come with me with that shit, and when you check them, they instantly become horny and wet because they never. It's like what I told that dumbass of Mary. When you simp for women, they'll use you, but they'll never respect you. When you put a woman in their place, she can't help but to acquiesce to your system. Why? Because first and foremost, a chick could be like, you know, we can have girl power. I said, how much power can a woman invoke unless the men concur to it? And she was like, you know what? You got me. She's like, you know what, sir? Can I buy you a drink? I said, don't threaten me with a good time. I'm
I heard that.
I'm like, you can't be afraid to check a chick, and I can do it in the nicest or nastiest way. I'd be like, well, what would men be without women if our wombs? The same place women would be without our sperm. And she was like, damn.
Yeah, one thing I will say about feminism, you can tell it's kind of different in Europe, like because you're in Amsterdam or the Netherlands, they're a liberal country. There's liberal. They were the first country to allow gay marriage in Europe and everything, but it's not overbearing. It's just not overbearing.
It was the first to like openly let you smoke. You could legally smoke weed back in the 90s when I was wrestling over there.
Oh man. Just if you go to the museums, people are smoking right before they go to the museums and everything. Like they smoking right in front of kids, right out behind the train station. It's just like not anything goes, but with anything goes in moderation. But like
respectful though, they do it in a respectful way.
Yeah, it's chill. It's really chill. And honestly, I guess because the euro and the dollar, it's not too expensive here. Like people say, oh, it's expensive here. I'm like, man, if you've been to any major city in New York, you're paying more for a lot of this shit here.
Yeah.
Oh damn! Are you talking about weed or just in general? Like,
oh, for a roll up, it's like €9. Like a good sativa is like €9 if you want to do that. I don't want to do that.
And I'm gonna tell you what's funny as shit though. It's like it's amazingly how polite people are. Like if they bump into you in the street, they're like pretty much trying to take you out for dinner to apologize.
Super nice, yeah, super nice.
Will actually be like, hey, they'll pass you their weed, and you're like, oh no, thanks. And it's like funny because I almost got kicked off the rest of the USA team for like drinking at underage. It was like, oh man, I need to go back.
Underage says who?
Wow.
Yeah, I think their drinking age back then was lower, wasn't it?
It's called contracts.
One thing I will tell you, don't be like me because I wanted to save money. It's cheaper when you go after summer, but it gets cold as fuck.
I mean, they call it the Netherlands for a reason.
No, I'm just
I wouldn't be visiting any of those European countries right now, bro. I would.
Bruh. No, I'm thinking because like back home, like you know that temperature before it gets like from summer to fall, like it doesn't fall off a cliff. Nigga, it gets like 0. It's like 57, like the highest, to 60 the highest. I'm like, and it gets rainy. I'm like, fuck.
And the temperature dropped like the temperature dropped like twice in a long time of year.
Yeah, I was trying to save money. That's all.
And how much did you save?
I was good a bit, but I think if I had heat, it would worse. I was almost got sick yesterday.
Nigga had
travel to the cold places in the winter.
Nigga had a good time, but he had to start a trash can fire. Shit.
Fuck you.
Shit.
I had a great time. Yo, put some extra wood in this ball.
Saved some money too. Just had to stand by the trash can with my homeboys. Made some new friends.
We had entertainment. We were watching the bums fight, then they watched us fight. Shit.
Like I'm telling you, when I said it rained all day at the amusement park yesterday, like from when we left and got here, it didn't even rain hard. It just missed the whole day. Day just missed. And you were thinking like it was a bad day at that park. Those white people showed up and the whole park smelled like wet dog.
Oh my God, it does. But like I'm gonna tell you one thing about it: if you're not used to European weather, it rains like a motherfucker.
Jesus.
I mean, it can be very beautiful. Like it looks like a goddamn surreal painting out there.
Mm-hmm.
But god damn it, when it rains, it pours. Like god damn.
Even these white people ain't scared of the cold. They like
I've been in Uganda necessarily for about almost 2 months now, and literally it's been raining every day. And I mean, it's
that's tropical rain.
Nigga, you're in September to October. In that part of the world, you're in the monsoon season. Like Iraq was the same way. Like we would go to the mess hall, and it's not common to actually go, and the rain reaches your kneecaps.
Oh shit, man! Down here, it's like above your ankle. It'll be a flash flood, and all of a sudden it'll stop.
Yeah, that's the monsoon. You're in the monsoon season. It just y'all don't have fall over there like we do in the States.
No, they don't.
Y'all have monsoon where anytime it rains, you damn near got to swim to wherever the fuck you want to go.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
Yeah.
Like that part of the Middle East and Africa, y'all just have this monsoon shit. Like, and then it gets frigid fucking cold. Well, like depending on what part of Africa you're in, it doesn't get cold at all. But in the fucking Middle East, people don't believe it. Like, yo, there was frost on the fucking ground when our captain and first sergeant were stupid. Why do you want us to do PT when it's like fucking icicles on the fucking sand? Like
on the sand?
Yeah, it's cold as shit there in winter time.
Here you go, Artisan.
Yes.
Colder than an ex-wife.
Riva.
They're still asking too much.
Well, it's kind of weird because all I got to do is probably go down the street and try see the real thing.
That's one of y'all ex-wife right there.
Well, go ahead, Artisan. Tell her where she's from.
She's a proud resident of Baltimore. She's from Charles, neck of the woods.
Yep.
Oh, so if she's from Baltimore, she's born with the dark side automatically.
Oh, you mean Reba? Oh, damn. Oh, wow.
Good job.
Yeah. You can see a little bit of purple there too. Yeah. I was born in the darkness.
Bitch, I don't trust you where I'm sleeping, bitch.
I'm gonna tell you one thing about fucking. Like
what galaxy is Riva from?
Oh man, go to Man at Arms. Man at Arms. God damn it, Man at Arms. God damn, that shit look good.
For 170, that's a deal right there.
Yeah, that's damn, that looks like me with my nightstick. Get your black ass down.
Hey, that's badass.
But hey, fellas, hey,
he's from G.I. Joe, right?
That's definitely how my nightstick looks.
He-Man.
Joe.
I thought it was my bad. Shit.
Hey, but before y'all leave, I just wanted to hop on and say what's up. I haven't been on in a minute and everything, so I just want to tell you how my trip going. I'm about to hit up Paris next with another show there I know, and I should be coming back to Amsterdam and leaving out.
Hey, I'm very proud of you, bro. Salute, brother. Salute.
This guy is pimping internationally, boy.
I'm international homosexual. I ain't pay for a hotel, nigga. No.
Hey, did you put your channel in the chat, bro?
Oh, that's a steal.
I don't have a channel.
Damn! What's wrong with you?
Yeah, people tell me I should do that. It's hard. It's a thing. Like I know a YouTuber named Ace Live. Like I watched him do that shit. He don't enjoy himself all the time because he's about making that money in that content. So like all he does for the first like 3 hours is film shit, try different foods, do interviews and all that. In the last hour, he just hurry up and drinks alcohol and party before it
I mean,
ends.
yeah, because there may be 20 dudes or some shit like that, you know what I mean, that, that's doing content like, traveling and stuff, but that's their experience with them giving, you like, according to their taste buds, you know what I mean? So, you go ahead and do your channel, bro, shit, just give your own analysis of what the hell you're going through. Shit.
The girl I'm with said I should do the same thing, but I just got it. I'll be better if I paid like a cameraman to come with me or some shit like that.
Hair. They braid that nigga's hair.
Yeah, they did. His hair's braided.
Is that Killmonger?
No, that's T'Challa.
T'Challa.
Oh, I'm thinking the braid hair. Like, okay, that's Killmonger.
This how big it is compared to. That's a big ass fucking statue.
Yeah, the nigga did look like Killmonger though.
Yep, that's what she said.
Like a fucking predator sitting up there.
Mm-hmm.
God damn.
He's a predator.
Yep, that's what she said too.
All right, y'all. Peace out, though. I'm
gonna warn you about the French, man. Some of the motherfuckers don't like. Some of the
peace,
motherfuckers don't like
to
fucking deodorant. So be careful.
Swear, yeah. I'm gonna be. I got my own passport wallet because I seen the pickpocket videos and shit like that. I ain't gonna do nothing. They do those scams and shit. So.
Oh no, peace, bro. Peace and God bless, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Make sure you don't get too close so the motherfuckers don't.
I ain't gonna lie. That's not bad for the price.
Yeah, that's huge.
That's good. All right, peace. Appreciate the love, fellas.
And then you can change the heads out.
Yeah, that's not bad for the price.
Like they got 2 heads, one braided, one he got a shape up or some shit. At least they did my man justice with a shape up. I'm looking for some Brave Star. Come on.
Hey, I would never. I would have never had I thought of statues until I came across you, brother Artie Edmore. Appreciate it.
Hey,
Brave.
when you get older, you want to get statues, man.
Yeah,
statue, knives, swords, all that shit.
Well, I mean, the thing is though, as you get older, you grow. You should grow more of an appreciation of things.
Well, you gotta realize that when you get older, you can actually forge your habits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I'm about to spend. I'm about to spend like $1,300 on this damn Aphrodite non-statue.
Oh, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, well, yeah, because before I drop, I mean, well, yeah, I mean, if you want to get it, like, absolutely, if it's like one of those must-haves, yeah, that you be feeling okay, cool, but you gotta look at it like too, like, damn, you may find something else there's another must grab. So it's like, so then you're in a decisive battle right there, like a which one to get, which one to spend that $1,500 on.
You know
Well, the thing is that the one thing that I want to spend $1,500 on, they don't have it, and that's that Terry Bogard and Geese Howard. It's 2 statues in one.
Okay.
And they're both like $700 a piece. I want to get both of them, but the Terry Bogard already sold out, and the Geese Howard's coming out at the end of the year.
Damn. I'm gonna tell you what, you probably can find it on eBay. It might cost you a little bit something, but I'm gonna tell you one thing about it. You getting those Aphrodite knives for $1,300 for $50. I'm about to get some Afro titties.
Hey, how much of them? Hey, y'all, how much of them? Since you're in this website, how much these damn statues cost of Mortal Kombat?
Depends on
size, who made it, what character.
You know to go, man.
There you go, Charles. 160, I think 160, 170. There you go.
Because I can tell you, a Jack statue would be cheaper than a Scorpion statue.
Yeah. Oh my God, that is very detailed. For 160, how big is it?
I think it's like 13.
Man, hey, looking at that motherfucker makes me want to do 100 push-ups right now.
That's why you think they call it the most powerful man in the universe. I mean, that's brother Charles. That's motivation. Look at that motherfucker's back, bro. Hey, think about this. Here's something you probably don't know, Hammer. I don't know how old you are, but this motherfucker went toe to toe.
No, I'm 35, big bro. You older than me.
Yeah, this motherfucker. I actually have the comic, right? He went toe to toe with the pre-crisis Superman and held his own.
Oh damn! Who did? Who held his own against Superman?
The guy you just saw, He-Man.
Oh damn!
That's why you think they call him the most powerful man in the universe?
I wish the movie was better though.
Hey, I like the movie.
I mean, I like the movie just because of Skeletor. Skeletor was
That's
badass.
the reason why you watch the movie. You don't watch it for nobody else but Skeletor.
Hey, let me ask y'all because that remind me. You know, well, him. Don't be mad at me because hey, because of He-Man, reminded me of this character. But Conan, what do y'all think about Jason Momoa playing Conan in that movie?
I mean, Jason Momoa gets to play himself again, like Aquaman. I mean, who else can you really get?
You like y'all don't like the movie, or?
I mean, it depends on what it's about because there's different versions of Conan. You have the comic book version, you have the cartoon version, the cartoon was pretty good. I mean, it was dark, especially for its content and time. It was dark, but it's so many ways they can go by it. Oh, that Green Lantern looked hard as shit.
Oh yeah, hell yeah!
God damn! God damn!
Oh yeah!
There's not enough pictures on it. I think it was a showcase at a show recently. A lot of these stuff are showcases and they haven't released them yet.
I don't want to hear no bitch.
Probably from Comic Con.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like this punchline's pretty good too.
I'm gonna say this, and Art and artists are gonna feel me on this shit. I don't want to hear no bitch complain about body shaming if you haven't been a comic book fan.
Nah.
Let me hold on. Say that again for us in the back.
I don't want to hear no bitch talk about body shaming, especially if you haven't been a comic book fan for years. Like,
ooh, okay.
Like I never had a body like Spider-Man, Superman, Batman, none of it. But you could get your ass in the gym though.
In my competing days, I was really, really close at 3.5% body fat. Shit.
There you go, Artisan Ava. Unit 1.
Unit 1. That must be that version from number 3 or something. You got too much orange on it. Do like an Ava.
Hey, Artisan, I'm gonna tell you how fucked up it was when I realized when I looked at the Kenobi show and I was looking at Reva. I was like, why do I have such an urge to fuck her? And then I was like, oh, she's from Baltimore.
Well, that's what I said. You heard me say something about her thighs. I was like, I hated that character, but the chick got some thighs on her. God damn.
Yeah, she do. I was like,
I hate the shit that come out of her mouth, but you know.
Hey, I like a bitch. Hey, y'all. Hey, big bros. I like a bitch with some Chun-Li thighs now.
Yeah, you got some Chun-Li thighs.
I was like, why do I have a sudden urge to fuck her? Then I found out she was Baltimore, and I was like, oh man.
Yeah, smelling your own.
Like you just like, smells familiar.
There goes Itachi.
Oh, that's badass right there.
That is a badass thing. Even though you got to think about it, Itachi.
How much is that one?
Barely is 60 something.
67.
That's it.
That's a steal.
Well, there's the black and white version. There's a colored version. They're both $67.
Oh man, get the color one. Which one do you want to be? Colored?
Black and white.
Or monotone color.
The monotone, yeah. It's a red pop.
Look at the Loki.
Hey, yeah. Hey, y'all. Hey, if I was getting this motherfucker, hey, I'll type. Ooh, damn! Look at him. Oh shit. This badass.
Yeah, this is how geeks spend their money.
Yeah,
but before I would spend my money on any of these you show, well, except for that one, because that looks damn good in that Green Lantern. But before I spend money on any of those you show, I would check out. I would dig in there and search up if they had any statues of Castlevania.
Which king? Nazgul.
Yeah. Ooh, hell yeah. That's badass.
Yeah. Fucking ring wraith, boy.
Yeah, because it just hit me. I'm like, damn, I know they got some of Castlevania though.
They might.
They probably will.
They should, because it's been popular on Netflix, so they should have some.
Oh, season 2. Oh man, what you think about that Tekken anime, man?
I didn't watch it yet. I passed it today. I was on Netflix today too, but I didn't watch that. I watched this some joke, some comedy.
You got you got the Jordans on.
What'd you say, Art?
I said I liked it. I thought it was pretty good.
Hey, you know what? So that means it's already out. So therefore, boom, I'm gonna look that up. Thank you.
Yeah, and watch Samaritan if you got Amazon.
Samaritan.
Oh no, nigga, the app I have, bro, it basically streams from all those different apps. Like, goes to the one that's free, and that's all I'm gonna say on that one, because it's just a few hidden steps, though. How to get that, but I got all the shows
and everything.
I'm exercising my right to free stream, motherfucker. Pirate.
And gets all the free porn and everything.
There you go. Pickleman Blade.
Yep.
Yes, sir. I'm definitely getting this. I think it's coming out in December. I'm getting this.
Oh, damn, it was badass.
I mean, his nemesis. I forgot what his nemesis was.
I want to do a review on G Gundam.
Yeah, it was his brother.
Yeah, his brother. I forget what his name was.
Hey, did y'all see that giant? Did y'all see that giant Gundam that they built?
Yeah, they have a real Gundam in what is it?
Somebody in Japan?
Yeah, they built a life-size Gundam.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. But I have a question. Have y'all seen the Cyberpunk animation yet? Have y'all seen that?
I watched the first 3 episodes. I gotta watch the rest.
Oh, it is super good. It's a cyberpunk. I think it's called Edge Runner. You can find it on. I think it's Netflix. I'm telling you, it's a good little show.
Why should I watch that though, bro? I mean, like, why should I watch that when they're giving the game such bad reviews?
No, he's talking about the anime.
I'm talking about the anime.
Yeah, I know the anime. Yeah, I know the anime, and it might be good and shit. But it's like, you know, if a person is getting bad reviews on a game, then why would they end up watching like the anime when it comes out later?
The only reason why that game got bad reviews is because they rushed it. If people that went through and played the game through and through, they said the game is good, the story is good. It's just that there's too many damn bugs in it. Now they did recently have a patch where they fixed a lot of that shit.
Oh, okay. So I can go and get it then. Okay, cool. Because I don't like to play with all the fucking
I would say do not play it on PS4. If you're gonna play it on PS5 or the PC.
Oh, PC. You gotta play it on PC.
Oh, damn. I thought you were about to say Xbox. I got an Xbox One. Damn.
Well, I mean, as long as it's the next generation consoles.
Yeah.
Powerful enough. Because I played it on PC and it's amazing. Like all the mods that you can get on PC is just like so cool. You can actually get black people here for the first time.
Oh Lord. Hey, you know what? I feel like a black man on a game.
Yeah, I mean, literally.
Oh, this is Digimon.
Oh, Digimon. Oh, yeah, man. I used to love that show back when I was little.
Digimon is interesting, but I tell you, man, y'all motherfuckers missed out on the fucking animation station or fucking sci-fi or science fiction channel back then.
Well, man, hold on. You said, bro, you broke up, bro. You said we missed what?
Like the fucking animation station and the fucking on Saturdays on the science fiction channel. Like, god damn, it's like if you grew up in the 80s to 90s, man, you saw the golden age of fucking cartoons and anime, man.
Oh, you damn right, because man, that reminded me. I remember the old cartoon. I think it was like the first one or the second one of Ghostbusters. And I kind of like that series. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, Ghostbusters or the real Ghostbusters. That's cool. That Ultron is cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's on the What If, I think.
Yeah, the What If.
Yeah,
I'm just like,
we got the Infinity Gems.
Damn, that's bad. Oh man.
Yeah, go to that one. Go to that one. The Black Unit 3. There you go.
Oh man, what the fuck? It looks like Venom with a mech suit.
Yeah, damn. That's what I thought at first.
Evangelion? I ain't never seen that one before.
God damn.
Oh yeah, Evangelion is deep.
Dude, you gotta watch this.
Yeah, I've seen this show, but I never seen this one.
Yeah, that's the Unit 3, the black one.
Yeah, it was the Angel.
Oh, okay.
It got its own like weird twist of life, though. It'll make you like. Cause I seen the whole thing. It got its own like weird twist of life, view on life, and it would cause you to have like a weird thing. You know, it causes you to think on shit. You know, which is what I like Code Geass and all them.
Yeah, it's
Code Geass is one of my favorite shows now. That was like literally one of my favorite shows I think I've seen anime. Like that and what's it? Death Note was like one of my favorites.
Yep, that's all I was about to mention. And what you say, brother artist?
I said yes to both of those. Death Note is your psychological cat and mouse thriller, but Evangelion is your esoteric one that you have to actually understand a lot more religion and history and stuff like that they go into. There's a lot of that stuff laced in there. It's psychology is laced in there the whole time. You're seeing it in your face the whole time.
I don't think they did a good job on her face on this sculpt.
Nope, looks like it, but not as good.
No.
But those angels kept appearing like fucking roaches, man.
Because it was just humans. The humans triggered that shit. They triggered that sequence of events to happen. They did it on purpose. They're trying to take humanity back to a certain place, and they wanted to be in charge of it. They're trying to replace God. So
Thank you for refreshing my memory on that. Thank you.
The angels were just other versions of human beings. That's all they were. There's different versions of what humans could have been. And that's what they were killing them all off to get back to being in charge of that hierarchy, being like God.
Wait a minute, really? That's what that was about?
Yes. You got to watch the whole thing. That shit, I'm telling you, that shit is deep as hell. It's one of my all-time favorite animes. Not because it's like the graphic, the animation still holds up today, but that shit it got many layers to that shit. Many.
I mean,
well, that kind of relates to what we just mentioned, like about Code Geass in a small sense, at least, like with Lelouch Leparouche with his father, trying to establish some kind of god complex.
I mean, his daddy wasn't. He thought he was a god, literally. So I mean,
I would just say for anime of that time, there were few that got into that stuff as deeply as that. You got Evangelion, you got Hellsing, and then you got Spriggan that kind of fooled with that god stuff. But it always pops up in anime after that. Because you have to go back to those first ones who introduced those concepts to see all the derivations that came after that, with everybody else trying their take on shit.
I had a
sergeant. Okay, I got you.
I had a sergeant who looks just like Krang's body.
Wait a minute, what you say, nigga?
I said I had a sergeant who looks just like Krang's body.
Krang.
Oh damn.
Krang, oh Krang, oh Krang.
His face kind of funny looking too.
Yeah, Tuvok, he got them fucked up.
Well, man, I have a question. Like, so how many black? What's it? Spark? No, what is that? Vulcans? Like, how many black Vulcans have you ever seen? Like in the history of this show?
One?
Just one? Okay, just want to make sure.
You only get one.
You only get one. I mean, how many black people do you see in Star Wars?
No shit.
Worf. Well, no. Worf.
That's not in Star Trek. I mean, that's Star Trek and Star Wars.
Oh, let me see if I can find that Aphrodite I'm thinking about buying.
I'm gonna tell you, man.
I want to see why you spending that money.
Y'all need to go watch some Project Echo.
Project what?
Yeah, that's old. That's kind of old. I seen that a long time ago. I forgot.
Go watch some Project Echo. It's like
some Project Echo, some Gal Force, some Eyes of Mars, some
Ninja Scroll with some Japanese whiskey.
Shut up! Yeah, I missed.
Oh yeah, you was talking about that, Artisan. What?
I told you. I was telling Artisan about that shit too. I said the shit was smooth as baby ass, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up in my movie app, and then if I can find it, I can give you the steps and how to get this app if I can find it in my app. So I'm about to look at that right now.
I think some of the.
Oh my goodness, Artisan. Art of Immor is gonna get, don't skeet on that thing, man.
Yeah, he's gonna be jerking off to that. Her ass all out. How big is that statue, Art?
It's got a. How big is it?
How tall is it?
If it's like 5 feet tall, you know he's jacking off to it, man.
Oh,
he likes Aphrodite X, so Aphrodite 9, excuse me. So I know he's gonna.
I got David Finch to sign the first of the series.
I got David Finch to sign my back, man, of 700.
I did too.
That shit was like, I always thought he was one of the greatest.
It's tall. It's a big statue.
Oh, you can't buy that. You're gonna try to get it pregnant.
Yeah, that's $1,300. That's about $1,300, especially with the detail on it too.
Yeah,
it's $1,300 because of how big it is, and you paying in the licensing for Top Cap.
And
good statue though.
And how much they had to get the BBL right.
They got it right a little bit. But that's Mark though, man. I know he did the whole schoolgirl aspect with her.
Yeah. So that's true. Yeah. Yep. He draws good women.
Yeah. Damn. I mean, what was the one?
Non-refundable. Fuck you.
Who was the one? Was it Michael Turner who passed away a couple of years ago?
Yeah, Mike Turner. This is the dark. This is the Angelus.
Yeah, I know who the Angelus is. Yeah, see that one. That would get me for about $1,300 because she got one of the little darkness tendrils right there below her. I throw 13 on that one.
The Story of the Darkness.
Yep, the Angelus.
Yeah, they all look like Angela to me. Fuck.
How tall was that one? Was it 54 or what was it?
It doesn't have.
They did find the smallest alien they could.
But it is taller just because of the wings, though.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Hey, big bro, I found it. Yep,
32.
I found it.
Made of polystone, hand painted.
I'm fine with polystone.
1/4 scale.
Polystone. How durable is it?
It's pretty durable. If you dropped it on something really hard, you would probably fuck it up a little bit, depending on what part hit. But that's just based on where the weight is on that damn thing. Like, if you drop that statue, the wings is coming off, the fucking spear is coming off automatically. But the horns on her head would probably stay on, even if it hit. So all those extremities are weaker, but
go to
main body of it.
Shazam.
Shazam.
Sold out.
Or I like to say when I see a
movie's
kid,
coming. That's the movie.
you know,
Yes,
I like to see it when a chick.
52.
When I see a chick, I mean, goddamn.
I wonder if he's gonna make an appearance in Black Adam.
I hope.
They talking
I don't
about
think so.
They're talking about it.
I hope. Like, goddamn.
So I know the next Shazam movie. I don't
What's
think
that reverse Flash look like? Oh, he's like reverse Flash.
Professor Zoom.
Hey, I took a peek in Black Adam's history, man. I was like, damn, that's fucked up. So, in order for him to become Black Adam, he had to kill his nephew. Damn.
Yep. That's how he got his powers.
Yeah.
No, that's how he got all of his power. I think he had half the power from his nephew, didn't he?
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
cool. That's a cool statue. I don't know if it's 700, but yeah, that's a cool one.
Shazam.
You five. Charles Black Mamba wants to wish you beef with Mary Brown.
Who don't got a problem with Mary Brown? That's the better question.
I don't know who the fuck he is.
What's my beef with Mary Brown? What the like? Do you go to his channel and listen to what the fuck he says?
He didn't set it off a spark now, damn it.
And then,
Hey, Addison, he didn't set off a spark with that shit.
Don't tell me.
I know. That's what I told him. That's what I told Charles.
Don't tell me you
He
want
was
to
gonna set his ass off.
Evangelion Turtles.
Evangelion.
What the hell?
I'm gonna tell you one thing about Mary Brown. He's a punk bitch. No, he's a punk ass bitch, and he's a coward. That's why I got a fucking beef with him. How you gonna get this smoke? How you gonna give somebody smoke if you take him down? I said you're a fucking coward. You won't come to my channel, but you want to be around a bunch of harpy bitches. I said you're a clown.
That's hilarious, big bro.
That motherfucker got his wife, so-called wife, got his balls in her purse, and she threw the bitch in the closet years ago.
Yeah, I saw Charles put up a video a while ago. It said something to Mary Brown. I said, "Oh, he going in." I mean,
yeah, I saw that same video too. I was like, "It's about to go down."
Hey, give him some space.
I said, all you got is like this lying motherfucker. Like, well, black men are getting these women pregnant and leaving them. No, bitch.
Bullshit.
That don't have kids. Like, so these bitches are getting pregnant on their own. They don't want to get married.
I mean, first of all, how you just get a chick pregnant? A chick has to want to get pregnant first. So I don't understand.
He's gonna want to have the baby. I said, how do you have all the contraceptives in your favor, all of the reproductive laws in your favor, and it's the men's fault? Get the fuck out of here, you simp ass bitch.
Chicks
And like
get pregnant by the people they want to get pregnant by. If they don't want to get pregnant by, they're not gonna get pregnant by.
And I
don't give them that out. They got pregnant by exactly who they wanted to.
Exactly. And I'm gonna tell you one thing about this. Gotta say this. Chaos. I said after that shit, I'm gonna look at you funny as shit.
Cause he was over there again.
He stays over there, and like what I told him, I said he had a premiere stream, and I told him come over to my stream. I gotta ask you some shit. I said when he did that pony shit, he pulled me down when I was debating him and digging in his ass, and then he gonna say, well, you probably one of the people who go look down upon young black men. Nigga, I employ young black men.
Oh, you talking about Chaos Reign?
I said, why didn't you say shit to him? And he's like, well, you know, Mary don't associate with Upset DJ for years. I said, but yet, he bigged up on her screen very recently.
No, her back hurts.
I said, you know what?
Yeah, I said I look at you real strange if you hang around niggas like that, man. You be playing the fence a lot. You're a fucking fence sitter. And then you make up some excuse. Well, I said, nah, you looking for the quickest way to build your fucking channel up, so you're gonna try to tag team with him to be around them harpy bitches.
If he ain't built his channel up by now, he won't.
Exactly.
How long has he had a channel?
Since Christ's been on earth.
At least 2 years. At least 2.5 years. I know that much.
Oh, damn.
I don't know. I can't listen to dumb, ignorant niggas talking about shit that I know they're wrong on. I just can't. I can't give them any time like that. I don't have that kind of time. So
Yeah, I try to. I
can't
I
let
do.
it stress me. Let me finish. I can't let them stress me about that shit, and I'm not gonna waste time arguing with their ass about shit I know they absolutely wrong on. Let them go be wrong. Let them bitches.
I mean,
that's why I always ask that
but
question. Why was you listening to their ass anyway? What was you doing there? What the fuck, dude? It's like, I'm not in that mode of just looking to argue with motherfuckers and prove I'm right on shit. I don't give a fuck.
Right.
Let them live in their ignorance. They can leave them how you found them. Stupid and out of whack.
I mean, yeah, and plus too, like, I never like to. I try to do my best to stay away from speaking in absolutes when it comes to certain things. You know what I mean? Because I'm not going to speak in something absolute that I have no damn experience in. You know what I mean? I'm not a mechanic. I know certain parts of how to work on a car. Tune-ups and shit, but I'm not no full-fledged mechanic. So nor am I going to, or nor should I speak I'm full-fledged in that motherfucker. So.
Well, that was the point I made with my mother about certain things, that you can't argue with somebody about something you admit you know nothing about. And if you know nothing about it, you need to shut up. There's nothing you need to actually be saying in that situation. Motherfuckers get so in love with wanting to have something to say that they forget how much they sound like bitches who always got something to say to something that ain't even about them and they know nothing about.
I'm thinking about getting this.
Goddamn mouth. So let them do it by themselves.
I'm thinking about getting this.
No, you're not. You already decided to buy it.
And the lights up too.
Badass with that red though. That black and red Optimus. That look real nice sitting on my desk, lit up with my keyboard. Just saying.
Got 2 axes.
Oh hell yeah! I'm playing Skyrim right now, running with 2 axes, just so I can behead motherfuckers.
Out here taking heads, man.
When
did Optimus Prime ever have black and red though? I thought it was always blue.
This
red,
is
blue, and white,
Nemesis.
red, blue, and
This
silver.
is Nemesis Prime.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. I never heard about this one because I never got into that.
Yeah, go on YouTube, look up the Combiner Wars, and I forget which one is it. They have 3 series. They got Nemesis Prime up there. He's pretty much like an evil Prime from another that was corrupted.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it's Nigga Prime.
That's why he looks so stylish.
Mm-hmm.
They got another one called Shattered Glass. I think that's a prime. That's just like an alternate universe where the Autobots are evil, or evil, and the Decepticons are the good guys.
I don't know, man. I kind of read up on the history of with the Autobots and the Decepticons. I don't know. I don't think the Decepticons are that evil, man. I'm gonna have to rethink my thought on that one.
So you don't think Hope is evil?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying Shattered Glass is an alternate universe where.
So wait a minute. Is that nigga bitch Hope? Is she supposed to be a Decepticon or Autobot?
What do you mean Hope?
Who knows?
From that Dr. Umar and Cynthia G.
That Decepticon.
Oh my God, that bitch, man.
Yeah.
Well, that shit was funny when I saw that, man. I saw that interview the day after. Oh, I was rolling.
Oh, that's tough.
Badass right there.
Transformers.
I think the guy at my comics shop was mad at me because he didn't. I told him to order this for him, but he didn't. Cause I think his girl likes me because she works at the comic shop too, and so when I asked him to order this and order some a couple other stuff, when I went back there, I asked, "Hey, what's the stuff coming out?" Yeah, it didn't show up.
Yeah, he probably did. That's the problem with having women in certain spaces. Like I know Charles would agree with. When you introduce a woman to certain spaces, dudes get to act really fucking dumb because everybody campaigning, especially if it's just one. Like if she into your ass a little bit, you gonna catch all kind of hell.
Well, because we always talk about
Even
anime.
if you're not even interested, you just gonna catch some hell.
I don't think she's interested. We just talk about anime all the time because she's an old school anime head and shit. We talk about
that's
like,
cool.
You know how motherfuckers.
That's sexual politicking, though, man. That sexual politicking is real,
It's not
man.
even that. Is that because he can talk with her about anime and she gets excited about that shit?
That's for her getting wet.
Exactly. That sets other motherfuckers off. Like, oh, she liking him too much. Fuck all that. I don't talk about that shit with her.
The deep voice coming out.
But some motherfuckers be trying to show out though too, man, in front of girls. So like, motherfuckers will purposely act like an asshole towards their buddy, even their best bud. You know what I mean? Just to get this bitch coochie to tingle.
Look, I had to call one of my coworkers on this shit. I told y'all we got a new little young chick in our warehouse department, right? She ain't but about 23. Little white chick. She got a lot of body on her, like titties and ass and legs, right? But she goofy as shit. But it's the cutest bitch in 100 miles of these motherfuckers. So where do you think they at? Everybody always in the warehouse. Like, nigga, if you don't get out here and do your damn job, oh no, I'm just hanging out here. I always hang out here. No, you didn't, you simping ass motherfucker.
I'll be honest with you. This one right here is nice because it actually transforms into this.
It's a different version of a Voltron right there.
Yeah,
that's the Megazord.
Oh yeah, I'm about to say that looks like Megazord from Power Rangers. Yeah,
it is. But see, this is the cool thing. It could turn into that
vehicle mode,
or it has like the dinos. Yeah, so you can make it turn into the Megazord, the little tank thing, or just have them all displayed like this.
So women, are they weaponizing my childhood against me to make me buy this shit? Like that's what I'm feeling like they're doing right now.
If you got $450, yeah.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Motherfucker.
Hey, it's die-cast metal.
Oh man, no, go back up. Go the fuck back up.
What?
Oh, Devastator.
Was it Devastator? Really?
Oh, that's a model kit. You gotta build that.
They did that shit on Transformers. I thought that was the coolest shit.
That was a muffin. Look, I'll tell you, Charles, you're a cop, and I can tell you this now because statute of limitation. You know how many trips I have to make to the store to steal this shit? I stole all of them motherfuckers.
I used to sell Yu-Gi-Oh cards back in the day. So.
You said Toys R Us was seeing me regularly.
I'm gonna join you on that one, boy.
How old was you?
Oh shit! I was in about 5th grade. I was in there getting them for that shit.
Yeah,
I had to have that Devastator.
Yeah, this is the Shattered Glass Optimus.
Oh, he looks badass and shit.
The same one, just repainted.
Yeah, but the thing is, he's got a hole right here in his chest.
Took one to the chest.
Yep.
No more. I don't think he got the guilty spark no more.
I wonder,
I
wonder how long it takes you to make a pose for some of this shit, because I'll be like, yo, once you get a good slick ass pose like this, it's gonna
move it.
Yeah, that's a nice pose right there.
Yeah, that's when you put the case over it. After you make that pose, like, okay, we ain't moving this bitch again.
Yep.
Nobody touch it.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Anyway, I'm gonna get off of here.
Yeah, it's about that time anyway.
Ain't about that time. You ain't got shit to do.
Shit, I gotta go out of town before I go to work.
You gotta go.
Oh Jesus Christ! Go ahead, man.
Yeah, it's 4:40. I'll probably wake up like around 10 o'clock. Go out of town, come back, be back around like 2:30.
Yeah, I gotta finish this damn Rings of Power before I go to sleep. I gotta go to work.
I gotta start.
Rings of Power will put you to sleep. Don't worry.
Hey. I know niggas never tell the truth of what they're gonna do. Like, yeah, I gotta get off here and I gotta masturbate. You know, like. Niggas never tell.
I gotta rub this last one out, and then
well, speak on it, Charles. Speak on it.
Since y'all all about to end, I just want to say much respect to everybody. I don't have much to say.
What up, CG3?
Yeah, you need to start coming on earlier, man.
It's all good, bro.
Late?
It's all good.
I don't want to jump in. I don't want to come on when y'all be talking about like stuff that's way out of my So I just where I just gotta just sit back in the chat and listen.
Well, I'm gonna put it to you this way: CG3 is like one of those guys. He's like the guy on the Jedi Council. You never know, come in and out the room and shit. Like, what the fuck?
You force projecting in that shit.
Like, I don't feel like going up there. Let me force. Force projection is like the Zoom call for Jedi's and shit.
Right? Jedi Zoom.
I don't feel like being there. I can force project these clothes while I'm laying here watching fucking Project Echo or Fist of the North Star. Yes. Like, ooh, like what?
Yeah, that would be one to watch. I ain't seen Fist of the North Star in a minute.
Oh man, go on YouTube. I'm gonna tell you what's gonna make you smile. Go on YouTube and put the manliest scene ever.
Walking through buildings, falling your head.
The manliest scene ever. You see this motherfucker walking through a fucking smashing buildings with his bare hand.
Building fell on his head and he just kept walking through shit.
I was like, yo, that is the most amazing shit ever. Like, I swear to God, if I had a movie, I would reenact that thing.
Well, here's one for you, Charles. Just on the anime before I jump off here. Who would you pick out of Fist of the North Star and MD Geist?
In a fight or just watching?
In a fight.
That's kind of hard to pick against a guy who just needs one touch to kill you. And he has a lot of ways to break to close the gaps. It's kind of hard to go against Kishiro. The Hakuto, what is it? Hakuto, which is Japanese for fuck you up.
Real shit, though. Real shit.
Yeah, that it is.
Yeah, it's
Who's the most broken character in anime?
Anime. Everybody's broken in anime at this point. So
Goku.
Frieza.
But Goku take losses. They come back, so they take losses.
He take losses.
Well,
that one chick that was in that one anime scene where they had like a whole bunch of it had Darth Vader in it. Then it had like Superman. She's overpowered. I don't know if y'all remember that.
I consider them broken if they can always end up winning. Right.
I hear you.
That's why I said who's the most broken. I was being funny saying Goku. I really think.
It's kind of crazy because there's in levels. Can One Punch Man be defeated? Can it's just they're not gonna do it. But
I think One Punch Man is the best broken character ever because it's all a joke. That's what's so funny about it.
Yeah, that's so funny.
It's if you put him against like an actual superpowered being like a Superman outside of his universe, would he lose? Yeah. It's just in his universe, everything's a joke.
You got Goku and Superman destroying universes. Ain't no way he can win.
Yeah.
And it's like he's what you call a cynical guy who goes to the same job every day. Not even, he's gotten so good at what he does. It's like the excitement is gone. It's like you put an artisan on a fucking building project. I'm pretty sure he's like, you know what? I used to enjoy this shit a lot, but now I'm just gonna do it just for the check.
Yeah, well, if I was only doing it for the check, that would make me hate doing it.
Yeah,
that's usually what happens.
I'm
doing it only for the money. I am not enjoying that shit.
And that's the point. And that's the point that I'm getting is that's One Punch Man. He was looking for adventure, but now he's just doing it for the check.
You got a humdrum job.
Yeah. I will spend $1,500.
Hilarious.
I will spend $1,500.
Oh my God,
that's worth $1,500. Yeah, that's worth $1,500.
Oh hell yeah!
Each piece is $700.
Yeah, it's worth that is worth. That is worth.
I got a question. How much money do you need for money to become no object?
It depends. I'd say it depends on your imagination. It depends on your imagination because
I get what you're saying. But
if the Angry Man talks about this a lot with people having their money blueprint, right? If all you really want to do is go to one or two different places, and if you have the money to do that, that's probably enough, right? If you have enough money to do it twice, you probably have more than enough, right? But if you
Yeah.
think like, okay, I want to go to the Maldives this weekend, and then after this weekend, I want to spend a month or so in Japan, retracing the steps of Miyamoto Musashi or some shit like that. That should start getting expensive, right?
Yes.
So
I get what you're saying.
$50K would probably cover that shit for a while. That might be enough for me. But most people say, "Oh, I need $1 million." I don't need $1 million. Nigga, I know exactly what I want and what I would spend it on and how much it costs. So I don't need $1 million.
The reason I asked because like people like statues and stuff, so I wonder how much would people feel comfortable where they wouldn't even think about the price. Like I thought about it for a while, but I'd like to hear other people's
They
thoughts.
say that if you make around 75, that's when you start feeling a lot of people feel good at, like they're okay with 75.
I'll put it to you this way:
you can do whatever you want to, pretty much.
A lot of times, if you got a job and you're capable of working overtime, you're pretty safe in that department. But I mean, here's the factor: you gotta. If this is what makes you happy to enjoy your life, you're not hurting anybody, you got your bills paid, go ahead and get it. Because I remember when I first moved out the house and I had my room was decorated, like I had action figures in the packages all over the wall and statues on my dresser. And people were like, girls ain't gonna like it. I said I didn't do it for them. But come to find out, when all the girls came to my room, they were fascinated. Like, wow, this looks so fucking cool.
Yeah.
It's one of those things you got to do for you. As long as you're not, you're not in the alley sucking dick for it or some shit. Or
doing this for me.
Right. That's crazy shit.
I totally agree.
As long as you could go to overtime, or you might save up your money and be like, it's one of those things, you got to get your little hobbies for it. Just don't go to the back of the alley. Don't go to the back of the alley.
Charles is telling you from experience.
Oh, damn. That's a door opener right there.
I did experience it. Like Art of Itmore said he wanted that statue, and I was like, you know what? I got to introduce you to this guy because my zipper stuck. But anyway.
No, I know why you're saying that, CG3, because usually, like, the statue art is looking at, I could see him spending 13 on it. I wouldn't spend 13 on it, but I could see him spending 13 on it just because I look at it as relative. What am I going to do for $1,300 that I will not be able to do if I buy the statue? Because the statue ain't going nowhere. It ain't moving. It ain't,
That's how I think.
Doing shit, right? It's just going to sit there. And unless I'm having people over my house to look at the shit, it's not even interesting for anybody else but me. I wouldn't spend $1,300 on it. It doesn't mean I don't see that it is a nice statue and somebody else would. I just would. Like I said, you get older as a geek, you get more selective, but the things you're selective on are more expensive. Art really likes that Fatal Fury shit, right? And he's getting into buying statues, and he has that disposable income to throw that shit away like that. He'll do it.
Yeah, I need to stop though.
And spend more money on it. You do need to stop.
I'm like the other Charles and Art. I agree.
You could have bought some hellified stock for $1,300. It took your ass a trip out of this country already. You've been the fuck on.
Everybody got to do what's
but I
right
wouldn't
for
have the
them.
statue though.
See, you could have came back and got the statue. It's something you could do something more.
But I wouldn't have it right now.
Yeah. See, I told you about this shit.
or what if you're a chick, right? Or what if you get a chick, she finds her, you like her, you want her, damn it, and she tells you, "Oh well, you're gonna have to get rid of the statue."
Well,
geeks always deal with that.
Well, see, I will bring you to this one video I did where I said, "Fuck them bitches."
Should no woman dictate a man about what he likes in his life? That don't even make sense to me.
Girls, women do that, and I'll tell you, my buddy Joe, Ford's father, he did that shit. He got with this chick 11 years younger than him. He's still married to her right now. But when she got with him, he had a shitload of statues. He loved Magdalena, right? So he had Magdalena and some other female statues. That girl came in there and told him that shit was kind of sexist and stuff like that. The next thing you know, he bringing his shit to the shop to sell it. when they got engaged.
Wow.
She made him get rid of that shit. And I'm like, never, nigga. You're not supposed to get rid of your shit. But he's a big white boy. They're coded. They're trained that, oh, I have to do this because this will make my wife happy. I'm like, fuck her. She's just jealous of this statue because she ain't got a body shape like that. She thinks that's what you like and what you really want, but not putting it together in her head. If you really wanted this, you wouldn't be fucking marrying my round ass.
And plus two, the bitch, as the bitch failed to realize, the bitch, the artisan, all these, I mean, Art, the brother Art anymore, all these statues he has, these are investments. I bought this for $1,300, but bitch, I can sell it for 16, 17 to a white boy.
Look. If you
because you love it, money doesn't matter when you love
my
something.
comic book and my anime and everything that I collect, I ain't selling shit.
Art is.
I mean, not like selling to get rid of it for her, but selling it like to say, hey, bitch, I'm keeping this. I'm not just gonna get rid of it to get rid of it, bitch. I'm gonna keep it and then sell it.
You shouldn't even have to make that speech.
Hold on. Listen, I'm not selling it to somebody who I could buy it for $1,500. 5 years later down the road, someone can give me $30,000 and say I'm not selling it because I bought it because I want to have it.
Right.
Oh, okay. Well,
that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
He's not that kind. Art is a collector. He's not a flipper. Put it that way.
No, brother Artisan. I mean, like, thing. No, go ahead.
All I want to say is, when people love things, money doesn't matter. And the only time you worry about something is because you don't have the money to get what you love. But if you had enough money, he wouldn't think twice about buying anything. So that's why I kind of asked the question. Go ahead.
Okay. No. What I was going to say real quick was like, to sell and to obtain. Like, okay, sell this, boom. But then because you're trying to fill that spot with something that you really, really like, even though with what you already have, you like them and like to the core. It's just, you don't have the room to get this other new statue that you need.
But see, that's the thing when you're doing this stuff. If you're buying this stuff, it's because you really do like it. See, I don't buy statues or get comic books that I really do not want. Like if and Artisan knows me because he's seen all the different books I buy. Like I'm a cover hog. If there's a cover that I want and I want to keep in my collection, I will buy that cover. If there's a statue that I want, I'll get that statue. There's plenty of statues that's out there that I may like. Oh, that's a nice statue, but I don't want it. It's nice to look at on this computer screen, but I do not see that statue sitting in my room and me looking at it like, yeah, I bought that. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah. And see, I understand.
I'm gonna tell you.
Hold on. Let me just jump in real quick. There's a difference between knowing Art and knowing the difference between him. Because if Art was a speculator, I would strongly tell him not to buy that shit. I wouldn't even like him buying the shit. But I know Art is a fan of that shit, and he's not getting it just because I'm about to turn it around and make money off of it. That's not why he's buying it. He's buying it, like you just said, because he wants it. Only thing I tell him is that this is what he's filling his time with. Where that shit all gonna go to? That's why I get selective about it because I don't want all of this shit sitting around. So I'll see a bunch of statues like he pulling it up. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, but because you got to think like, how big is your house though?
If none of them rise to that level, it's like I absolutely got to get that one. That one I have to have. It's really rare. See, a lot of alike, but it's really rare which ones I actually have to buy.
I have to say this. One, I would never ever trade in my hobby for a bitch because guess what? The hobby been here before you, and most likely the way bitches are, it's gonna be here after you.
Exactly.
You're here.
And two, when you buy a comic, see, a lot of people think comic book fans are people who flip comics. It's very hard for a true comic book fan, and a fan of comic book paraphernalia to really give up their shit. It must be some really, really hard times, or you got to sacrifice for your kid. I'm not even going to sacrifice my life. I would sacrifice some kid. But here's the fact of the matter. You do this shit because you like it, you love it, it's part of you. When you grow up in this genre, as long as we have, especially during the time we are in, I don't shit on people who are fans now, but the younger people coming up who are fans didn't have to go through the scrutiny
that we did, because now it's more popularized. You couldn't, if you couldn't get. There weren't too many cons in the '90s, if any.
Hell no.
And they were, and you
They
went to a
didn't start
school,
up.
and if you went to a school during the '90s, you got to realize, especially if you're around predominantly black people, and black people always look for, we want to be heard, we want representation, but if you're not doing nigga shit, you're not represented.
Right.
And you got to look at it like, now that you can actually get these statues and afford them, yeah, you should enjoy your money the way you are. The problem is that, especially with women, they want you to enjoy your life the way they see life.
Yeah. Beneficial for them.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
All that. Yeah, fuck all that. I'm enjoying my look.
Say
I will never quit geek. I will never sell my shit for my wife, but I will sell it for my kids. If I need extra money, I will sell a statue for my kids, because, and to me, my kids, if I had them, which I don't, thank God.
That's the wise thing you do.
But if I had kids, and if they need something, and I knew if that statue could get them what they need, I would get rid of it. For the simple fact that my kids are more important than this porcelain thing that's on my wall.
Right. That's the wisest thing you can do.
Excellent.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's beneficial that if the stuff that you buy actually retains some value and you can sell it for more than it was. But to me, at least just to me, real geeks, when you ask them how much something costs, they really don't fucking know, because they never bought it for how much they can turn it over for. They bought it because they actually love the shit. Like my Amazing Spider-Man 300. Only reason I have a gauge in my head of how much it might have cost, because I had to look it up for somebody else a while ago. But I know I have it. I know what condition it's in. I'm not thinking about that shit. I value that comic just the same as my shitty Deadpool ones when nobody cared about Deadpool. And I just read them and enjoyed them because they was fun. That's saying what shit. So I still love those comics and I ain't selling them.
I want to co-sign with your statement. For me, I never think about the price unless I don't have the money. So let's say I got money and I know I could afford it. I don't care what it costs. But if I don't have enough money, then I'm like, well, how much does it cost? So I can make sure I save it to get what I want. Other than that, I don't care about it.
I mean, I know how much I can afford.
I must hit you fellas up later.
Woo! Much respect to you, my brother. Woo!
He got that Jergens ready.
But no, I experienced the same, man. I want to give Art some privacy, because that old white man who finger pops his belly coming in, and he got to make the money for the statue later. But no, I experienced the same prejudice, man, when it came to music, my choice of music and shit, especially rock music. And when I found like a whole bunch of songs that I made into ringtones. It was so awesome and shit from multiple different bands.
Man,
and one of them.
No, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, and one of them just just came on and shit just run. When I was at this bus stop. This is like years and years ago, back up in North Indiana, and this black chick, she was right there next to me. She was like, "Yeah, why are you listening to white people music?" It's because what?
You know how many dirty looks I got because I listened from black people because I listen to Korn.
Man, Korn. Yeah.
I got that album on LP too. Just I got it on record.
Okay. Hey, I got that one song that they played in that they had in Queen of the Damned.
Yeah, that one is good too. All the songs on that one. I bought a bunch of Korn albums, and I've had chicks that really question the music I listen to, but that's usually a test when we date. Like I told y'all before, my stuff is always on shuffle. So you no telling what's coming out that shit when it start playing. You might hear some anime music, you might hear some anime themes or something like that. It might flip to some rock or some reggae or something like that, because I like music and I don't make no bones about it. It's not necessarily a conversation piece for me. It's just me. This is what I like. But I've had chicks like, "Oh, why you like this white shit?" I said, "What makes it white shit? The fact that white people play it or black folks created it? Which one makes it white? It's just fucking music."
Well, I will say, Artisan, you start playing some polka, I am gonna look at you different.
Some polka?
Yeah.
Polka is funny. It's Oktoberfest. You got to listen to some polka music right now. If you want to have a good time.
Wait a minute, hold on. Remind me of what this version of music is. Polka.
When they play accordions and shit.
Think Weird Al Yankovic.
Weird Al Yankovic. Think of Oktoberfest, the little music they be playing when they be dancing around with little goofy hats and pants and shit like that on, drinking beer.
Oh, okay.
That shit.
What was that one movie that had?
National Lampoons.
National Lampoon,
Chevy
or
Chase.
what was it? The Home Alone, when the wife had to be in the van with those guys with John Candy.
Yeah. Polka music is funny because it sounds silly because it's a different culture than ours, so it sounds silly. But the motherfuckers that usually dance around to that shit always seem hella silly acting to me. They just seem like they're having fun. I don't have a problem with that shit. It's like, I don't gotta like that shit, but show music is not mine. I mean, I just watched Joe Coy in his elements on Netflix tonight, right? And he filmed this special over in the Philippines. And one of the things they showed was this Filipino DJ from America came there and was making his intro music for the show. And when they went to the booth, they were adding all this stuff together. They're showing them making the song. And then in the booth, they had rappers. And it was Filipino folks rapping. Now, the girl who was rapping, she got her little iPhone out and she rapping in English and whatever. But then it flipped to this young kid and he started rapping. And he was rapping in Tagalog. And I was like, what the fuck? But he was snapping off. I'm like, I wish I knew what the fuck he was saying. Like, because he was going in. I said, it sounds crazy, but you can tell he was really spitting. He was really spitting some shit.
That's what I kind of
sounds good. Rhythmically, it sounds fine with the beat and everything else. Like, yeah, he probably saying some shit. I really want to know what he's saying.
That's the same way I be believing about with certain Japanese rappers, especially this one that did a song with Utada Hikaru, the infamous Utada Hikaru.
Right. Yeah, from a Sanctuary Voices.
Yeah, Kingdom
Hearts. She cute. She can get it too.
Man, hey, and her beauty remains though. But the thing is though, when I was checking out one of her IG lives, is that she's for that one clan, the binary, but binary.
Like the same thing I like. We got the same shit in common. I'm a big ass lesbian.
Right.
All you told me is like we got two coochies. I don't care.
Right.
Yeah, this is something in this situation.
Hey, double the coochie, double the fun.
Double the pleasure. Double mint.
Oh.
You get a
man.
double dip. I don't care.
Well, I would devour that bitch. Man, that voice is more powerful than a damn mermaid singing a pirate to the damn water.
You fucking Cyrus song, guys. No, she's a cutie though. I remember when playing Kingdom Hearts, I heard that song. I said, this is a really good fucking song. And I got to looking into that shit and finally saw a picture. I said, damn, she cute too. They did about a
Oh, bro. And then speaking real quick before we jump to something else, man, I seen her live. Yeah. Well, but before we get off, I seen one of her little lives that she did, one of her little live song things she did, man, where they had like different artists in the background, playing their own instruments and shit. And they had a brother back there, man. Yeah. Oh man, he was playing the bass guitar. Yeah. Oh man, he was.
Yeah, I'm gonna get into that. I'm gonna get into that because I got something baking in my head about these Asian cultures and black folks and black culture or American black people culture. I got some ideas on that I want to throw out there.
Just make sure you mention 2 Live Crew that when they were in Japan.
Pop that pussy, yeah. Pop that pussy.
The story I heard is that they were actually doing some fucking on the stage.
They always were. What are you talking about? That was what got them fucking halfway got them banned in the U.S. where they couldn't do no shows really out here because they was low key fucking on stage. Like, nigga, 2 Live Crew was that shit. Everybody talk about Trina and Trick Daddy and shit. No, you gotta go back to 2 Live Crew and Luke when he was Luke Skywalker. That shit was wild. That was some wild ass shit. That was the advent of strip club culture into rap music. It was like, oh shit, this is something completely different.
Damn.
Yeah.
Like, what is they doing? He's got all this advance.
It was
Gotta be
controversy.
fucking okay.
But see, the thing is, that was controversy back then. Now it's just like, yeah, why not?
It was controversy, but they were doing it. The controversy was that the white folks was at the shows and they was trying to let people know what was happening in them shows. Like, no, they actually having sex, a whole sex show in this concert. That was throwing them the fuck off. It was like, oh hell no, you can't do that shit here. You know, for the most part, America is really prudish on sex. They love making money off of it, but they get kind of bristly about it if the right people ain't getting paid off of it. Black men with sex and stuff like that, and white folks buying it, oh no, somebody gonna have an issue. Hell no, they can't get you in the business selling that. That's our job. That's our shit. We make all the money off that.
Right.
We can get you put in jail over that shit.
Yeah, that Predator bullet, awesome right there.
Yeah,
both of those.
It's got a crack too. Yeah, the tusk. Yeah. Was there a crack? This must be from that Fox one that I didn't see.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That was the one from Prey.
Yeah, that's a different
that's
tribe.
not.
I haven't seen it.
His helmet's different.
It is. I don't remember the crack tusk one. He must be from the comic then.
Yeah.
So their tribe, so their mask is related to the tribe they belong to.
It's like a hierarchy.
Yeah, it's a hierarchy.
So I think they explained that in the Predators.
Yeah, and it's always a little different too.
Yeah.
But if they're naming him as Crack Tusk, that's what he's known by, which means he came out of a book or something like that. And that was his defining feature.
Mm-hmm. They usually all have defining features.
Mm-hmm. But what they don't have is names. That's why you have to define them by something else.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, I would like to see, though, one time, though, like, how they came into existence, just like they did with Alien. So.
Oh, Lady Death.
Yep. That's the other kind of statues that the boy Joe had, a Lady Death statue. Magdalena and Lady Death, because he loved Lady Death.
Who was the guy who drew it? Because I know he's dead now.
Lady Death?
Yeah, he was a black guy. Because I know he was a black guy with glasses.
I don't remember his name right now.
Because he had some of his artwork in museums and stuff.
Wait a minute, wasn't her name supposed to be Mistress Death?
No, it's Lady Death.
Them big old hips, got them sister hips.
Mm-hmm. Them tig old bitties.
Oh, and I love it.
They're trying to bring Evil Ernie back for what I can.
Whatever. Yeah, because they're trying to catch all these goth girls and shit like that. Like reading Johnny the Homicidal Maniac and shit.
Yeah.
All right, but I'm gonna get out of here, Art. Get some sleep. I'm gonna get a little bit.
It's
Yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah, no problem.
Hey, thank you, Art, for having me on, bro. Appreciate it.
No problem.
All right.
Check you guys
Thank you,
later.
buddy.
Artisan, if you want to put your channel in there so they can come to your show tomorrow so they can talk about
I'm just an artisan MC. I don't, you know me. I don't be trying to promote my shit on other people's shows.
But I'm telling you, nigga. Telling you.
same thing I told him. Hey.
Same thing you told me. Look, artisan MC. The show starts at 11 a.m. Pacific time. Tomorrow we're gonna talk about She-Hulk, House of the Dragon, Rings of Power, Andor, and the shit I watched on Joe Coy and some Star Wars stuff. So I'll try to fit that all in. If I get my 10
Can you give me?
fuck you.
Before you go, Art.
Yes, sir.
Get both of Art. So Artisan MC. Tell me this: out of all those shows you named, which one do you like the most?
House of the Dragon and Andor, I'm liking the most.
Okay.
And you say Andor is from Star Wars. Okay.
Star Wars, yeah. It's new character, new story, no lore to fuck up, none of that. It's an actual real creation from Lucasfilm, so it's brand new. So I'm interested in that. House of the Dragon is hella nice right now.
Yeah, Levy.
That's what I needed to know. I started Andor. I haven't watched House of the Dragon because I never finished reading Fire and Blood, and I didn't want to.
Don't worry about
That's
that.
nice, Arthur.
Yeah.
That's nice.
The show the show is not alienating to the sense that you can't follow it. It just moves. It moves a little slow, so it gets you through all of that stuff. Because I never read those books either, right? So I'm learning more about those books from this show, right?
Yeah, I read
So
all the
it's
books and
taking me through
halfway through.
pretty much. It's taking me through pretty good right now, and I'm interested in the show. And I look forward to watching the show every Sunday, and that's how I judge
That's
it.
awesome.
Like, do I want to watch this again? Hell yeah! I'm not rolling my eyes like it's midnight. She-Hulk gonna come on? I don't know, nigga. Rings of Power. I don't even want to be bothered. I'll wait 2 days before I even try to watch that shit. It's not grabbing me like that. I'm not interested. It's not. It's just fucking it up for me. It's just not. But
I try to catch you tomorrow and talk about it.
Yep, for sure.
All right, brothers.
Later. All right, everybody, take it easy.
All right, you too, brother.
All right.
AL was up here quiet. How the hell is AL quiet? How did that happen?
Because he sleep.
Sleeping his cab, right?
He passed out on the couch.
All right, everyone, take it easy.
Yeah, all right. Well, if you catch the replay, salute AL. All right, brothers.
All right, later.
Later.
All right, Mo.